Welcome to Croft for the first weekend of 2026. 7 championships here this weekend, 16 races across the entire weekend, including 6 today, Sunday. And we've also got a 2.5 hour club endurance championship where strategy is really going to come into play. That's right at the end of the day today, so please stay tuned for that one. Mixed weather yesterday, Saturday. It looks a lot more settled today. The sun is trying to peek through, but we'll keep an eye on it. We did do a live pit lane show yesterday, which hopefully you caught it. It was a bit of carnage, so we actually thought we'd be a bit more formal today and have some sit-down interviews. We've got Paul O'Neill and Wayne Lawson next to me, and we're going to try and bring you an interview with them in just a moment. So in the Hangar 50 Cafe here at Croft, which is a new addition. We've been here about a year now, I think, in this cafe. It's a lovely addition to the circuit. Managed to find Paul O'Neill and Wayne Lawson running this weekend in the Club Enduro Championship. And so, Paul, for people who've been living in a cave or maybe just returned from the moon, last 15 years or so, tell everybody a little bit about who you are, what's brought you here this weekend.
It's like being on a dating show. So yeah, I am fortunately here with Wayne, driving in the Club Enduro this weekend. Yeah, I've raced in British touring cars and British GT and some other European stuff as well. But I'm as excited today as I have been over the past 26 years of my career in racing the touring cars and the GTs. Do a little bit for ITV as a pundit and a commentator. And yeah, it's been great up to now, and I'm really looking forward to driving with Wayne today in the Audi and with Motion Motorsport, who are top dollar. Really good team, so really looking forward to it.
Great stuff, thank you. And experience of Croft, experience of the car. Let's talk about that first of all.
So, not too much experience with the car. I've been sat as a passenger with Wayne. Wayne drove me around Alton Park last year, and we had a little bit of a giggle there. We had a good little test out, and yeah, we got to drive the car around. I've never driven it myself, but from a passenger point of view, it's a fantastic car, the Audi. And like I say, Motion Motorsport have done a fantastic job. And the reason I'm here today is because the driver who's usually in it and is going to be in it for the rest of the year is a friend of myself and Wayne, and that's James Pickford, who's probably one of the best front-wheel drive drivers I know in the UK, and he's a good friend of mine. And I'm just helping these guys out today to give it a go. I know Croft pretty well. I've had a podium in touring cars, I think 2003. So yeah, I know Croft pretty well. It's one of my favourite circuits. It's old school, a bit like myself. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out there and just seeing if the circuit's as good as I remembered it. Because it's been a couple of years since I come here. I just remember the hairpin's really tight, and we've got to get out of there and not light the wheels up, as Wayne was just saying to me.
That's exactly it. It is an old school circuit. Lots of grass runoff as well. Which makes it certainly interesting, and certainly was yesterday as well. So Wayne, with the Audi, obviously Paul's got no experience of driving the car. He's going to have a little bit of practice, I would imagine, beforehand. Maybe a green flag lap to get used to it. 3 laps, he's saying. So tell us a little bit about the Audi. What took you in that direction with the Audi as opposed to any of the other TCR cars that are here?
I started a year and a half ago racing with a Audi TT, which we bought from a guy in Stockport Way, and just got into Class B, basically. Enjoyed it so much in the first sort of 3 races that I did that I sort of wanted to move the challenge up a bit. Bought myself the TCR, which was driven last year by a chap called Matthew Stockford. So it was already adapted with hand controls, because I'm driving the car with a push-pull hand control system and obviously the paddle shift gearbox. So it's adaptable for me to drive, but also Paul can jump straight in it as well, and the pedals and everything are there, so he can jump straight in and go. So my history of racing is pretty limited. This is probably my 8th race in my entire life, if you like. So 3 in the TT, 5 last year in the RS3. So yeah, quite a short history of racing, but I like the look of the RS3. It's a really well balanced car, nice and stable. Yeah, it's a really good package. Feels like a factory-built race car. Much better.
Thank you. So, Paul, obviously with your BTCC experience of not just racing but also commentating, the driver list for BTCC has been announced this week. We do a little bit of a preview of who you want to watch, you think, this year?
Why would you ask me this? That's next weekend. Actually, Wayne, who do you think's going to win?
Tom Ingram.
Oh, so this is, that's quite interesting, that, because I've got a feeling coming into it, I think the Ford Focuses have had quite a lot of work on them. I think Ash Sutton's going to come back with a bang. I'm intrigued to see how the Accelerate team get on with Ingram and everybody, because there's a few things going on behind the scenes with setups and how the cars are driving and things like that. You look at the media day, and you can't just look at that and go, oh, the person who was fastest, which was BMW, Charles Rainford, that's going to win the championship. A lot of people are sandbagging. Some are using boosts, some are using not. I think it'll be the usual suspects. I'm going to put my money on Ash Sutton. That's what I'm going to say. But watch out for Plato Racing and Dan Rowbottom in particular. What do you think of the Plato Racing thing? I think it's a pretty good addition, isn't it?
They're bringing Mercedes to it, aren't they? So, yeah, got to be a good addition to the grid, hasn't it? Looks good.
And if we're quick today, me and Wayne are going to announce that we're doing British touring cars as well. There's a few spaces left on the grid. So let's say, if you want to have a go as well, you can come.
Oh, well, I'd need to pass my ARDs first. But, yeah, more than happy to give it a go. Not a problem at all. Yeah. Well, I'm based about an hour from Knockhill, so yeah. But if you need somebody from Knockhill, just give us a shout. So, also because we're here this weekend, we've got a lot of TCR cars running as well. Are you in particular keeping your eye on anybody maybe coming through? Are you moving up? Looking at moving up the ranks yourself, Wayne? Are you thinking, in a couple of years maybe we can have a little BTCC package, or is it that kind of thing that we're looking at here, or realistically, what are the prospects of drivers here, making a step up to BTCC?
There are some young drivers in with us. I'm racing with Ethan Simmons, and he's up and coming young man and looking to go further in motorsport. I think at my age, a career in motorsport is probably not the thing, but this is maybe for his. Yeah. But it's all about the enjoyment and having some fun, really, and being out with your friends, and the whole team ethic. And it's a good grid, a good paddock, really nice people that are in it. So it's about having fun, really, at my time of life. But a young man like Ethan, yeah, he's looking to be seen to some extent. So
well, that was it, really. Is who is looking to be seen, and then also, are there going to be scouts here potentially? Obviously, the motorsport is a fairly, for want of a better phrase, incestuous world. Everybody knows everybody, don't we? Some form or another. We're all connected. The 6 degrees of separation is 2 or 3 degrees when it comes to motorsport. So, what are people looking out for with TCR drivers in particular? Maybe even things like, drivers stepping into Type R Trophy and things like that are getting started in tin tops.
I think, I cover a lot of championships and commentary and media-wise, but I do see, like Wayne said, there's some... what's really good is that people like Alpha Live are covering these championships and giving these youngsters and people looking to come through these championships and make a career for themselves. It gives them a platform, and, it's not just about your mum and dad watching, who my mum and dad will be watching today, they'll be watching myself and Wayne, but it's about the wider audience, these sponsors, looking at helping people out and going forward. And these championships, 750 Motor Club in particular, I think are a fantastic series. They've always given people bang for buck. You get to drive the cars for a long time, you get experience. The TCR cars are some of the best presented cars I think I've seen in any motorsport paddock. I know that it's very professionally, and they have to, because, everybody's quick. And very high. And Simon Mason, people like James Pickford, who's usually here. These people are super fast, and, you don't ever... I never come to a paddock and go, well, I should be about here. Never, ever think that. Because everybody is here to win, and that's why we go racing. So, yeah, there's a place for everybody, and I think, everyone making a career for themselves wants to come and have a look at Club Enduro. Loads of time in the car. The cars are great, and you're able to go on them.
Today. We're going to be tired by the end of that. 2.5 hours of racing.
I didn't get that memo. I thought it was an hour.
10 minutes. Yeah, you thought it was a 10-minute stint.
Standing start.
Yeah. No.
Well, but like I say, we're looking forward to seeing what goes on today. And like Wayne said, I think he's knocked the nail on the head. I come racing for enjoyment. I don't come for a career, and that's all gone in the past now. But if you can enjoy what you do, you're a very privileged and lucky person.
Seconded. It's exactly why I used to go racing. I always thought, if I win a race, great, brilliant, really enjoy myself. But it was more there to be with my friends, have the enjoyment of racing. The smell is something that I was trying to allude to on camera yesterday. It's the thing that doesn't come across on the street is the smell. You get the sound, you get the visuals. You can't smell racing through a screen, and it's something that you can only see. You can only feel in person. You can get it around the track to an extent, but until you actually get in and around the paddock, that's then when it becomes visceral and becomes, emotional, because you can get that sense of smell of burning brakes, burning clutches, hot tyres, and there's nothing quite like it. I love it. I think we'll bring that to an end and we'll get on with today's programme. So we've got 6 races today, including the 2.5-hour Club Enduro Championship here at 750 Motor Club at Croft.
Hello and good afternoon. A very warm welcome back to Croft for the second day of this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club, with the final qualifying session of the weekend just coming to an end for the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. The checkered flag has gone out. Pole position has been constantly changing as the track has dried throughout the session. So I'm not even going to venture who's on pole position just yet until every car has crossed the line. My name's Ian Sobin, up here in the commentary box. Alongside me is Josh Barrett. We'll hear from him in a moment. We've got Tom Butterworth with us as well. He is going to be on duty in the pit lane post-race and throughout the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race a little bit later on in the day. We've got 6 races coming up for you this afternoon, starting in just a few moments with the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. First of 2 races this afternoon for them, their second and third races of the weekend. We've also got the All Porsche Trophy, that's a 40-minute race. Sprint races for the VSG Clio Sport Championship and the Lancashire Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. And after the second Type R Trophy race, we go for the 150-minute Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship encounter. Myself, Ian Sobin, with Josh Barrett here in the commentary box. We're racing on the Croft circuit this weekend, the old airfield track, which presents a real challenge to the drivers with a great mix of fast and slow corners. And as for the weather here, well, it's been 4 seasons in one day so far this weekend, and I think we're going to have more of the same today. We've had sunshine, we've had showers. I think it is forecast to be a little bit drier this afternoon though. Josh, a very good afternoon to you. We've just seen the Club Enduro qualifying session. What have you made of that?
Well, I think we had 6 changes of pole position after the checkered flag went out in that final lap of the session, so that bodes well, doesn't it, I think, for that 150-minute race. It's a mega competitive grid. We had a very exciting road sports race yesterday. A lot of the cars that were in that have returned today, some which have been repaired overnight and seemingly successfully, so that's great news, and looking forward to the Enduro this afternoon. But we've got some exciting sprint races to come before then, including our opening race of the day. 2 races today for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy, which was really one of the highlights yesterday. Those side-by-side action through the Jim Clark S's, that's going to be pretty memorable, I think, throughout this season. And it looks like an ultra-competitive grid, despite the fact so many of the front runners from last year have moved on. Yeah, that's right. It's should prove to be a very entertaining race in the Tegiwa Type R Trophy race. Yesterday, as I say, we've got 2 15-minute races for them today. It was the reigning champion Trafford King that took the victory in yesterday's race, but I think we had good racing pretty much across the board from all of the categories that we saw yesterday. I think we're going to see another good Sports 1000 Championship race. That was delivered an unexpected result yesterday. I thought the Clios were really entertaining yesterday, where we had a new winner there as well in Matt Hipkins in the first of the races. We've got the longer race for the All Porsche Trophy today as well.
Anyway, it's gone a little bit quieter here now as the final Club Enduro cars have just ventured down the pit lane towards Parc Ferme. I don't think, as far as I know, there's too much clearing up to be done after that session. Just having a look down the list, I don't think there's an awful lot to be done, which is good news, which means that we'll be able to make a fairly prompt start for the first race of the day and have the cars released onto the grid shortly for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. In yesterday's race, although it was Trafford King that took the victory, Josh, we had a couple of new podium finishes in second and third place in Jackson Carden and Max Martin, but it wasn't always looking like that would be the case.
No, we had a very good battle which involved John Labella, didn't we, with Trafford King. That was the side-by-side action through the S's. Labella seemed to have a mechanical issue as the race went on, so he dropped back to 6th, but he's certainly going to be a contender this season. We had 2 drivers coming from the back of the grid, who I think were the 2 quickest drivers in the race, actually, Danny Hobson and Miles Nathaniel James, both returning to the championship this year, so they'll be looking to make further progress today. But yeah, Jackson Carden was particularly impressive, because I don't think we saw him in the top 10 last year, so he's made great leaps over the winter ahead of this season, and the first podium too for Max Martin. So there were so many potential successful drivers this year, it would seem, in the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. Today's opening race, I think a change for this year, that in the triple headers, the second race goes off of a grid set by the results of race 1, whereas the reverse grid race, that comes a little bit later on this time for a triple header. But I don't think it really matters if it's a reverse grid or not going up yesterday. It looks like, as I say, an ultra-competitive grid. Everybody's lap times yesterday were within a couple of seconds, a second and a half perhaps, and many drivers within a second of the fastest lap of the race. So it's really looking very strong this season, mainly with drivers who are in their second, third or fourth season. So there's so many newcomers, is there, this year, at this point of the year anyway. But that sort of bunches the field up, seemingly. Yeah,
all 16 finishers out of the 17 that started finished the 10 laps within 26 seconds of one another. So that shows you just how close it is. But we've now got the cars out onto track for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. They'll come onto the grid, and once they've done that, they will then go off on a green flag lap. They'll cut onto the grid via the short link at the exit of Tower. You can see the cars weaving around there to try to get some heat into the Control MRF tyres that are used on this Honda Civic EP3s, cars from the early 2000s. It's a very tightly regulated championship in terms of the fact that it's standard bodywork, standard engine, no chassis stiffening, standard ECU, 17-inch OEM wheels, standard gearbox, etc, etc. So it's really quite a tightly regulated championship.
The car we didn't see yesterday was Rudy McMillan. He had wiring, electrical issues. They thought they'd sorted that, but I don't think his car has left the assembly area, so that is concerning for Rudy. He was making his debut in the championship, having raced other things before. So that is disappointing if he's not able to make the start again.
Well, that's bitterly disappointing. The car's coming round onto the circuit. Pole position then is going to be taken by yesterday's race winner. We'll give you a full run through of the grid as the green flag lap gets underway, but on pole position I can tell you it is Trafford King, who is 31 years of age, from York, a signalling technician, champion last year. He has been the twice 750 Motor Club Sim champion as well, but only started racing actually in 2023, and he is in the 2002 model of Honda Civic EP3 Type R. So he's up on pole position, and alongside him on the grid is then that number 96 car of Jackson Carden. It was a newcomer for last season, as Josh said. I don't think ventured inside the top 10 at all during the course of last season, so to be in P2 in the opening race of 2025, 2026 even, get the years right, is a fantastic achievement. Then next up you've got the number 62 car of Max Martin. Again, a very good result for him. Yesterday on the podium, he had a couple of top 6 finishes during the course of last season, but again a big improvement in his results as the green flag lap gets underway. And Danny Hobson, the man who prepares a lot of these cars, who is concerned, He's up there on 4th on the grid, having come through from lower down on the grid yesterday. So let's run you through the full grid then for the second of 3 races for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. As I say, on pole position it is the number 1 car of Trafford King, and besides him is number 96, which is Jackson Carden. Row 2 of the grid, on the inside is 62 Max Martin and 25 Danny Hobson. On the 3rd row it's 55 Wayne Flint and John Labella in 83. On the 4th row of the grid, it's going to be 151 Andy Stevens. Besides him is number 374 Kai Lindsay. Row 5 is 21 Martin Nathaniel James. See what he can do from a bit further up the grid. He was on the back yesterday for being underweight. And 77 Luke Emmons. The 6th row of the grid is 2 Gordon McMillan and 13 Tom McFarlane. On the 7th row, 74 Big Rich Lindsay and 97 Jordan Banks. The 8th row, 26 is Lee Rickard and 60 Jack Reynolds. Final row of the grid, 16 Adam Huntley, the only non-finisher from yesterday's race, and it should be Rudy McMillan in car 20, but we don't think he managed to venture out of the assembly area, unfortunately. So it might be 17 cars that we have for this opening race of the day for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy, Josh.
It'll be interesting to see how Danny Hobson plays this today, because I think at least a couple of drivers ahead of him are his customers on the grid here. So it's always a little bit awkward when you get to that stage. I think a lot of the drivers he was overtaking yesterday were with other teams, but he's got sort of that teammate aspect taken a bit further in Trafford King and Jackson Carden ahead of him. This newly named Nimbus Motorsport squad. So it'll be interesting to see how he plays that, but it's he was 3 or 4 attempts quicker on raw pace yesterday than those cars ahead, so potentially he can move forward there from 4th on the grid. And as you say, Miles Nathaniel James had an even bigger start delay yesterday, because he started with that 10-second delay and got up to 9th and was basically on the same pace as Danny Hobson. So they are the 2 quickest drivers, but not significantly quicker than the ones around them.
No. Hobson, he's 35 now, started racing back in 2017, but has had a few years off to run the team, now known as Nimbus Motorsport. And he's done the 1 race in the Type R Trophy race in the Civic Cup previously, and has done some autograss racing in the past as well. And
in fact, all 3 in front are part of that team, aren't they?
Yeah.
The top 4 on the grid are all from the team you just mentioned.
That's right, and they're pulling up into their grid positions now. The track is still damp, isn't it? But it's drying quite quickly with a very keen wind and some sunshine occasionally peeking through as well.
Those club enduro laps at the end of the session are about 2 seconds off a dry lap time, so we're quite close, but there's only damp patches all around the circuit, isn't there? You can see on that start line shot, but it's right across the circuit, it's not particularly one line that's dry. So whether that might make overtaking more challenging or be more mistake-inducing, you'd expect if you're off the line.
Yeah, so green flag is waved at the back of the grid. Red lights go on. 15 minutes of racing about to get underway for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. Haas head off down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. It's a good start from pole position by Trafford King. He's already got a bit of a march on Jackson Carden, and it looks like we're going to have a change for second place on the way up to the first corner. That's Hobson, isn't it, that's gone through into second place. 1 or 2 cars running over the curb, one of them through the gravel as well, through the first corner, but they all managed to survive that. And then out of Clervaux through Hawthorne they go. It's certainly Trafford King leading, but it's Hobson that's second. Jackson Carden is third, I think, as they make their way down towards Tower Corner for the first time.
Yeah, it was Luke Emmons, I think, who had that quick trip through the gravel. Hobson's immediately challenging King here, isn't he? They're bumper to bumper through Tower Bend. John Labella's trying to make progress around the outside of Max Martin, and he's done it. So Labella's up to 4th, but Hobson's going for the lead here into the S's. He's having a peek up the inside of Trafford King, still on fairly cold tyres. You can see the cars are moving around. We saw a lot of sliding around this part of the circuit yesterday. And we see that again, but King's held on then from the team boss, Danny Hobson. Then Jackson Carden 3rd. Big dive up the inside behind. Is that Nathaniel Joe? Possibly. We'll check that as they come back towards us. But the top 4 certainly in a line, still being led by the reigning champ, Trafford King.
Yeah, so down towards the complex they come for the first time. Carden quite deep into the corner. He thought that he was going to try and make a move on Danny Hobson there, but didn't in the end. It's certainly Labella that's got his way up into 4th position. Carden having another look down the inside now into the hairpin, but was too far back to do anything about Hobson there. So as they come towards the end of lap 1, it's Danny Hobson chasing Trafford King over the line. King leading, Hobson in second place. In third place is Carden, Labella is fourth, Miles Nathaniel James is up to fifth. A great start for him, and I think he's going to try and add to that as he heads down the straight towards Clervaux.
Ahead of him, Labella down the inside of Jackson Carden and goes through. So John Labella up into third place. There's a mistake actually from Hobson ahead of him. Runs a little wide. Hobson hangs on to second, but that means Trafford King's got a bigger margin now over this chasing pack, with Miles Nathaniel James making the best start of all. Ninth up into fifth, and now on the tail of Jackson Carden. It's 6 to the lead with Max Martin hanging on and then a gap behind.
Yeah, so down towards Towel once again they go. And it's Hobson chasing after King, who's got only about 2 car lengths in hand there. Then it's Labella with him now. It's Nathaniel James up to fourth, but Carden trying to come back at him as they head through the Jim Clark S's now. There's basically sort of 6 cars that have broken away from the rest here, and that was Nathaniel James, I think, getting wide through the Jim Clark S's.
On the inside of him, very sideways was Carden.
Yeah.
He's the one who's been losing positions recently. So Nathaniel James up to fourth in all of that.
Certainly is. So through Sonny in and Sonny out now. It's 3 for the lead, then really 3 for fourth, fifth and sixth. There's a slight separation between them as they head back down to the complex once again. It's still King trying to fend off Hobson though as they come through the left and then right-hander, then the left-hand hairpin, which is the final corner of this 2.1 mile lap of Croft circuit. Bit of a lock up there from Hobson, who almost gets into the back of Trafford King, and all of that I think has concertina the top 6 back up again. It's now Max Martin that's at the rear of that group in number 62, with the gap back then to the number 2 car, which is Gordon McMillan on his first weekend in the Type R Trophy. Leaders down towards Clervaux for the 3rd time in this race, and Labella is as close to Hobson as anyone else in this pack.
Yeah, he had a look up the inside into Clervaux, couldn't go through. He was the driver who set the fastest lap, about 9/10 off of yesterday's pace, so we're pretty close to a dry lap time, even though the damp patches are around. There's one off, it's Jackson Carden who's gone off at the chicane. He's well in the infield at the moment. So Jackson Carden had such a good race yesterday. He had been dropping position. Meanwhile, the leaders were bumping into each other a little bit through Tower Bend as Danny Hobson braked desperately late. And does that mean he's going to challenge up towards the S's? He's having a look down the inside. He's got to watch out because the very rapid Labella is there. And then Miles Nathaniel James is making it 4 for the lead after that moment for Carden, who's, I think, out of the race. That means there's a gap back now to Max Martin. Here comes Nathaniel James down the inside of Labella into Sonny. They touch and there's contact. There's quite a lot of contact now. And John Labella's onto the grass. That's delayed Nathaniel James as well. That might help Danny Hobson focus on Trafford King ahead.
Yeah, it means the top 2 have a bit of a gap now to the rest. Jackson Carden's car is stationary in the middle of the infield here. We only talked about the disused Rallycross circuit yesterday. Labella's got damage. He's going to be out of the race. I think we can see that out of our window because his car was crabbing a little bit. So that contact with Miles Nathaniel James is going to cause him, he's going to retire into the pit paddock behind our commentary position. So at the end of lap 3, is that really all we've had? It is Trafford King leading. Danny Hobson is in 2nd place. In 3rd place is Miles Nathaniel James. In 4th place is Max Martin. And in 5th place now is Gordon McMillan, with Kyle Lindsay rounding out the top 6.
Yeah, McMillan's going much better here, isn't he? I think he said he only had a few laps in the car before yesterday, getting back used to front-wheel drive cars and racing this Civic for the first time. There he is, just ahead of Kai Lindsay and Wayne Flint. Wayne was saying that he not enjoying these damper conditions so much. He had a big accident at Castle Coombe a couple of years ago. So he's having his first outing again this weekend. Up the inside comes Hobson for the lead. I don't think he's worried about getting stuck in amongst the team cars, is he? That's for sure. Trafford King is going door mirror to door mirror with him. He's used to this up towards the S's, but it's a different drive he's against this time, and on the different side of the track, they're both a bit sideways. Hobson's got to watch out for the tyre stack on the inside. King tries to hold it out round the outside. This will be challenging now into Barcroft, but it looks like Danny Hobson should have this done.
He should do, yeah, but then he just clips the curb and that just unsettles the car slightly, so King tries to stick his nose back up the inside through Sonny out, but no, it looks like Hobson has made that stick, and it was very close between the two of them. I don't think there was any particular contact between them, which was good to see. So nice move there by Danny Hobson to get the lead of the race away from Trafford King, as they have been scrapping. moving. Martin Nathaniel James, though, has been able to close in on them. He was 2.7 seconds behind the leader at the start of the lap. It's less than that now. We've got, though, a safety car being brought into action, and I can only think that is because of the car of Jackson Carden, who is still in the car, by the way, which has stopped on the infield there. So we're trying to, I think that's probably why the safety car has been brought out, just to make sure all is okay there. So the end of lap 4, the order is Danny Hobson now leads, Trafford King is second, so 25 from 1, 21 Martin Nathaniel James is third, 62 Max Martin is in 4th position, in 5th place is number 2 Gordon McMillan, 6th is 374 Kai Lindsay, 7th is the 55 car of Wayne Flint, 8th is 151 Andy Stevens, 9th is number 77 Luke Edmonds, and rounding out the top 10 is the number 97 car of Jordan Banks, and we've got 7 3/4 minutes of the race left to go.
Yeah, the problem where Carden's car is sort of in no man's land, isn't it? A long way from anywhere and no sort of where to recover to. I'm not sure what caused him to get there. We heard a few people say the tyre stacks got clipped yesterday, so whether that was involved there at the chicane. Yeah, if
something broke on the car, and it was kind of a bit of a passenger in terms of which direction he was heading.
John Labello's had great pace this weekend, hasn't he? But not much luck to go with it. Twice now he's had a mechanical issue, probably not down to his own doing, and he was bitterly disappointed, weren't he, how this has gone. At least it hasn't gone as bad as last year. Yes, that's one positive to take away from it.
Right, Jackson Carden hasn't opened his door, which is good news, because I think that was possibly some of the concern that we had not seen him move to get out of the car. And so the marshals are on the scene as well now, so safety car continuing. I don't think it's that the car is in a particularly dangerous position where it is, because it's a long way off the circuit. I think it was more just to check that Jackson was okay. And with 6.5 minutes, we'll just have to see whether we are able to get a situation where we can get this race restarted once again. So 6.5 minutes to go. If we don't get any more racing, it was a very timely move for the lead by Danny Hobson, wasn't it, to make that very bold move that went all the way really from Tower Corner all the way to Sunny Out before that was sealed, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So we thought it was good yesterday, but we've got more of it today. It just seems to be the standard practice this season so far in the Type R Trophy, that we see these pretty strong, bold moves through that very, very fast sequence of corners. And you have to say, what we've seen so far from this championship this weekend is it bodes very well for the 2026 season.
It certainly does.
Saw Jackson Carden looking at the back of his car, so whether something broke at the rear of the car that put him off, rather than perhaps collecting the tyre stack as was a possibility.
Yeah, so I think the medical car is there, so I think he'll be picked up by the medical car and taken back to the medical centre just to make sure he is A-OK. And with a bit of luck, we'll then be able to get at least one more lap of racing completed in this Type R Trophy. Safety cars come across the line again, leading them through now to complete 5 laps of racing for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. Second round of the season then, for, out of 14 that they have. It's a busy first 2 meetings because 6 of the 14 races happen at the first 2 events, here at Croft and then at Pembrey on the 23rd and 24th of May. That's another event we'll be bringing to you on Alpha Live, streaming via the 750 Motors Club website and YouTube channel, etc. So do look out for that one in about 6 or 7 weeks' time. Donington Park, Walton Park, Silverstone International and Castle Combe will complete the season. All 14 races, the remaining 4 meetings, all double header format events rather than the triple header that we have here this weekend and at Pembrey as well. Good to see several returning drivers, as Josh mentioned. One of those, Andy Stevens, in the middle of the field there in 8th position, the number 151 car. You see his sort of pale blue and white car coming through, the digital marketing agency owner from Cheshire. Started racing 3 years ago now. This is now his 2nd season of the Type R Trophy. Had 1 podium finishes at Silverstone last year. Prepared by Hammer Time Motorsport and Healis Alton Park, and surprisingly is his local and favourite circuit. That's Andy Stevens in the 151 car. He, as I say, is in 8th position. Just a bit further up the road from him is the 374 car of Kai Lindsay, the 25-year-old electrician from Morley in Leeds. who started racing 2 years ago, has done stock car racing, Briscoe mini stocks and Briscoe F2 in the past, so one of quite a few 750 Motor Club drivers who've come from a short oval background. He and his dad do all the preparations on that car with the support of Danny Hobson, and he is looking to get his first race win at some point during the course of this year. Well, he's 6th at the moment, so he's not doing too badly. Where did he finish in last year's championship? He was 9th last year. He did have a 2nd place finish, didn't he? That was in the opening meeting of the season at Brands. So we'll see if he can go one better than that during the course of this year. Safety car lights are still on, so I think we'll have probably one more lap behind the safety car. The medical car is just waiting for the safety car train to pass, and then we will get hopefully one more lap of racing in, but it's going to be touch and go whether we manage that. I think the safety car will now need to get a bit of a rattle on. There's one car that I thought was going to come into the pit lane there, but I think it was just weaving to try and get some heat in the tyres. That surprised us a bit, Josh.
Yeah, that was Gordon McMillan, who will be out with us next weekend at Brands Hatch in Hot Hatch in his upgraded BMW that hasn't yet hit the circuit. He said that happened on Friday morning at Brands Hatch in testing, that I think was on the rolling road last week, moving up to his 3-litre powered BMW, the defending Hot Hatch champion. So he's got a busy year doing, I think, the best part of the Type R Trophy season, plus Hot Hatch, and Gordon's been someone that's been racing with the 750 Motor Club for about a quarter of a century now.
That's right. Notice that Tom McFarlane's car had a bit of a damage on the front left, so whether that was from contact with another driver or with some circuit furniture, not quite sure. That's the number 13 car. He's running in 10th position.
Gordon McMillan's had a bit of a topsy weekend, hasn't he? Because he qualified very well yesterday, dropped back to 11th, where this time he's gone from 11th up to 5th. So it's certainly moving forwards and backwards as the weekend goes on, but perhaps getting more to grips with the EP3 Civic. I think he enjoyed the damper conditions better than others as well when qualifying yesterday. I don't know if you can really describe the conditions as damp now, because the lap times are basically dry lap times. But with moisture around. And some drivers really need to keep up with the safety car train at the moment, don't they?
Yes, absolutely. There's a bit of a gap that's emerged in the safety car queue. The safety car has now got a bit of a wriggle on to try and make sure it gets through to allow the completion of one more racing lap, which it should do now, I think, because the safety car's about to arrive at the complex with 45 seconds to go, and I think its lights are out. So it's going to be Danny Hobson then that's going to be leading over the line as we hopefully get this restart. Safety car is not a million miles away in front of the queue behind him that's about to and waiting to get racing once again. But it is going to pull into the pit lane this time, which it does. So it's Danny Hobson, Trafford King, Miles Nathaniel James. He could be an interesting one to watch in 3rd position here, and Max Martin in 4th as they come up and over the line. They do get the green flag with 9 seconds to go. So can Danny Hobson fend off Trafford King for this final lap of the race?
Well, King's gone with him better than Nathaniel James has, who's under threat himself from Max Martin. They turn through, yeah, they're both off through the gravel, aren't they? The 3rd and 4th place cars, so they're both going to slide wide with dirty tyres, and that could give Gordon McMillan a chance to gain further positions. That certainly made it 2 for the lead. Danny Hobson and Trafford King as they charge off towards Tower Bend, but a bit of a bigger margin this time between the two of them, it would seem. So that means really it's those podium positions that are going to be contested behind them. And Nathaniel James, I think, has got his break in okay for Tower Bend, and he remains in 3rd.
Yep, so out of Tower and up through Jim Clark S's they will go for the final time. And it's, yeah, there's enough daylight between Danny Hobson and and there's contact with the barrier in the background for
Kai Lindsay.
Yeah, Kai Lindsay it is in the 374 car. That's an unusual place to go off, isn't it? It's on the exit of Tower, and he's just come to rest in the field. Marshall's just going over to make sure that he's okay. Yeah, he's getting out of the car. That's good news. His car is battered, but well, he's exasperated at something. Whether it's himself or another driver remains to be seen. Meanwhile, the leaders are coming into the complex for the final time, and it is still Danny Hobson from Trafford King and Miles Nathaniel James. That looks like it's going to be our top 3 into the hairpin for the final time, and I thought Miles Nathaniel James might try and make a late lunge there at the final corner, but he's not been able to do anything about it. Probably that off through the gravel at the first corner did not do him any good. Checkered flag goes out then, and it's Danny Hobson that takes the win in round 2 of the Tegiwa Type R Trophy by 0.6 of a second from Trafford King in second place. Miles Nathaniel James is third, Max Martin fourth, Gordon McMillan fifth, Wayne Flint in 6th position, Josh.
Yeah, so Danny Hobson winning again in Type R Trophy after all those years away, but he's looking as good as ever, really, isn't he, in that car, and it's going to be very tough to beat, I think.
There was some contact, not quite sure who with, that put Kai Lindsay off the road between Tower and the Jim Clark S's and put him into the barriers, so it remains to be seen who was involved with all of that. But yeah, Danny Hobson and Trafford King, they've both had a win so far during the course of this weekend. In terms of the top 10 being reversed, who does that put on pole position? It's going to put Adam Huntley on pole for the race later on today. Let's have a look at the results then. First place went to number 25, Danny Hobson. He was 0.641 seconds clear of number 1, Trafford King. Whilst Nathaniel James, number 21, was third. Fourth to number 62, Max Martin. Fifth was number 2, Gordon McMillan. Sixth was 55, Wayne Flint. Andy Stevens, 151, was seventh, ahead of Luke Evans in 77. Tom McFarlane in 13 was ninth, and Adam Huntley, as I say, rounded out the top 10 to bag pole for later on. And it's Jordan Banks, Lee Rickard, Jack Reynolds and Kai Lindsay. Well, he didn't finish the race, of course, because he ended up in the infield, and we obviously lost John Labella, Jackson Carden, and indeed Rich Lindsay earlier on in the race as well. It's not a good day for the Lindsays.
Not at the moment, no. I don't know if Adam Huntley can bet on being on pole yet, because I think there's a few moments that happened in that race ahead of him that could change the results.
Yes, he may get promoted, which may mean that someone who's sort of 11th or 12th could yet be promoted into the pole position playing positions. So we've got one more race to come for the Type R Trophy. That's around about probably 3 o'clock that's going to be.
It's only going to be pretty feisty, isn't it, with those fast drivers coming from the mid-pack. And it's not the easiest of tracks to overtake on, I don't think, in front-wheel drive machinery. We heard that from the drivers yesterday, but it's certainly possible. Danny Hobson's come from 15th to win over the course of the 2 races. Sort of got them within halfway through the second, didn't he? All helped really by a very good start, because he got 2 of the positions immediately from a staggered start, which is more impressive, of course.
Yeah.
So that really helped him get to the front. But Trafford King is equally doing a good job, isn't he, at trying to defend his title by having a first and second so far this weekend. The winners are heading down the pit lane, and we will be able to hear from them right now.
Welcome down to the pit lane for the first time here on Sunday. First race just completed, as I'm sure you've just seen. Danny Hobson taking a very hard-fought victory. The car tries to roll away slightly. Bang it into gear, there we go. Thank you. Cap for you, Danny. Well, that was hard fought, hard earned, but I think very respectful between the two, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be respectful when I run everyone in near enough in this championship. Yeah, great. I mean, side by side with Traff, watching him and John do that yesterday, I was like, I want a bit of that. So yeah, it was good. You could see the ballast hurt him a little bit, but no, great racing. Really enjoyed that.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a great move. Straight out of town, you were side by side for the best part of half a lap.
Yeah, it was great, yeah. And we give each other plenty of room, and yeah, he came back at me a little bit, but yeah, really good racing.
Excellent, great stuff. Well, thank you for that, and congratulations. We'll try and grab Trafford, who's round this side. We'll try and drag him over this way a little bit so we can get some signal. Right, so I was just saying it was very respectful between the two of you. Really hard fought racing, but you must have had a big smile on your face for that one, because 2 days in a row you've been side by side through the S's.
I know, I'm making a habit of it now. As soon as I saw him start, I was like, he's going to be on back of me before Tower here. And then obviously I've got the 25, so I think if it was yesterday and I was off the ballast, we might have just had a little bit more through S's, but as soon as he had nose in front, then he was on inside into Sonny, and that was it. And then it was just, I saw Miles coming, so I thought, let's just crack on, train off, and then safety car came out. But yeah, it was all right.
Still another podium, so good for the championship so far.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's definitely too early to start thinking about any sort of championship, but good points. And then got some fun in the last one in reverse grid, haven't we?
Very much so, yeah. We're looking forward to that one later on in the day as well. So yeah, good luck for that, and congratulations. We'll try and grab Miles as well, bring him over to his car so he can get his get his sponsors in more than anything. So Miles, how did you view that one?
To be honest, it was damage limitation because qualifying, you might have seen I pulled it by 9.5 tenths and then I ended up 4 kilos underweight. So it's a case of coming from the back and trying to make something of this round. It was characterized by the safety car though, because it stopped me from making any further progress really. I had an incident with John, unfortunately.
What was your take on that round at Sunny?
So coming into Sunny Inn, he left a gap on the inside. I went for it. We were alongside, but obviously I'm not expecting him to give it up easily, but I think we just ran out of room. I'm right next to the curb. I can't really go anymore, and you'll see from my footage I did not turn into him. So I think it was really unfortunate, but I want John to know that I did not mean that at all because I actually really like him.
Okay, I'm sure he does know it, and I'm sure you guys can sort it out between you after the race as well. The great thing about this paddock as well, everybody gets on with each other, don't they? There's not really much bother.
Generally, yeah. I mean,
generally, yeah.
John and I talk in private as well, so like I really like the guy, and I'm going to go and see him after this.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll all be fine. I'm sure. But yeah, lovely looking car as well, lovely looking livery as well, and
it's by Sean and Kay at Built JDM in Letchworth. It's not even a wrap, by the way. It's paint, so it's actually different. They came through last minute with a sponsorship, and their sticker's not on the car because the stickers weren't ready. But
they'll be on for the next round.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Yes, they will.
They will. Yes.
Great stuff. All right. Well, thank you, Miles, and congratulations on your podium. We will hand over and back up to the commentary team for the next race, which is going to be the Calm All Porsche Trophy, which is actually a longer race for today. It's going to be a 40-minute race for this one.
Yep, thanks very much indeed, Tom. Probably just going to be a few minutes before we can get that Calm All Porsche Trophy race underway, because we've got the recovery work to get rid of Jackson Carden's car. That's ongoing. That's being dragged away by the tractor, and I think there is probably a little bit of barrier damage as well to be rectified over at the Jim Clark S's, where Kai Lindsay's car unfortunately made contact with it. I think there was some contact made with him as well, which led to that. So what we'll do, while that's being done, while Kai's car is being recovered, is we'll take a short break and we'll be back with you very shortly.
The Driver Media Program, powered by Blindscreen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blindscreen-backed Driver Media Program turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blindscreen Driver Media Program.
So we're looking ahead now to the final race of the weekend for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. It's going to be a 40-minute race, and we'll have the cars released out onto the circuit in just a few moments. As you can see, there's the recovery work being done of Kai Lindsay's car from the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. I don't see any work being done on the barriers in the background, so hopefully everything is okay with those, and we'll therefore be able to get racing again before too much longer. Josh Barrett with me in the commentary box, looking ahead to the Calm All Porsche. 3 non-starters. We've lost the 25 car, unsurprisingly, because that rolled yesterday when Roger Coy was driving it on the opening lap of the race. Jamie McHugh was the driver sharing that car. We've lost also the 47 Porsche 944 of Ryan Moan, and the 64 car, which was shared yesterday, wasn't it, as well?
Briefly, anyway.
Very briefly, yes.
The car unfortunately had a few issues. I'm sure the students at Chichester College who run that will have that sorted for later on in the season. Good to have one of the college programmes being used on a Porsche. That's pretty cool, isn't it? If you're a student, say, working on a Porsche, you don't necessarily need to tell them which one it is.
No, exactly. No, so that's good. It just means we're going to have a slightly reduced field when we do get the cars released out onto the track in a few minutes.
It's a shame the grid's probably a little bit down on where I suspect it will be later in the season. We saw some very large grids, didn't we, last season in the Calm Porsche series, 30, 40 cars at times, and we've got plenty registered, so I think we'll see plenty of cars as the season goes on. As it's a series rather than a championship, that means not everyone commits to every round, and there's quite a lot of Southerners, I think, in the championship, aren't there?
Yeah,
so Croft's maybe not their closest round, but there's some exciting events to come, including the Brands Hatch Grand Prix solo event they've got in July. First time they get a solo grid there. They've had quite a few races on the Grand Prix in the past, but a shared grid. This time, I believe the series has their own grid, and I'm sure that'd be pretty full. And then I think they're back with the 750 Motor Club a bit later on in the season at Silverstone as well. That's right. So meanwhile, here at Croft Circuit, a rather windy day for those sitting out on the spectator banks. Don't forget, Hangar 50 behind our commentary position is open for refreshments if you want to try and get out of the cold and the wind briefly, maybe. That's certainly an option. And there's lots more to come here at Croft this season as well. We've got the next race meeting being for Speedfest North on the 2nd and 3rd of May, which is for the TCRs. They're supported by Caterhams on that occasion as well. The next race meeting after that is the No Limits Motorcycle Club race meeting. That's on the 30th and 31st of May. Janetta Fest is here at the end of June, 27th and 28th of that month. British Racing and Sports Car Club here on the 11th and 12th of July. Then DDMC in August. British Touring Cars, of course, the big meeting of the season here on the 5th and 6th of September. Well, that's if you ignore the next visit of the 750 Motor Club on the 19th and 20th of that month. All the details on the Croft Circuit website, which is easy to remember, croftcircuit.co.uk. And with that, we do have the cars coming out onto the circuit for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. As I say, 40-minute race for these cars, and it's, as I say, sadly, a slightly reduced field because of the dramas of various people yesterday. In yesterday's 2 15-minute sprint races, we had 2 different winners, didn't we? We had Warren Allen winning the first race, and then the second race of the day was won by Steve Cheetham. Most of that was shortened, wasn't it, Josh, after the red flag that we had? And because Warren Allen jumped the start, or went out of position start, whatever the problem was. So he did win on the road, but not in the results, and not in the history books. Pace difference yesterday in that second race, just about half a second between Warren Allen and Steve Cheetham. There's this question mark about the spots of rain that keep coming across the circuit, whether that will make any difference. But those two were a chunk quicker than the rest. Quite a few Cayman S's on the grid this weekend, which is great to see. I think the most Caymans we've seen in the category before. We've also got Grant Jackson's model out there, Rich Gravestock's new car to him, Jamie Naylard. And new to the series, former sports car racers in RGB and Sports 1000, Stephen Dean and Stuart Tanton have also got a Cayman on the grid. But the SP2 class, the Class 2 cars, always that's competitive for the Boxsters. Yesterday, Andrew Deuce took the 2 victories there. He took quite a lot of victories over the last couple of seasons in that class. But I think competition here is going to come from Jason Pelosi, the former Porsche Sprint Challenge competitor and multiple 750 Motor Club race winner, who was a little bit quicker in the second race than Andrew Deuce was yesterday. And on best laps over the whole day, they both did a 1:33.8, so that bodes pretty well, doesn't it, for a battle between the pair of them. And then the father and son duo in separate cars, Mike and William Kirkland, not far behind. Class 3 is for the more powerful front-engined cars rather than Class 4, which is for the 924s. So you see the 944s and 968s, for example, in Class 3. So it's a shame we've lost Ryan Moan. So that really leaves the two drivers who won yesterday. James Carey in one car, his share with his dad, Nick this time, and Steve Lloyd in the other. So I think particularly in Classes 2 and 3, as well as the overall lead battle, we should see some battles out on the circuit, with that added dimension this time of the pit stop in the middle third of the race, where there will be three or four driver changes, shouldn't there, of the cars we've got left. So maybe we'll hear from Tom during the course of the race as well, with the drivers who are getting out of the cars at half distance.
Yeah, so it's 15 minutes into the race that the pit window opens, and it then is closed after 25 minutes. So it's just 10 minutes that the pit window is open. The pit stop has to be for at least 60 seconds stationary. The team's responsible for making sure that the pit stop is compliant. If it's too short, then a penalty will be applied to their race time. So cars now going off onto their green flag lap ahead of the 40-minute race for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Grid set by the result of the previous race, and we'll have a look at that as they go round this green flag lap then. Of course, with the victory in yesterday's second race, it is Steve Cheetham in the number 43 Cayman S that lines up on pole position. Besides him is the number 165 Croft man that's won on both races on the road. That's Warren Allen, Wazza. The second row of the grid is number 93, that is Grant Jackson. Besides him is number 8, Andrew Deuce. On the third row of the grid, 22, on the inside is Jason Pelosi, and next to him is Mike Kirkler, who beat his son in the second race, a reversal of the race 1 results. Will Kirkler, number 32, lines up on the inside of row 4, besides number 4, Rich Gravestock. On the fifth row of the grid, it's 27, which is Steve Lloyd. There's no 47 Ryan Moan, however. On the sixth row, 76, on the inside is Jamie Naylard, and then it's the car of James and Nick Carey, number 73, next to him. On the seventh row of the grid, it's the car of the Goodwins, Michael and Gary, in number 46, and then next to them it's Steve Dean and Stuart Tanton in 55. Row 8 is the 24 car of Andrew and Aidan Crockett, and that is going to be the last car on the grid, because the final two, 64 and 25, with various dramas during the course of yesterday, are not going to be able to take the start.
In that start yesterday, we either saw Warren Allen not do it properly or not get a very good start, did we? So
yeah,
that he'll be looking to put that right off the line here, you'd imagine.
He'd have probably quite liked this to have been a rolling start, wouldn't he? Because that would have sort of just sorted all of that out, but it is a standing start.
It'll be interesting to see if Steve Cheetham is ahead of him. We haven't actually seen that really play out, have we? Whether Warren Allen is able to pass Steve Cheetham. Different sort of specifications of Cayman here. You can see different rear wings on the cars, for example. Sort of all that road based on the Cheetham car. Steve Cheetham, very experienced driver, isn't he? Dates back to the Porsche 924 One Make Championship as a champion. He was a champion in Club Enduro more recently as well. Not in this car, but in a Boxster. I think he took this car over to Daytona, didn't he, over the winter, and raced on the high banks in Florida. Slightly different here at Croft.
Yeah, certainly is. Okay, it looks like the final car, which is the 24 car of the Crockett's, is into position. There's the green flag at the back of the grid. 5-second board goes out, and 40 minutes of racing for the All Porsche Trophy about to get underway. The red lights go out, and it's a pretty even start. It looks like it was a fair start that time from Warren Allen, but it's Steve Cheetham who's got his nose in front. Grant Jackson again makes a good start. He was fast out of the blocks yesterday as well, but he can't improve on third position at the moment. Andrew Deuce in fourth place as they sweep through Clairvaux and Hawthorne for the first time then. It is the pole position car, Steve Cheetham in the lead. Andrew Deuce up the inside of Grant Jackson there on the way into the chicane, so he moves up to third place in his SP2 car. And Grant Jackson, did he make a mistake? Because he's dropped quite a long way back now in fourth position, and he's under threat from the number 4 car of Rich Gravestock.
I think some of that's just the awkward line he had to take through the chicane, isn't it? And it loses you a lot of time, but I think Deuce knew that was important because he got stuck behind the more powerful car yesterday, and Jackson's lost another spot as you suspected he might do, to a very good start from Rich Gravestock from 8th. He is up to 4th, but Cheetham's held on up front. He is ahead then of Warren Allen. They're spectacular this, isn't it, as they go through the Jim Clark S's and these highly powerful Porsches. But so the other Class 2 cars are a long way behind Deuce already, aren't they? So it wasn't a great start, I don't think, from Jason Pelosi. He's lost several positions, I think, in all of that. Mike Kurtzler was ahead of him at least there, but then ran a little bit wide out to Sonny. It's absolutely nose to tail for the lead. Yeah, was it Allen? It is in the lead now then, ahead of Steve Cheetham in second place, so 165 ahead of 43 here. Gap back then to Andrew Deuce in third position. Grant Jackson has Rich Gravestock trying to go around the outside of him at the hairpin for 4th, and then it is Mike Kurtzler that is next up, with Jason Pelosi going to try and get past him. You can see in the background of the shot there the green car getting alongside the yellow car. That's a battle for position, and indeed it's Kurtzler that is able to hold on for the moment. Yes, it's very tight though, wasn't it, there, and then Will Kurtzler just behind. It's very spectacular as they clobber the curbs at the through the first corner, isn't it? Like it unsettles the car quite a bit. So I'm guessing Warren Allen must have made the move into the complex, and that's when we saw them absolutely together. But he's pulling away now from Steve Cheetham, trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and his competitor before the pit stop period. And then Andrew Deuce, he's well clear now of the other boxers, isn't he? 4 seconds. That shows you how important that move was that he made on Grant Jackson. Jackson trying to come back at Rich Gravestock. That's been a good battle between those two in their Caymans. But Steve Cheetham's not allowing at this stage Warren Allen to get too far up the road. So Allen continues to lead in this 2010 car that he built 6 or 7 years ago now. And then Steve Cheetham trying to at least keep with him at this point. That's right, new livery for the leading car this year of Warren Allen. Help the team spot it coming. Seems to be the main reason, but it's that very striking and traditional motorsport Golf livery. Looks absolutely fantastic. So too does Steve Cheetham's car in second place. Actually, Steve, a former Club Enduro and racer and Porsche 924 champion as well. Andrew Deuce still there in the third place. Gravestock 4th and Jackson 5th as they come over the line this time. Down towards the first corner at Clairvaux of the new lap goes that battle for 4th position, Gravestock versus Jackson, and for the final podium spot in SP1, the most powerful of the classes. Of course, they're behind one of the SP2 cars in Andrew Deuce, who's been successful so far this weekend in the SP2 class. Good battle through this pack, isn't it? You say there's 2 Caymans and then the 3 boxers. Oh, Jamie Naylard's had an accident exactly where we saw the crash yesterday in the All Porsche Trophy. He might have lost part of his car, but he's able to get going again, which is good really for everyone else's race. Jamie started out in Hot Hatch a few seasons ago. He's been making his Cayman for a year or 2 now, but a bit of damage to the rear of it. We'll see if he is an early pit visitor because of that. Yeah, see if we can pick that up on the stream as well, to give you a shot of the bodywork that he's lost from the rear of the car and the wing. So we've only had less than 5 minutes of the race. Good scrap going on here for SP2 second position. Mike Kurtler's pit place is under threat there from Jason Pelosi. He looks to the outside of him around the complex. That gives him the inside line for the next element of the corner, and it might be Will Kurtler that gets past both of them here. He's trying to slot his way up the inside, but that puts him on the outside line for the hairpin. Glorious sequence of corners at the end of this lap. But yeah, it's Mike Kurtler that's lost 2 places there. 1 to Jason Pelosi.
former tin top racer, and one to his son Will Kirtler. Meanwhile, side by side for fourth, Grant Jackson still holding, or getting back ahead, sorry, of Rich Gravestock there.
Yeah, they were having a similar battle than the one you were describing between the boxers. They were side by side all the way through the complex, but it's Grant Jackson who has come out on top of that battle for now. The boxers sort of living with them as well. I see across the line Jamie Naylard is continuing on, isn't he? So he's happy that hasn't affected him too much. A very different type of accident he must have had compared to what we saw yesterday, although it was a very similar position to Roger Coy's accident. So 4 through to 10, so that's 7 cars, isn't it, separated by 4 seconds?
Yeah, no, very tight in the middle of the pack, isn't it? And that's including 3 different classes, SP1, SP2 and the SP3 class leader, which remains Steve Lloyd, the 57-year-old from Brixworth, in the Force End Racing Porsche.
Yeah, Force End Racing are joining the British GT Championship this year as well, with a different model of car, but good to see one of the 750 Motor Club squad, who I think started off in the 116 Trophy, moving up to one of the highest ranks of national motorsport in the country. Pelosi's caught Gravestock here, hasn't he? But he's bringing Will Kirtler with him. I guess they're pretty noticeable for their class lead, who's a long way up the road now, Andrew Deuce. So trying to get past these Caymans is going to be the next challenge for Jason Pelosi. Gravestock's got a problem, hasn't he?
Yeah.
This is his 4th race in the car this weekend. He was out in road sports as well, so this is a shame for Rich Gravestock. A new car to him this season, a car built by Cox Automotive, another 2010 model Cayman, for the driver from Southampton. He's in his 4th season of racing. Has he picked up the pace at all, I wonder? I don't think he has he?
Not
He's got
really,
several
no.
positions
Yeah.
in all of that.
So I suspect he may be a retirement from this race before too much longer. There is Grant Jackson, the car that he was battling with not so very long ago. Then it's Pelosi and Will Kirtler next up, and then Mike Kirtler.
Will's just set the fastest lap in SP2. There's Gravestock, isn't it? So he's pulled off just out of the chicane. But yeah, so Will Kirtler is flying. He's quicker than Andrew Deuce, and maybe just a reset needed on the Gravestock car. And yeah, it's accelerating back up to speed now, isn't he? So that's good news, I think, for everyone else as well. But yeah, so Andrew Deuce leads the class by 8.5 seconds, but both Pelosi and Kirtler are either on his pace or fractionally quicker. So that is still to be contested with this longer race distance. And with all these front runners as single drivers, their pace shouldn't change, but fatigue could well come into it. And what is a pretty busy track around Croft.
Yeah, absolutely. Just completed lap number 5. Warren Allen's lead now is 2 seconds over Steve Cheetham. He's not been able to get away at a huge rate of knots here. Probably wants a bigger lead than that going into the pit stops, just to guard against any delays in the pit window when the drivers have to make their mandatory stops.
Pelosi's done the fastest lap in SP2 now, 1:33.519 on that particular lap, 4 seconds quicker than Andrew Deuce. He needs to be, because there's that large gap to hunt down.
About 8 seconds.
Yeah, it shows how important that move that Deuce made was early on, wasn't it, when he dived up the inside of Grant Jackson into the chicane and was able to pull away on the opening laps.
Yes, if Pelosi had been able to sort of be closer to Deuce, we could have had a real good battle for the lead of Class SP2. But at the moment, Deuce is out front. There is Pelosi in the number 22 car, and he's getting away, or he has got away really from Kirtler now behind him, and is probably closer actually to Grant Jackson than he is to the cars behind him now. So he's heading in the right direction. There's about 1.5 seconds behind Jackson at the start of this lap. Jackson not in the same class as him, but of course he still needs to navigate away past him if he's going to get on terms with Andrew Deuce. We're still 6 minutes away from the pit window being opened, and I think this time actually Steve Cheetham, the race leader, in second place, a bit closer to the race leader Warren Allen. The gap was 2 seconds. Going to have a look at what that is as they come across the line this time. Yeah, it's come down to 8 tenths, but that's because it was a slow lap for Allen rather than a quick lap for Cheetham.
Yeah, they had a lap the 9:24. Another good battle that's going on is for SP3, which I think we were catching up on the stream there briefly, because there was only 4 tenths of a second between Steve Lloyd and James Carey, although that has extended significantly. Yeah, so we were looking at Carey there. He must have made a mistake. He's lost several seconds over Steve Lloyd. So Steve Lloyd in the similar 968 has been able to pull away from Carey Jr.
And Jason Pelosi's gone faster again, hasn't he? He's done a 1:32.995 now on that lap, so he's within 0.8 of a second of the Grant Jackson car. We might pick that up in a minute, because this could be a battle for third. The lead is there, you can see going through Jim Clark is there, and he's separated by about 0.8 of a second as well, and it's a similar gap between the cars in third and fourth position, and they are just about to lap the Porsche 924 as well as they come out of Tower Bend. I can see as we're watching the leaders going through Sunny.
Yeah, I know Alan was a little wide though. It didn't really seem to affect his lap time at all. Pace through that corner, but just not the biggest grid, but there's plenty of battles out there, aren't there? After 10 minutes of racing in this, the third race of the weekend for the All Porsche Trophy, but they are absolutely together now, the two leaders. Is this Steve Cheatham's endurance racing experience perhaps coming to tell? He's done a lot of races, a lot longer than this, and just able to keep that pace up all the time. He's a lot smoother than Alan was there, at least, as he hung the tail out of his Cayman and he put the power on out of the hairpin. So across the line they go, and while Steve Cheatham's doing personal best laps, Warren Allen's times aren't as good as they were earlier, so 0.7 of a second separate the top two. They're not really touching that curb now at Clairvaux, where we've seen a few sort of dramas over the course of the day. So the lead battle certainly on now between Warren Allen and Steve Cheatham.
Yeah, and the battle for fourth, Jackson versus Pelosi, the gap very similar to what it was at the beginning of the lap, still about 0.8 of a second. Of course, it's Andrew Juice between the lead battle and the battle for fourth, in third place and in the lead of Class SP2, but it's Allen still leading, Cheatham in second place here. Both of them with a fair few years of experience behind them now, but Cheatham having had that one make Porsche success back in the 90s, I guess. That was. He's been around for a while now. Turn their way through Barcroft and Sunny once again, and really Cheatham is applying quite a lot of pressure to Allen here in the lead of the race. Just watching out of our windows, Jamie Allard is still continuing on with the damage to the back of his car. It's taken off the rear bumper and the rear wing, that contact with the barriers that he had on the way out of the chicane earlier on in the race. Here though, Josh, is that battle for fourth place that we've been talking about.
Yeah, so Jason Pelosi has caught Grant Jackson, and this could just hold him up in his chase towards Andrew Jude. Remember, the gap was over 8 seconds, it's less than 7 now to the class leader, so you really want to get past this Class 1 car, which is probably easier said than done really, because that car will be quicker in a straight line with the extra power. But Pelosi, the more experienced driver, not necessarily in this car, behind, has a look to the outside at the hairpin, but sort of knows it's coming out the corner. That Cayman's going to be quicker down the straight. The pit window will be open in a couple of minutes' time. Perhaps that will be Jason Pelosi's opportunity to get out of this battle and to focus on catching Juice again, because he's now involved in this battle. He was a little bit slower on the previous lap.
So over the line with 2 minutes to go before the pit window opens. Oh, and Pelosi's a bit quicker through Hawthorne. He's going to get alongside as they head towards the chicane. No, he's not quite going to be able to do that. So he's just going to tuck in behind Jackson. He's going to have the run down the straight, but Jackson's car is probably a bit quicker in a straight line, and there's a gap of 6 or 8 car lengths that's emerged between them, which narrows, of course, under braking. Well, Kirtler was 1.9 seconds behind them at the start of the lap, and he was 2.5 seconds ahead of his father, Mike, at this stage of the race. They are in third and fourth place, respectively, in Class SP2, with Michael Goodwin in the 46 car, completing the 5 runners in that class in 8th place overall. But yeah, the gap has certainly gone out between these two now, Josh.
Yes, it looks that way, but that's really bringing Kirtler in on this lap, I would suggest, isn't it? Warren Allen's picked his pace up again. He's just done the best lap of the race, a 1:30.910. So Warren Allen pulling clear once again of Steve Cheatham heading up to this pit stop window. But I wonder if this is a better lap than Grant Jackson. What seems more likely is a slightly slower lap for Pelosi here, as he starts to come under pressure from Will Kirtler as they head off towards Clairvaux. Kirtler chasing the 23-year-old from northwest London in his 4th season of racing in this category now. And yeah, it was a personal best. It was a very good lap from Kirtler, that, a 1:33.5, and a slower lap for those 2 cars ahead, including Jason Pelosi, the 42-year-old from Essex, who's been doing some historic GT racing recently. and they turn their way up towards Tower Bend with Mike Kirkland not too far away, the 53-year-old father of William. They both started racing about the same time. They're very similarly paced, seemingly nowadays.
Yeah, had a win apiece yesterday, as it turned out. Although the first race it was a sort of final corner change. Pit window is now open, as you can see from the message on the live stream. Those of you watching on Alpha Live, as the leaders continue sort of working their way through traffic here, it is still the Warren Allen car leading and Steve Cheatham in second, but they've just come through to lap Jamie Naylord, so they've lapped everyone now, to and including 12th position as they go over the line. There they go, and just passing the pit window open board, so drivers can start to make their mandatory stops.
See Steve's son Joseph's watching at home on the live stream, so we all know who he'd like to see come out on top of this battle, but I'm not sure Steve got the best of the traffic there, did he, through the first sequence of corners. See if any of this battle for 4th position opt to come into the pit lane. Doesn't seem likely this time around, but maybe next time. You have to wonder if these boxes are just being held up a little bit now, because they can't get past Grant Jackson. But they are now starting to lose time. Well, I would say they were going to lose in time to Andrew Juice. We had a very slow previous lap, the class SP2 leader. A 1 minute 35 for Andrew Juice. So his lead gap within the class now is under 6 seconds.
Okay, so keep chipping away. Of course, we've got the pit stops as well. That's another dynamic. There is Juice. You just saw him going through shot there. So he's just about in sight now of Jason Pelosi as Pelosi chases Grant Jackson through Tower once again. Will Kirtler having gone with him. Mike Kirtler a little bit further behind. We've had a spinner
at the chicane. Is that the Goodwin car, isn't it?
Yeah, Michael Goodwin, number 46, the man from Billericay, managing director of an education company. He is continuing thereafter that momentary off at the chicane. Now here's the Jamie Naylord car, so we'll get a chance here to look at the damage to the back of that car. Look, the rear wing has gone, the rear sort of bumper section of the car has gone, but I think the scrutineer has probably had a look at that as it's gone past, and is happy for that car to continue even with that damage.
Yeah, everything's sort of fallen off that's going to fall off, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is helpful from that point of view. Might not handle as well as it did earlier, but for Jamie, you can still have a race out of it. Here is this battle for 4th position. Now Andrew Juice ahead of them is for the pit lane, and just wonder if all is well with that car, because it's been off the pace over the last couple of laps, but this can be his mandatory pit stop. I wonder if the team would do any work during this pit stop for the driver who was leading SP2. Also into the pit lane, you can see there comes Mike Kurtz, the driver who was 4th within the class. So the battle continues for what is now 3rd on the road between Grant Jackson, Jason Pelosi and Will Kurtler. They were lapping in the high 33s, low 34s on the most recent lap.
Okay, so there is Pelosi in 5th position. That'll become 4th, with Juice having dived into the pit lane. Still chasing after Grant Jackson there, and with Will Kurtler following him. Jackson in the number 93 car, making his way through. And there again, another look at Jamie Naylord, who's having a pretty good battle actually with the car 55, which is I think at the start of the race at least, Stuart Tanton in that one. And they're heading their way down towards the complex. Yeah, ever since Naylord got back on the track, those two cars have been running quite close together. But I don't think Tanton's been able to find a way through. They're both in the same class. They're both SP1 cars, although they are a little bit further back down the running order.
Yeah, they're right. That's right. I think both drivers still sort of finding their pace in these cars. It's Stuart Tanton's first race for quite some time, isn't it? As well this weekend. Hasn't raced for several years. The ex-RGB man.
Andrew Juice has just gone back out. I don't know if you can see how long his pit stop was, Josh, to see if it was any longer than strictly necessary.
No, it looked very good. Yesterday the road sport pit stops were around 1 minute 25. That was a 1:22, so if anything that was a very good pit stop.
I hope it wasn't too good.
That's right. It's 1 minute stationary, so we don't get that time, but we do get the pit in to pit out time, which we can work out if it's not a slow pit stop anyway, that's for sure. Will Kurtler, he's in now as well, so he's taken that opportunity to get out of the battle and into the pit lane, which you wonder that might be the better choice. There's Rich Gravestock. He's still behind, as you were staying after that off earlier, but he's starting to make progress, isn't he? He's into 11th position. He's caught Michael Goodwin. Actually, both these drivers have had different moments during the course of this race. A mechanical problem for Gravestock. We saw that spin for Michael Goodwin, but Rich Gravestock is a little bit quicker here, it would seem, for the driver from Southampton. Slightly more powerful car being the Cayman. But as of yet, hasn't been able to find a way past Michael Goodwin, the driver from Essex, who shares his car this weekend with Gary. But it looks like Michael's going to do all 40 minutes, so I don't think he got much of a race yesterday.
So the two of them go side by side past the old pit lane, and Gravestock goes through there, as you'd probably expect with the more powerful car. Of course, he is coming back after that slow lap when he pulled off and he just reset something. So I suspect it was some kind of electrical issue that he faced on his car, but he's managed to get back up to speed, lapping at a representative lap time now, I think.
Yeah, so Andrew Duty's pit stop was 4 seconds, I think, quicker than Will Kurtzler, 9 seconds quicker than Mike Kurtzler, so a slow lap pit stop for Mike, so he's lost some time.
Right, Jason Pelosi's in the pits now. Of course, he was chasing after the Andrew Deuce car for the lead of SP2. I suspect that pretty good stop for Andrew Deuce is going to be tough to beat in the pit lane, isn't it? A 1:22, I think you said it was for Deuce, and I'm not sure you could get in and out of the pits and make a 60-second stop much quicker than that.
That's right. It's really against Will Kurtzler, who was on his tail anyway, who did a 1:26 pit stop. So that's sort of the aim to beat, and the in and out lap's important. Both Gravestock and Goodwin here pitting together. So they battled out on the track. They're going to battle it out on pit road now as well. Meanwhile, Warren Allen's been pulling away from Steve Cheetham. There's a 4-second gap up front. They need to pit really on the next lap or two.
Well, Warren Allen staying out this time, certainly. Steve Cheetham going to come in? Yes, he is. I can see. It looked like a relatively late decision, but he's now down the pit lane. We're watching Rich Gravestock's pit stop. He's being handed a water bottle there to get some refreshment before he gets back out into the race. In the background, you can see Jason Pelosi's team watching the countdown, and then, they've been given the okay to push the car back and get the car back into the fast lane of the pits and rejoin the race. And we'll get an update on his time in a second.
Yep, we can bring that to you. 1:23, so only a second slower than Deuce's time, and 3 seconds quicker than Kurtler, so he should have a bigger gap over Will Kurtler than what he did earlier.
Okay, so Jamie Naylard's coming into the pits as well with what's left of his Porsche, the number 76 car that he drives, the Porsche Cayman S. So whether there'll be any work to do on that in the pits, I'm not sure there is much. As you say, Josh said, everything that could have fallen off did. So I don't think there's any need to sort of tape anything together there, as might sometimes be the case in that situation. Crossing the line is the 27 car, which is Steve Lloyd, who is up to 4th place overall now, our SP3 leader, because he's one of, I think, only about 4 cars that's still yet to make his stop. As I say, that the number 73 car of his class rival, the Careys, that does come into pit lane.
Yeah, so we watch Steve Lloyd, the class leader, the 57-year-old from Northamptonshire. He started in the 116 Trophy a couple of years ago. Now races this 1993 Porsche 968 Club Sport.
Leader into the pits, Warren Allen in the 165 car. Not quite the last one. There's about 3 more that need to make his stop, but he's going to go into it. He was building his lead over Steve Cheetham before the stops.
Slightly slower pit stop for Cheetham, 1:29, and we know you can go at least 5 seconds quicker than that. Driver change down at the Careys. I think James has got out, the 22-year-old from Essex, hands over to his dad Nick in another 1993 968 3-litre car. That one prepared by Matt Taylor. So a couple more to pit yet, isn't there? And they really need to do that on their next lap, I think, because I think it's just a 10-minute window.
That's right.
And Grant Jackson's just gone through to do another lap. Take the lead of the race,
but
maybe not good for his future reserves.
Yeah, because he's not going to get around again before the pit window closes. So if he does make the stop, it is going to be out of the window, and there will be a penalty for that. That's a 60-second time penalty plus the stop that hopefully he will make. There is Steve Lloyd coming in from the SP3 class lead in the number 27 car.
He's done it just in time, hasn't he?
Oh, now Warren Allen, as he got out of the pit lane there, sort of really fishtailed as he got the power down. I wonder if the officials might have a look at that one, because he certainly got the power down very quickly and the car was a bit sideways as He left the pit lane.
Pit stop time 1 minute 29.9. That's very similar, isn't it?
That's to Cheatham, yeah.
29.3, 6 tenths of a second was
Okay.
the difference, which not going to make a huge difference in all of that. The gap in SP2, by the way, is 8 seconds. That's the gap that Jason Pelosi's got to see if he can close in on Andrew Juice. On the next lap, we'll see if one driver is quicker than the other at this stage. So Grant Jackson is coming down towards the complex, but we are now 25 minutes into the race.
Yeah, and so the pit, open board is still being shown, and that's being taken in now.
And on our screen it's turning up. Pit window closed.
Yeah, the pit open board is being replaced by the pit closed board, which is not good news for Grant Jackson, who nevertheless dives for the pit lane, but about 19 seconds too late, I think.
Seems that way, so that probably will become a penalty, won't it, as this race goes on.
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of positions in his class, I guess he might not lose any, because Gravestock was quite a long way behind. Not quite sure exactly how far behind, but he would be the next car in class. That's it when a 60-second penalty is applied, as it will be, we think.
Alan Cheatham are heading through the complex. We'll get a read on the gap for the lead to keep an eye on over the final 14 minutes of this race. Meanwhile, in SP2, Pelosi was 7 tenths quicker than Juice, so that gap is coming down. It's under 7 seconds now. Again, the next time through, he's a whole second and a half quicker. So Pelosi is really bringing the gap down to Andrew Juice in SP2. The battle between the two Boxster S's could come alive in the final moments of the race if he continues to close at that rate.
Two leaders are 2.8 seconds apart. Warren Allen in number 165 and Steve Cheatham in number 43. There is Cheatham just heading into the chicane. So it's not an insurmountable gap in the remaining 13.5 minutes of this race as Cheatham clears the back marker and heads down towards Tower.
Massive lap from Jason Pelosi. He's just on a 1 minute 32.490, and that was 1.6 seconds quicker than Andrew Juice on that lap. So the gap's just over 5 seconds now in the SP2 battle. And Jason Pelosi, I think, has got the hang of this Boxster S now.
So another 3 laps like that, and he'll be with him. And there is clear track at the moment, at least, between those two cars, as I can see from our commentary position. There we're watching, though, Steve Cheatham, and I think he might be getting a bit close to Warren Jackson this time, was it? Now we're having a look at the Careys. We think it's Nick Carey now in the car, number 73.
He's not that far behind Steve Lloyd. Looks like the gap might have come down a little bit between the 968s during the pit stop process.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? But they are soon to be lapped, both of those, by the race leaders, who are definitely more or less than 2.8 seconds behind now.
Both the pit stops of the 968s was slow. 1 minute 38 for Lloyd, 1:31 for Carey. So Carey's pit stop, although slower than most others, was still 7 seconds quicker than their class rivals. That means the gap within that class has come down to 4 seconds.
The gap for the lead has come down by a second that time. It's 1.7 seconds now, as number 43, Steve Cheatham, chases after Warren Allen in the 165 car. Meanwhile, that is Mike Kirtland. He is behind there, the car of Grant Jackson. There's a lap between those. No, there won't be a lap between those cars now, will there?
No, I think it's because Jackson was just ahead of Kirtland when he came in the pits. So his pit stop was exactly a lap in race time. Andrew Juice has just done a personal best, so that's important for him, a 1 minute 33.4, and that's what Pelosi did that lap time too. He has gone quicker than that, significantly quicker before, but not on that particular lap, so the gap remains at 5.4 seconds.
So yes, this on screen is the fight for 5th position at the moment, although we reckon that Grant Jackson will get, or 6th position I should say, we reckon that Grant Jackson will get a penalty though for an out of sync pit stop. As Mikey Curtin looks as though he's going to try and make a move there at Clervaux, but he elects not to do so. Leaders getting ever closer as through the complex. There is Warren Allen, but right behind him he's got Steve Cheatham now, who's just cleared the Carey 968. So the gap that was 1.7 might have come down by another couple of tenths this time, I reckon. It is now 1.2, so it's come down by half a second. Again, slow laps on both of them as they've been navigating their way past that traffic, but we could yet have a grandstand finish on our hands here, Josh.
Yes, and I don't think that'd be the case in SP3 though, because Nick Carey's not quite as quick as his son, so therefore Steve Lloyd is pulling clear in that battle between the two 968s. although it got quite close after the pit stops. But you can take much closer for the leaders now. Warren Allen versus Steve Cheetham. Allen's got the raw pace, but Cheetham's a bit sort of closer to his best time on his average pace, and Warren Allen's a bit more sideways, more regularly, it feels like, as he was there through Tower Bend. Meanwhile, for SP2, a similar situation is going on, because it's with 1.3 seconds that Pelosi closed in on Juice last time, so the gap's down to 4 seconds. The leaders, they've got quite a bit of traffic coming up.
They have. Could this be crucial? Certainly, Warren Allen has got past one of those cars there, but Steve Cheetham's able to do so as well. So that's worked out for him. They've now got to try and get past Steve Lloyd as they head towards the complex. Or is that going to happen before they get there? It is in the case of Warren Allen. Is it going to be the case in the case of Steve Cheetham? Yes, it is, and that means that they're nose to tail now, the two leaders, as they come into the complex on lap 19 of the race. It's been building up this race very nicely to hopefully a fight to the checkered flag between these two. Out of the hairpin they come once again, and 1.2 seconds is now going to be about half a second or so, I think, as they cross the line. That's almost exactly half a second between the two of them. Again, slower lap times because there was traffic to deal with, but Warren Allen now under a lot of pressure now in the 165 leading car from number 43, Steve Cheetham.
Yeah, well, that traffic isn't complete yet, is it? There's a couple more cars to do shortly, so that could change things as well. There's the Lodge Sports Racing Cayman of Steve Cheetham powering out of the chicane. Blue flags are waved at Jamie Naylard, who is going to be the next car to lap. Also blue LED light panels as well. Naylard stays to the left. He noticed what was going on very well indeed there, and that hasn't really changed the scope in the leading battle. Interestingly, in SP2, Pelosi does one lap that's really quick to close in, and then Juice on the next lap can equal him, so then the gap stays static. So we'll see what happens next time. 4.2 seconds remains the gap. Pelosi might be starting to run out of time now. Yeah, they're half a minute as well behind the two leaders, but of course they are the leaders in SP2. So order with 8 minutes to go is 165 Warren Allen leading, 43 Steve Cheetham second, 8 Andrew Juice third, 22 Jason Pelosi fourth, 32 Will Kirtliff fifth, 72 Mike Culler into sixth place now ahead of Grant Jackson. He's just done that. 93 Grant Jackson is seventh, 4 Rich Gravestock eighth, 27 Steve Lloyd ninth, 73 Nick Carey is 10th, with the car of Aidan and Andrew Crockett in 14th position, the only SP4 entry. Over the course of this weekend, Warren Allen's absolutely smashed the previous lap record of Christian Walker. He's a second quicker, I think, yesterday, and he's almost replicated that again. So the pace is very quick this weekend here at Croft in this series. 0.6 of a second remains the gap. Now the Crockett car, they're going to go around the outside of. Allen was a bit sideways there, so could that give Steve Cheetham the opportunity? He's got to take a wider line into the chicane. I think that might well help Allen ahead of him. So Warren Allen stays in front, but there's still another car at least to find a way past before this race is done. That's absolutely right. What's going on with Pelosi and Kirtler? Juice, I beg your pardon. 4 seconds is the gap. It went out by... No, it went in by a tenth that time, so it is remaining pretty static. Yeah, he needs to between those two, really, doesn't he, at this point? 60-second time penalty for Grant Jackson is confirmed for stopping outside of the pit window as well. I can see on my screen. So that will drop him back down the order. It will drop him behind Gravestock, won't it, as well now, because there's only 24 seconds between them. Yeah, that's right. Gravestock's had enough pace, it would seem, but that's not going to affect him. There is Jason Pelosi, the Essex-based man, but it's pretty close for the lead again, and they're going to have to lap Gravestock here. That could save Jackson if he doesn't get lapped, couldn't it, in all of this, if Gravestock does, which it looks like he might well do. So these cars aren't going to be significantly quicker than Rich Gravestock, but Gravestock's going to put aside and let them through, I think. I think he might have a problem again, actually, because he's gone quite a lot slower than he might have been expecting to. We'll see if he's able to continue or not. He is continuing, but at reduced speed. Confirmation now on screen of that Grant Jackson penalty as well for missing the pit window. 0.7 of a second between Warren Allen and Steve Cheetham as they went over the line. That was to complete lap number 21. There's just under 6 minutes of the race left to go now.
in this third and final All Porsche Trophy race of the weekend. There in the background of shot you could just see the Rich Gravestock car again stopping on the apron of the old pit lane just after the chicane. Is he going to be able to sort of reset it again and get going? Yes, he is. He's back into the race once more. So an intermittent problem for Rich Gravestock. There he is on his way once more.
That's the modern race car fix, isn't it? To sort of reset everything, and that clears it at least for a while. So that means everyone else can continue racing, and he's found a good spot to safely park the car, hasn't he? And then he's realised there's a battle that comes up to him, although a couple of cars actually not on the same lap. Andrew Juice has just done a PB, which is very good news for his lead. A 1:33.216 for Andrew Juice, so he's now 4.5 seconds ahead of Jason Pelosi. So it would appear for our SP2 leader, the 46-year-old Andrew Juice from Berkshire, he's set for a triple class victory this weekend. And
there's the Jamie Naylard car, and he has got the Carey car with him, trying to overlap him by the looks of things as they go into the complex that time. Got they're just behind Michael Goodwin and Rich Gravestock on the road. Watching this scrap down the order. Just checking out my window. Yeah, it is still Warren Allen leading from Steve Cheetham as well. Here's but Michael Kurtler, number 72. I still got Grant Jackson behind him, but Jackson, of course, does have that 1 minute penalty to be added to his race time. So this isn't really a battle for position, as it were. Michael Cutler, how far is he behind his lad now? He's about 10 or 11 seconds behind Will, isn't he? He's had a much stronger race than his father this time around.
Andrew Juice got caught up in a bit of traffic, the traffic that Pelosi's dealing with now, so the gap is under 3 seconds. Depends how much Pelosi really got caught up there behind Stephen Dean, who's moved across from Sports 1000 this weekend to race in the Porsches. Yeah, I think it probably held Pelosi back as much as it did Juice on the previous lap, so that for now is probably good news for the class leader, but there is probably going to be a bit more traffic to deal with for those. Indeed there is, before the race is done. So Andrew Juice just going through the S's now, has this lead of 3 or so seconds within the SP2 class for these Porsche Boxsters. Juice in his 4th season in this car now, the ex-Charles Clark Boxster from the Club Championship a few seasons ago. Before that, driving now with Races GT3 machinery. But Andrew Juice driving this car really well, as he has done so often, continues to lead by 3 seconds or so, but is now back in traffic again.
Meanwhile, the leaders are on the anti-penultimate lap, Allen and Cheetham, with about a second between them now, so the gap has gone back out again between those two. A bit of a sideways moment for Carey just in front of Andrew Juice, who is still very much aware of Jason Pelosi behind him. What's the difference in the lap times that time around? Pelosi 0.2 slower, so the gap is 3.2 seconds now between Juice in the lead of SP2 and Pelosi in second place. But we're watching the overall leaders head on the stream into Sunny Inn. This is on lap 23, lap 24, I should say, for what I think is going to be a 26 lap race. And Alan just looking a little bit more comfortable than he was a couple of laps ago. Possibly he's been able to stretch his legs a little bit, just heading into the complex now. I say that, and Cheetham's back with him again. So
he was pretty bold into the complex there with Cheetham. He got the car slowed down and brought that gap right back down again for the final 2 laps, it would appear. So they will accelerate up across the line, back together again. So was that Allen sort of holding back, or was Cheetham in a very good lap? It was a very good lap. It was a personal best lap for Steve Cheetham, 1:31.4. Again, he brakes really late. They've got the 9:24 to lap of Andrew Crockett, the newcomer from Northamptonshire, and he pulls to side, but that doesn't help Warren Allen at all, really, because Steve Cheetham is almost alongside him. He decides, I think, at that point of the lap, probably best not to get the overlap, and we'll try again in a bit.
Yeah, well, this is now the last lap but one of the race. And Cheetham here setting that personal best time very late on in the race when he really needs to. Of course, he won the second race yesterday on correct times after a 10-second jump start penalty was applied to Warren Allen. So I think Cheetham would like to get another win, but this time take the checkered flag first as well. It's not beyond the bounds of possibility. Through this part of the circuit, Alan seems to be a little bit quicker. It's into the complex, again, when the gap comes down slightly. Into Sunny in for the penultimate time in this race. Cheetham carries good speed on the exit, and is he going to again be able to be bowled into the complex and reduce that gap? The answer to that question is yes, he is, it would seem, because they're closer as they come into the complex for the penultimate time, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, very strong on the brakes is Steve Cheetham in that car at this point of the race, where the brakes have taken a lot of work around this Croft circuit over the last 25 laps. So the 40-minute race has been the closest one, hasn't it? The longest race of the weekend has been the most competitive up front. Alan is a little bit off the pace. He's in the 32s now. Of course, they did have that 9.24 to lap at the start of the lap, which might have slowed his lap time a little bit. I don't think they're going to have any more traffic, so that's not going to be a factor for the top two drivers who will turn their way out of Hawthorn through the chicane. And at this point of the lap, this is where Warren Allen always seems to pull away, but right at the end of the lap, the hard braking zones, perhaps, is where Steve Cheetham can fight back.
Yep, so bit of a gap between them as they head down towards Tower. You think it's going to be a move through the complex or the hairpin if Steve Cheetham is going to win this race. He's 8 car lengths behind at the minute as they head out of Tower into the Jim Clark S. Is the left and right flick for the final time. Then it's to the right-hander at Barcroft, and then the double apex right-hander at Sunny. I think Cheetham is a bit further back this time.
Something to consider is that Pelosi has got within a couple of seconds of Andrew Juice now. You can see that, I think, on the inset. Gap is coming down, maybe a little bit too late for Pelosi.
Meanwhile, Cheetham is still chasing after the Gulf liveried car of Warren Allen, but he's not as close as he's been on previous laps. Again, he's fairly bowled into the complex, though, not bold enough to get up onto the inside into the second element of it. So it's the hairpin or nothing, and he's probably a little bit too far back there unless he can get a cut back on the exit of the corner and get the power down more effectively, which I don't think he can. So out of the hairpin come, checker flag awaits, and it's Warren Allen that wins for the second time this weekend in the All Sport Trophy. The gap at the end of 26 laps of racing, half a second.
Traffic for Andrew Juice there at an awkward place at Barkov. Jason Pelosi's almost with him now. If he's going to make the pass, he's got about one go at it, hasn't he, Pelosi? Remember, this gap was 8 seconds, and it's been a real chase for the former Stock Catch and Clio racer. Down into the complex they've come. They've got a bit of traffic as well that might become a factor.
Yeah, they have, and it's Deuce in the number 8 car. It's Pelosi in 22, the green machine. He's not been on terms with Deuce all race long. The car in front locks up. Does that cause a distraction? Deuce has got his car up on the inside of it. Pelosi, I don't think he's able to capitalise on all of that. He's going to be within about 2 or 3 car lengths in the end as the checkered flag goes out. The gap between them for what is actually 3rd and 4th overall, as well as second place or winning the SP2 class, it was only about half a second. So the win went to Warren Allen, second Steve Cheetham. Andrew Juice was 3rd overall in winning SP2 with Jason Pelosi half a second behind him, and we're still waiting for Will Kirtler to come through, aren't we? Though he's really dropped back quite a long way from Pelosi as Pelosi was involved in that chase, but Kirtler's going to come through to take 5th and they complete the podium in SP2.
The car that locked up, which was happening quite a lot towards the end of the race, was Steve Lloyd, who did bring his car home as the SP3 winner, but from significantly reduced speed. I think he's got a significant braking issue that was causing all of that towards the end, but he did bring home the class win in the end.
He did, so everyone has managed to get home. I think everyone that started that race did indeed get to the finish as well, which was great to see, and it was quite entertaining. A battle for the win, not quite a battle, but an intriguing plot for the SP2 victory as well. Here are the results then at the end of 26 laps of racing. Warren Allen 165 took the win by 0.530 seconds from number 43 Steve Cheetham. In 3rd place, number 8 Andrew Juice, winner of SP2 from 22 Jason Pelosi. 5th was number 32 Will Kirtler. 6th was number 72 Mike Kirtler. 7th was number 93, which was Jackson. 8th was number 4 Rich Gravestock, despite his couple of stops along the way. 9th and winning the SP3 class was number 27 Steve Lloyd. 10th was the 46 car of Michael Goodwin. Then the Careys, James and Nick, were 11th. Jamie Naylard was 12th, despite his off into the barriers at one point. Stuart Tanton and Stephen Dean were 13th, and the winners of SP4, albeit 6 laps down on the overall winner, were the Crockett's Aidan and Andrew. So that brings to an end the Porsche action for this weekend. They are back out at Donington Park on the National Circuit on the 30th of May and the 31st of May. Then it's Sutton, Brands Hatch, Silverstone and Thruxton to round out the season. Let's head down to the pit lane now and Tom Butterworth with our winners.
Well, welcome back down to the pit lane. A few drivers just exchanging views at the end of that. Of course, very close between Warren and Steve during that one. We'll just wait till he gets his helmet off. Beautiful Golf liveried Porsche, fresh livery for this weekend. We talked about that yesterday, didn't we? Right, so the history books are going to show that, you know, that was fairly comfortable in victory, but I think the stream, if people check that back, they're going to see something completely different. It looked a very tough day at the office.
Well, I knew I really wanted to push on the first lap, and I got him on the first lap, and I was making a bit of a gap to him, and then we started to get some traffic, and then traffic comes, and it just, every time I came to someone, it pushed me into him. And but do you know what? I really enjoyed that. He was on me the last half of the race. He was just with me all the way. It was good fun. Where is he? Good.
He's just over there. But yeah, no, it was great action.
Well done, Steve.
We were very much enjoying that one. Very much.
Yeah, I had a good day as well.
Great stuff. All right. Well done, Warren.
Can I quickly just say big hello to Charlie and Megan,
which he has done. We're going to have a chat with Andrew Juice as well. Andrew, again, another one who taking class victory in SP2, but another one who really had to work hard for that one.
Hello, Tom.
Hello.
I'm tired. Do I look it?
No, you look like Andrew.
That was hard work, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't quite enough fuel, or as much fuel in my car as normal, so that it was on the red for the last 2 laps, and I was very nervous about fuel starvation. Pelosi, as you might have seen, who's in our team, first time he's driving his car was closing on me. He was bit between the teeth, getting on me, and I was trying to do my best laps, best sectors, and there was back markers. There was a lot going on. That was I'm relieved.
Good. I mean, you look relieved, but yeah, it was pretty close as that one. So, but obviously, very happy with the result.
Yeah, most definitely. Car was absolutely fantastic. Cops Automotive, who sponsor the series, look after this car. They are the best. The boys are fantastic. Yeah, really happy with it. I just want to shout out, if I can, to my lovely long-suffering wife Jo, who hasn't seen me for the whole weekend because I've been dicking about in cars, and my lovely daughters Lily, Rosie and Iris, because I know they're watching live. I bet they're not, and I'm going to force them to watch it back.
Great stuff. Well, we will thank you, and we will hand over very quickly because they're already on the grid for the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship, which is coming up right now.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Well, we are about to get underway then with the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. The cars heading off on the green flag lap, although I don't think they should have done, because there's still a circuit vehicle heading back in, and so they did get a red flag to stop them, but now the circuit vehicle that they were trying to avoid has gone in, so I think they're going to probably just continue on, and I would think we'll be able to get a start this time. So we will give you the grid in just a moment. At the head of this 15-minute race. During the course of the weekend so far, we've had wins for Matt Hipkins. That was his first ever win in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. And Darren Ransom it was, who had won several races before, in the second race of the weekend.
However, he's pretty lucky he did, because in race 1 we saw him retire. That was a brake master cylinder that failed. He doesn't have one here. He went on Facebook Marketplace.
Really?
And as it happens, there was one 20 minutes down the road. he didn't have a vehicle that he could really get there in, so Paul Clark lent him his Land Cruiser, I think, which then apparently they started to play up on the way back to the circuit. But he got here, they got it fixed, and then he won the race. So Darren Ransom could have had a pretty terrible start to the season, but as it turned out, it's not been too bad.
Right, so it looks like they are going to send the cars through the link here, get them back onto the grid, and then do another green flag lap when there's no circuit vehicles on the course this time, hopefully. So yeah, they're all being told to head through the link, and Darren Ransom is leading them through. So yeah, a couple of good races yesterday for the Clios, wasn't it?
Yes, it was very close indeed, wasn't it, with different drivers at the front. Though if you were watching yesterday, you would have seen that Peter O'Connor finished second on the road yesterday. I think he suggested to the officials that we reversed positions with Matt Hipkins, who was third, because there was a bit of contact. So that's the sort of respect I think there is in the paddock in this championship nowadays as well. They sort of drivers put their hands up, think, yeah, that wasn't quite 100% fair, just reverse the position, so that's what happened. So Matt Hipkins took second in the end in that second race, with O'Connor third. But yeah, those two plus Darren Ransom and Josh North, who potentially is the quickest driver here, but he had that incident where he hit the tyre stack, I think, at the Jim Clark S's and caused some damage to the front of his car, so he had to pit, but he's all repaired and back there on the front row of the grid. Last year at this meeting we had 3 different winners to start the year, so I wonder if Josh North or Peter O'Connor can make it 3 winners again in the opening round.
Yeah, so they're all lining up once again, and I think we'll have another green flag lap in just a second.
But we are missing Matthew Poncia again, aren't we? He pulled out of the second race, didn't take part in the second race. But Brian Craven is back. He retired in race. He didn't start in race 2, but he has returned, so that's good news. And a few cars that had problems in that earlier race, they seem to be back as well. So predominantly the Clio paddock's been busy to make sure we have a near full grid for this final race of the weekend.
Yeah, 30-second board just being shown before they get another green flag lap, which is getting underway now. And hopefully then we'll be able to give you the grid for this final PSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship race of the weekend. It's a 15-minute race. Pole position then, and this is based on fastest lap times from the race 2, is number 30 Darren Ransom on the front row with 35 Joshua North next to him. Second row is 72 Pete O'Connor and 12 Matt Hipkins, the race 1 winner. Third row is 75 Greg Hill, so he's the first of the Class A cars, the 182s. More about the 182 class in a moment. Next to him is 56 Chris Lawrence. Row 4, 7 Stephen Richardson and 82 Paul Clark. Row 5 is 18 Mark Witherington and 298 Scott Carruthers. The 6th row, 51 Oscar Swanton and 11 David Redshaw. On row 7 it's 32 Graham Bishop and 29 Jada Prato. The 8th row is Ryan Erling 58 and Steve Croxford 36. 28 Turley Norton now is on his own on row 9 because Matthew Poncia is not there. And on row 10 it's number 88 Brian Craven and 33 Christina Lowe, who has to start from the back. She was disqualified from race 2 due to a technical infringement. So that's the way the grid lines up. Both of the Class A 182 battles yesterday were won by Steve Richardson, so he's won 2 out of 2 so far. But in both races, Greg Hill came on stronger later in the race. This time he's starting ahead.
Yes, that's right. So we'll see if Greg can convert that into a class win. Something I don't think he's done before. He's had podiums before. He's had podiums this weekend, but he will have to beat the current championship leader, very early championship leader, Steve Richardson, who's trying to replicate what his son did last year in that car and win the Class A title. But Greg Hill didn't race last year. He's back, I think, for a full season, and he's going to give a good shot here, I'm sure. The driver from Derby, son of the legendary Special Saloons racer Mick Hill, and himself is a professional RC racer. He's a multiple champion in that discipline. I think that's his business as well. And it'll be interesting to see if he can hold off Steve Richardson. But there might be challenges from others. Paul Clark, he's right there, isn't he, as well? He was just a few tenths slower than those guys yesterday. And the driver who was the runner-up in Class A last year, Joey DePrato, has had a difficult weekend. The car played up a bit yesterday. But for the 20-year-old from Hertford, he will be trying to come through the field if all is okay, you would imagine. But what it really means, Ian, is both Class A and Class B to be contested over 15 minutes of racing.
Yeah, no, it should be a really good race in prospect. I think the Clios were pretty exciting yesterday. And are we going to get 3 different winners in Class B at least from the weekend? Yesterday it was Matt Hipkins in race 1, it was Dan Ransom in race 2. We're looking then to either Joshua North or Pete O'Connor then to make it 3 different winners out of 3. They run up 2nd and 3rd on the grid respectively.
We did see some very good starts from Ransom yesterday, didn't we? So that
might be ominous.
Yes, he came through from row 2, didn't he, to get to the front pretty quickly. This time we'll go from pole.
Last car's into position then. Red light's about to go on, which they do now. And they go out, and the race gets underway. It's a pretty even start from the 2 on the front. It's a great start from the second row of the grid by Matt Hipkins, though. And Paul Clark's made an even better start in the 182 and leads the race going into Clive O'Connor. I'm not even sure what row of the grid he was on.
He was 8th on the grid.
He's 8th on the grid into the lead by Clive O'Connor. Paul Clark, little Clarky, in the little lime green 182 leads the way. It's Matt Hipkins from the second row of the grid that's up into 2nd place, I think. And 3rd is Chris Lawrence, so it's a complete jumbling of the order as they head down towards Tower Corner for the first time.
Yeah, both Ransom and O'Connor are slow here, aren't they? Ransom is losing positions now. He was 7th or 8th anyway. Big dive up the inside from Josh North into Tower to get 3rd away from Chris Lawrence, but Paul Clark at the venue where I think he's got his only car racing victory, which was in low cost a couple of years ago, leads the race overall with the most mega start you will see from row 4 of the grid, and he's pulling away at this stage, isn't he, from Matt Hipkins, Josh North and Chris Lawrence, who contest Class B.
Started on the back yesterday, didn't he, for the first race due to a technical issue in qualifying, but it's Paul Clark leading, it's Matt Hipkins 2nd, Josh North in 3rd, Chris Lawrence in 4th, Steve Richardson is 5th. We thought he and Greg Hill might be contesting the lead of Class A, but they're not, because Paul Clark's not only in front of Class A, he's in front of the whole field as they head down to the complex for the first time. Here they come, turning the way through left and then right, and then left again at the hairpin. And it's Hipkins that is leading the chase, leading his class, of course, as well in Class B in the 197s. More modern cars, but also the heavier cars as well, 1,205 kilos compared to 1,070. Over the line at the end of lap 1 then. It is Clark, number 82, that leads. 12, Matt Hipkins is 2nd. 35, Josh North is 3rd. Then it's Chris Lawrence, 56, in 4th. Stephen Richardson is 5th in number 7. And Pete O'Connor is 6th in 72. What of Darren Ransom? He is across the line in 12th place, having started on pole.
And the car's very slow in a straight line, so there's something very wrong with his car. And I think that's what held Pete O'Connor and Greg Hill back. They've fallen a long way down the order. That sort of added to why we had a jumbled order. How Paul Clark passed all the people on his side of the grid is a different story, and he's staying ahead of Hipkins and North. North was very bold down at Tower 1 lap ago. This time it's Hipkins who was looking to the inside. Josh North's just going to drive around the outside of the pair of them. An absolutely outstanding move there, around the outside of 2 cars at Tower Corner for Josh North to take the lead of the race.
Great stuff, that I don't think they saw him coming there, and it looks like he's already trying to get away. He's already pulled out a few car lengths over Paul Clark as they head through the Jim Clark S's on this. Only the 2nd lap of the race, of course. It's North now leading, Clark 2nd, Hipkins 3rd, Lawrence in 4th position. Lawrence, the 2023 champion in the Clios, of course. O'Connor now ahead of Steve Richardson there as they make their way through.
Richardson stepped aside rather kindly there, it appeared from the shot that we saw. Here comes Chris Lawrence. He's having a better race at this point, isn't he? Round the outside of Hipkins. Can he get that to stick? It looks like he might. Paul Clark is just trying to hang on, wondering what to do about these cars that are in different class either side of him at this stage, down towards the hairpin. But yeah, Chris Lawrence has got past Matt Hipkins. He's trying to get past Paul Clark as well, and he won't be able to make that work. He's lost a lot of time on the exit of the corner, actually, and Matt Hipkins fights back, and Pete O'Connor is catching them all. But this will mean Josh North has got a very big lead up front now.
3 seconds virtually, and he wasn't in the lead. He was 3rd at the start of the lap. He was 3 seconds in the lead at the end of it. Chris Lawrence up on the inside of Matt Hipkins. He gets to 3rd now, and O'Connor's not far behind Hipkins either. So the race war went at Hipkins going backwards now. Might lose another position to Pete O'Connor before too much longer.
Starting to look rather likely we're going to have 3 different winners again at Croft like we did a year ago.
Yeah, I would say so. Because yes, any of the first 3 at the moment would be a different winner, wouldn't they, from yesterday? And Josh North now has got quite a big lead, so you kind of think this might be his to lose as things stand. It has.
So he won't be counting on anything, I don't think, until this race is done. He can just drive his own race up front, the driver from Shropshire in the ex-Andrew Harding car. Here's the great tussle for second place. Paul Clark still in second overall, isn't he, here? And he's got a nice gap over Steve Richardson. There's 3 other cars between himself and his class rival. But he doesn't want to be held up by these cars when they try and find a way through. Chris Lawrence is having his best race of the weekend. The 2023 champion now draws up alongside Paul Clark, equally behind Pete O'Connor, the 2024 champion. He draws up alongside Matt Hipkins. Lawrence right round the outside of Clark. He does it. O'Connor's going to try and get 2. That's not quite going to work. So Matt Hipkins will fight back. Paul Clark's just hoping no one drives into the back of him, I think, at this stage, isn't he? With these 197 and 200 Clios around him, and it gets all a bit tight at the hairpin. Matt Hipkins has not quite come past. Peter O'Connor's going to try and make it 3 cars up towards Clairvaux.
And Paul Clark is soon going to be under threat from Steve Richardson as well for the 182 class lead, because there's now less than a second between them as well, I think, as they came across the line that time. Josh North is 4.5 seconds to the good.
Hipkins was massively sideways to go around the outside of Clark, but he made it work. He's up to 3rd.
Yeah, he is indeed. So Clark down to 4th position, and now there's only Pete O'Connor between himself and Steve Richardson. Look, Clark in the green car with the yellow bumpers, and 2 cars behind him is Steve Richardson, now the winner of the class in both of yesterday's races, and for the father of last year's 182 champion, Lewis Richardson. There is Lawrence in 2nd place now, Hipkins 3rd, Clark 4th, O'Connor 5th, and Richardson in 6th spot.
Interesting, within Class A, the fastest driver is Taylor Norton, who's 6th within the class. You've got Witherington, haven't you? Not very far behind Richardson too, and Joey DePrata, who's come through from 14th on the grid, so he's in contention. Class A very much to be contested. Interestingly, Matt Hipkins not getting away from Paul Clark here, who's got Pete O'Connor diving down the inside of him. That's sort of hurt Clark's line, but good news for Paul Clark, he's got a bigger margin now than he did over Steve Richardson a few moments ago.
Just keeping an eye on Joshua North's car as it's coming in. He's got a big lead, and just wonder if there might be some bodywork rubbing on a tyre there, so we'll keep an eye on that as out of our commentary box windows, watching Hipkins there in 3rd position come through. He does now have O'Connor trying to get alongside him almost into the hairpin. That's the fight for 3rd and 4th position now, as Chris Lawrence has managed to get away a little bit from those 2. Can O'Connor try and get alongside now as they head down to Clairvaux corner? If he can, he'll put him on the outside line. He dives back into the toe of the number 12 car, Matt Hipkins, as they head down to Clairvaux. Doesn't look like he's going to make a move at that part of the circuit, but now that means you've got the 2 Class A leaders together.
Well, it's not just 2, it's 6 of them separated by 3 seconds, so Paul Clark has got a long line of cars that would quite like to win the class here, but yeah, Steve Richardson, the championship leader, is the first of those. Pete O'Connor unable to get past Matt Hipkins as of yet, so the 2 drivers that had various problems yesterday are the top 2 overall, aren't they? Josh North and Chris Lawrence, almost 6 seconds between them now. But if we look in the background, we will see that Class A battle being led by Paul Clark, but only just over Steve Richardson, who was a little bit quicker out the corner. There's Josh North, miles ahead seemingly. There's Lawrence, 2nd. 3rd is Hipkins. 4th is O'Connor. Then the Class A, the Clio 182s, being headed by Paul Clark, with Steve Richardson right on his bumper.
Yeah, so that's just behind this couple of cars there. There's the battle for 2nd and 3rd overall. O'Connor chasing after 3rd and 4th, I should say. O'Connor chasing after Hipkins, but the cars just behind, probably the ones that we want to watch at the moment, because we've got 82 Paul Clark and 7 Steve Richardson right together. Still 3rd and 4th very much under dispute though, and a bit more of a gap actually for Paul Clark as they arrive at the complex, I can tell you, to the tune of 2 car lengths.
Where's Witherington gone from behind them? He was 3rd.
That's a good question. It looks like he's disappeared, so whether he's had enough, and we've now got a safety car board being shown, which is probably not unconnected. He's gone wide and off the circuit at post 12, which I think is up at Sunny. So probably I can see it now on our CCTV actually,
on our screen,
and on our screen.
He's lost the rear left wheel, hasn't he?
Yes. So I don't know where that's ended up. Hopefully that's not caused anyone any dramas, more than for Mark Witherington, but his car in a dangerous position, so the officials, with 6 minutes of the race to go, have decided that a safety car is required. That's a real shame, because it was a really exciting race. We'll see if we do get any more racing laps in, but I was just thinking as that race was going on, I think this might be one of the most exciting weekends we've ever had in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship.
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes it's been very, very close, but quite static. But certainly this race has been nothing static about it, has there? So many positions traded. David Redshaw is pitting now as well. He's been further down the order than you might expect in this race.
He's had a couple of moments, I think, where he sort of spun and continued and then pulled off and continued, so possibly all not well with the car, and that would seem to be the case given that he's headed into pit lane.
Of course, Josh North is going to be pretty frustrated with all of this because he led by 6 seconds.
He did.
Which was very dominant once he got to the front. Round the outside of 2 cars at Tower, remember, so that was pretty mighty, wasn't it? I don't think the safety car picked him up here, did he? So he's doing a good job to slow everyone down so the pace is reduced for the field, and they're all bunched up already, so he's doing the job of the safety car at the moment. Josh North looking for his first victory overall in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. Paul Clark looking for his first class victory as well, I think, in Class A. Of course, we had Matt Hipkins taking his first victory yesterday, so there's lots of thirst going on here, isn't there, this weekend in the Clios?
Yeah, just hearing that the wheel did just part company with Mark Witherington's car, which has left it stricken on the sidelines there. I don't think there's any contact, at least not at that point involved. You never know, there may have been something earlier on that has caused a breakage, but certainly that went off on his own. The order, with 4.5 minutes nominally to go, it's 35 Josh North the leader, 56 Chris Lawrence in second place, 12 Matt Hipkins is third, 72 Pete O'Connor is in fourth position. Fifth is number 82 Paul Clark, our Class A leader, ahead of number 7 Stephen Richardson. Then it's Joe DePrato, number 29, up into 7th place. 75 Greg Hill is 8th. 9th is the 28 car of Taylor Norton, and Scott Carruthers in the 298 car. He rounds out the top 10 in the former Jan Whittaker car. But with only 4 minutes to go, and still the car not having been recovered from Sunny, and it is going to need a full lift, I think, because it is one wheel down. I'm not too sure that we're going to get many more racing laps in this, Josh.
Yeah, and this is all Trevor's fault, Trevor Gregory, because he said to me earlier, Clios haven't had a safety car this weekend, so he's the one that put the curse on this race, I think. But it was a very entertaining 10 minutes, wasn't it, before that? It has to be said.
Snatch vehicle is now on scene, as you can see in the inset. Where's the safety car at the moment? It is just coming out of the chicane. They're going to have to get rid of the car momentarily. It's quite close to an exit point from the circuit, which is something. So if they can get it lifted up, hoiked away on the crane, on the safe side of the barrier, we could possibly get one more lap in.
Is that what Josh North or Paul Clark want?
It's not what either of those want, to be absolutely honest with you. They would be quite happy to drive past the checkered flag behind the safety car because, for different reasons, Josh North because he had a 6-second lead that's become nothing, and Paul Clark because, well, he was under a lot of pressure from Steve Richardson before the safety car came out, and probably doesn't relish trying to soak any more of that up, really.
You'd imagine Josh North should have the pace, because in this race he's been about 3/4 of a second faster than anybody else. But you never know, do you, if you get a 1-lap dash. But we'll see if that happens. We saw the rescue snatch vehicle was there.
It's still there. It's not moved yet. It's not taken the car away. I can see that on the closed circuit television cameras.
It's looking all a bit less likely then at this
stage.
Yes,
I would say so. Obviously, just the difficulty in trying to get the car hooked up. And they're just about to head past it now, aren't they? The safety car train, and there isn't going to be time for one more safety car lap after this, unfortunately. So unless the safety car lights go out imminently, which I'm not sure, the car's airborne now, but I think it's going to be too late.
Is there possibly any damage to the barriers as well?
No, there isn't any damage to the barriers, I'm hearing. They didn't make contact with them, so should be okay from that point of view.
I just saw circuit maintenance were there as well, so that's always a concern, isn't it? But yeah, I don't think these vehicles are going to move in any time frame that is positive for this race to see any more racing. But interesting how, without the need for reverse grids or anything like that, you are going to get 3 different winners, just like last year here at Croft in this championship.
Yeah, so safety car is going to come up to the line with 1 minute to go, and the checker flag's going to be waved. Yes, I thought it might be, so a little bit early, but because we weren't going to get another racing lap, might as well throw the checker flag a little bit early. It's the sensible thing to do, save everyone's time and effort. I think that the snatch vehicle has just gone now, obviously, just a little bit too late. So it's Josh North then that becomes the third different winner this weekend in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. The number 35 car is the race winner. Chris Lawrence is second, Matt Hipkins is third, and as far as Class A is concerned, Paul Clark, who was at the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty yesterday, wins Class A, and at one point even thought he might win the race overall. Steve Richardson second, and Joe DePrato third in that class.
Surely Croft is making a good case to be Paul Clark's favourite circuit, because he's had his real successes here, hasn't he, after that low-cost win a couple of years ago, and now a Clio victory as well. So well done to Paul, well done to Josh North as well. A race win that I think has been coming for a while, ever really, since he moved into this ex-Jason Pelosi and Andrew Harding built 197, and he took the victory in round 3 of the championship.
Yeah, let's have a look at confirmation of those results then. It is a win for Joshua North, number 35. 7 laps completed, although a couple of those were behind the safety car, and he won by 0.8 of a second from number 56 Chris Lawrence. 12 Matt Hipkins was third. In 4th place it was 72 Pete O'Connor. In 5th place 82 Paul Clark. In 6th it was number 7 Stephen Richardson. 7th number 29 Joey DePrato. 8th number 75 Greg Hill. 9th 28 Taylor Norton, and Scott Covers completing the top 10 ahead of Oscar Swanton, Darren Ransom, who had some technical issues with his car I think in that race, Christina Lowe and Graham Bishop, who was 14th. There were 3 more that made it to the checkered flag, and those were Brian Craven, Ryan Earl and Steve Croxford. We lost David Redshaw, we lost Mark Witherington, and of course we also lost as well, we lost Mark Witherington, and those were all of the starters, weren't they? Because we had 19 starters in the end. Early doors in the championship, I think it's going to be Steve Richardson probably leading the championship overall, and Matt Hipkins leading in Class B, I reckon.
Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? And an interesting championship in prospect, it would appear, after what we've seen this weekend. Potentially the quickest driver in the championship. Darren Ransom's going to have a lot of catching up to do over the remaining rounds. Silverstone in a month's time on the national circuit is the next round. We're heading to Wales and Anglesey, then Alton Park, Snetterton and Donington Park. A return to Donington for the first time for several seasons actually for the championship to conclude this year, but it's very difficult at this point to pin who might be the one that comes out on top, because we've seen so many contenders, which bodes well hopefully for some good racing over the course of this year.
Certainly does. Looking forward to the rest of the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship season. Still 3 more races to come here at Croft today, though. Could be up in a few moments. We'll have the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. We've got the second of the races for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy, and then the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship to round out the day. But before all of that, we're going to hear from Tom Butterworth once again, and he's going to speak to Joshua North and other successful Clio drivers.
Well, welcome back down to the pit lane. Have a quick word with Joshua North, who's new front end, or same front end but back on after yesterday's adventures, which we'll grab a quick word with him about that in just a moment. So Chris Lawrence as well, which is the first time we've seen Chris Lawrence on the podium this weekend. So Joshua,
hello.
Right, I was just saying about the front end and what happened yesterday, that we had some adventures, and the front end is back on. Is it the same one or is it a new one?
Just about. It's taped up. We got it out, got it scrutineered, it was all safe.
Excellent. Well, incredible move around the outside at Tower, 2 in 1.
Yeah, it was that was the move I needed to make to get away. That was the only option we had, and it worked the way I wanted it to be honest. I think so. Yeah, it was great. Long time coming, this first.
I mean, a shortened race obviously is always a bit of a disappointment when you don't get the full race distance in, but I bet you were pleased to be in the lead and saw that safety car come out and you thought...
We had a comfortable gap. We had 3-4 second gap. No one was going to catch me from there, and I was just, comfortably going to stay in that position, so happy enough.
Great stuff. Well done. Congratulations. We'll speak to Chris very quickly as well, because first time on the podium this weekend, so how was that one for you?
Better than yesterday. I mean, yesterday was all right. We got the points, but... yeah, we need to be in the top handful every time, really. So, yeah, I was happy with that. Finally got a better start than yesterday. Keeping them 182s is a problem at the start, so that's the main aim, to keep in front of them. But now over the moon, that was a really good race, that one. So we'll look forward to Silverstone. In a few weeks' time.
Great stuff. All right, thanks, Chris. We'll move on. We'll speak to Matt very quickly because the Sports 1000s are already gridding up. So, Matt, very quickly talk us through that one because we want to get over and speak to Paul because it's his first one this week.
Yeah, no problem at all. Yeah, no, it was a bit of a tough battle to begin with, so I got a good launch off the line and stuff, which was great. So, and then a bit of a battle with Paul trying to get through, and Josh managed to get on the outside. So, but then once we cleared off, then yeah, that was it. Shame to finish under the safety car, but it was a good race. So yeah.
A few podiums this weekend as well, so I've got to be happy with that for the championship. And we've got to speak to the fastest starter in the West, Paul Clark.
Well, that was a bit of luck, wasn't it?
Yeah, was it 8th on the grid?
Something like that, yeah. I don't know what I timed it right. I've never been able to start in a Clio, but that, well...
What did you have for breakfast? Let's start with that.
McDonald's breakfast.
Oh, right, okay, well, that's the breakfast of champions, isn't it?
That's it, it's got to be, innit? No, I'm absolutely over the moon, like I say. The only time I thought I'd be in front of that lot is when they were lapping me, but, yeah, no, it was hard work. I couldn't believe I was there, to be fair, and then, like I say, big shout out to Chris Page and Darren Ransom this weekend. They've worked on that. I had dramas coming up, and they worked on it on the night when I wasn't here, so they've transformed the car, and as you can probably tell, never been that far up in these, but I've absolutely loved that.
Great stuff. Thanks, Paul. Congratulations. First win this weekend, and we'll hand over very quickly to the Nangkang Tire Sports 1000 Championship, who are already on the grid.
Yes, they certainly are, Tom. We've had the 30-second board. No green flag lap for these cars. It's Noah Osbaldeston on pole position. Dan Clues next to him. Second row is Johnny McGill and Carl Austin, who won yesterday's race. It was his first win in Sports 1000. Race gets underway. Yellow flags as one or two of them are a bit slow away, but it looks like it's Dan Clues that's got the best of the starts there, and he is going to lead into the first corner. Can he get beyond the first corner this time? Because he was in the gravel trap at Clairvaux in yesterday's race. He's got further than he did yesterday. That's good news. Not so good news for the 199 car. That's Alex Jones in the BDN. The car is damaged and it's in the gravel trap, but it's managed to get its way out, which is very good news for everybody. And so it is Dan Clues leading the way, and it looks like it's his teammate. No, it's not. It's his Carl Austin, isn't it? In second place in the Spire. So it's Mittel versus Spire out front at the moment, Josh.
Yeah, because Noah Osbaldeston still needs to learn how to get this car off the line quickly. It was a problem all last year. He admitted that it hasn't really got any better this weekend at Croft. But he's up to third position. He retired yesterday. A throttle body, I think, came loose yesterday. Very simple fix. That was done in a couple of seconds, I think, but it meant he was a non-finisher, as was Dan Clues, the champion from last year, who on cold tyres, locked up, went straight on into the gravel. No damage done, but again, no significant points for he or his teammates. So they will be looking to play catch-up up against yesterday's winner, Cole Austin, who again made a very good start indeed, but couldn't quite get to the front, as he briefly managed in the early stages yesterday. So it's Clues from Austin. Osbaldeston is fighting back. He's there in third. And then Jonathan McGill, who had a great run yesterday, he's there in fourth place.
Yes, it was in the end Austin against McGill for the victory in yesterday's race. The two Spire drivers, both with quite a few years of Sports 1000 experience between them. There is McGill just ahead of Daniel Ashby, who's in fifth place. Colin Chapman, who was on the podium yesterday, is in sixth position. And it's Hodgkinson, Hack, Brayshaw and Williamson, and we've not yet had the BDN through, which was in the gravel trap briefly on the first lap. But the leaders going down to Tower Corner, and it is the car of Dan Clues in the lead of the race, from Carl Austin in second and Noah Osbaldeston in third position. And they are flicking their way left and right through the Jim Clark S's up towards the right-hander at Sunny for the second time.
Feels like Osbaldeston is catching very quickly here, isn't he? From especially where he was at turn one on lap one. So he's caught Cole Austin, who was over a second behind as they turn through Sunny, and Cole Austin, who's been coming on as a driver over the last few years very impressively indeed. He's potentially going to lose out to second. Osbaldeston up the curb, up the grass, goes through round the outside of the second part of the complex to complete that move into the into the second spot for now then for the teenager Noah Osbaldeston, down to third position for the driver from Devon, Cole Austin, but he will stay in the tow up towards Clairvaux Corner. And yeah, Osbaldeston does set the fastest lap of the race despite having to make that move. He had Austin looking down the inside, but Osbaldeston stuck to his line and is absolutely flying, trying to put yesterday's disappointment behind him.
Yeah, Mittel as the team Mattel Cars hoping to have a much better result than yesterday, where their two leading contenders both DNF'd.
The team have got a quite exciting month because they are going to Monaco just after Brands Hatch. They've got 3 Jedis at Brands Hatch next week. They take the cars back, then they will be off to Monaco to run Dan Gore, former 750 Motor Club race winner, in his Tyrrell on the Monaco Historique.
That's quite something to look forward to, isn't it, for the South Coast based team?
Not a bad for a dad and lad who ran in low cost a few years ago.
No, exactly. From low cost to Monte Carlo. There's a story for you. Anyway, we've got the leaders heading towards the complex once again. This is lap 3 of the race. I think Osbaldeston probably is taking time out of it. We're certainly taking time out of Dan Clues, isn't he? Because he's virtually with him now. As a second and a half the deficit at the start of the lap. Of course, Osbaldeston was on pole position for this race. And they're going to come through. There's a black and orange flag, which is a mechanical warning flag. That is to Naeem Hack in the number 15 car. I think possibly some bodywork damage they're observing for him.
And Daniel Ashby's just had an off at the hairpin, and he's lost some positions. He was in 5th, challenging Jonathan McGill ahead. He's dropped to 7th, I think. Yeah, Hack's about to complete the lap. Yeah, it's the front, or the left-hand side panel is collapsing, isn't it, on that spire. So is Dan Clues going to be able to pick up the pace now that he's seen Osbaldeston catch him pretty rapidly? Osbaldeston was in the 25s there, 1 minute 25.6, which was 7 tenths quicker than the fastest lap yesterday. So yeah, Noah is looking very impressive here in year 2 of his car racing career. He joined the championship last year, finished 3rd in the championship last season, scored a victory. He's from Suffolk. Meanwhile, down the back straight, that is Hack slowing down, isn't it, to the mechanical flags. So here be for the pit lane. We'll be able to catch on the screen here the damage to here to the left-hand side of his car.
Might have just had a little bit of a hit there, I guess, possibly in the opening corners of the race that's caused that damage. Here are the leaders, though, into the complex for the 4th time in this 20-minute race that we have for the Sports 1000s. Double header for them this weekend. Originally slated as 3 races, but in fact just 2 in the end. And it is still nose to tail between these two. Carl Austin on his own now in 3rd position, Johnny McGill 4th, so they've not had the intensity of the battle yesterday. And Colin Chapman, after that moment for Daniel Ashby a lap or so ago, he is up to 5th position with Ian Hutchinson 6th and Ashby down to 7th. But the leaders separated by 4 tenths as they came across the line that time. Not a quick time for Osbaldeston, but it was a personal best for Clues that time, a 1:26.272. But of course, Osbaldeston's on a 1:25.669 so far in this race.
Osbaldeston's very late on the brakes here into Tower Bend, dives up the inside of his teammate. They're wheel to wheel now, and Osbaldeston will go through. That was very decisive, very late on the brakes into Tower Bend, and Noah Osbaldeston then leads here at Croft like he did yesterday before those problems struck, but he is looking very rapid indeed in this MC53 this year.
That's absolutely right. So it's Osbaldeston now in the lead of the race. Number 24, the youngster, ahead of Dan Clues, former F1000 champion, as well as the Sports 1000 champion last year. Watching Ian Hutchinson and Daniel Ashby now. Ashby trying to recover ground after that moment at the hairpin a lap or so ago. Yeah, Hutchinson in the number 69 Spire, the driver from Doncaster. There's Colin Chapman just going through in 5th spot in the ex-Richard Morris car, turning his way through the hairpin now. He's not too far behind Johnny McGill, is he? Who's in 4th place. Hutchinson and Ashby, number 33, right from Derby, head over the line to complete lap number 5. Osbaldeston on that lap that he got the lead has also done the best lap of the race, a 1:25.510, and he has put a bit of daylight between himself now and Dan Clues, I can tell you, as we continue to watch the Hutchinson-Ashby scrap.
That's right, it's Hutchinson, the Lincolnshire man, who's just ahead. He's in his 6th season now in the championship, the former motorcyclist. He's still ahead of Dan Ashby in this ex-Vincent Dubois Spire, a 2021 build car that he prepared with his son Bill, I think, and does Ian Hutchinson, but he's still there ahead of Dan Ashby, who continues to chase him. I think Ashby was on the podium here last year, wasn't he? A really strong result a season ago at Croft. I think Ashby seems to enjoy this circuit well.
Yeah.
But that small mistake he made up at the hairpins has cost him a few positions, and he can't quite recover them just yet. Although a better line here through Sonny. And he has a look through Sonny out. Hutchinson gives him space. They're going to be side by side on the way up towards the complex.
Yeah, and we're going to get a change here for 6th position. It's nip and tuck as they arrive at the complex. I think he probably is going to be Ashby that gets through. Yes, he does. So Ashby, an elongated manoeuvre, does get through into 6th position there.
A couple of penalties are coming through for an out of position start. This time for Cole Austin and Colin Chapman.
Okay, so they're going to get 10-second time penalties for that. Interesting what you were saying a moment or so ago, Josh, about the work that's done by a father and son to prepare their car, and you really can do that. You don't need to run with a team like Mattel Cars in Sports 1000. You can very much go in as a privateer entry, do all of the work yourself. It's obviously a more cost-effective route. You need to obviously be confident and competent enough with the spanners to be able to do that, but very much plenty of options. Ryan Yarrow, certainly multiple champion in Sports 1000, he did all the work on the car himself, and he proved that you can certainly do that and be quick. So whether you want to do arrive and drive or have a team run your car or do the spannering yourself, plenty of options to get into Sports 1000, which in terms of bang for buck, in terms of the pace that these cars do, is pretty much unbeatable in terms of value for money. So watching now as Balderston now in the Mattel Cars entry. He was about 2 seconds clear of Dan Close at the start of the lap, which is lap number 7 of the race, and I think that lead has probably extended a bit now, Josh.
He's lapping a second and a half quicker. Is Osbaldeston. He's in the low 25. It's 1 minute 25.092, the fastest lap of the race for Osbaldeston. He's 1.4 seconds outside of Richard Webb's lap record, and I think the regulations were slightly different, but it is a mighty performance this from Osbaldeston. He's clearly quicker than the much more experienced and reigning champion Dan Clues, at least here at Croft, in only the start of his second season of racing. But they're both really playing catch up in the championship at this early point, aren't they? They do score points because in Sports 1000s, if you don't finish, you sort of still classified in the points terms behind, but they are still will have to close down on Cole Austin, the championship leader. Although Austin's result here might not be as good as he would have liked because of this out of position start penalty.
No, that's certainly a possibility that he's going to be a bit further back than he would like. Yeah, still have scores to drop at the end of the season as well. So it's 3 scores that are dropped in Sports 1000.
New for this year, isn't it?
It is. So. Which accommodates the triple header that they have at Silverstone, and we're due to have here as well, really. So if you just opt to miss one of those weekends, then that does mean that you don't necessarily write off the whole season.
Cole Austin had a slow previous lap, and I don't think he's really got back up to speed. He was in the 28s on the previous lap, and that's also partly the gap coming down because Jonathan McGill's going quicker than he's gone previously. He was in the 26s on the last lap, so McGill, who's probably having his weekend of weekends here at Croft, he's on really for another podium, isn't he? Because he's well within 10 seconds of Cole Austin. And on the road, and well, he is catching him at this stage. Just saw a shot there of Tony Williamson, who's in his second ever racing meeting. He is from Leeds. What was I saying?
Oh no, Josh, what have you done? Johnny McGill has gone off there into the gravel trap at Clevo. He's trying to get out of it, and he's managed to do it, and he's rejoined the circuit, so that's good news again from the point of view of everybody else's race.
And especially Cole Austin, because now the car behind him has also got a penalty, which is Colin Chapman. So can Dan Ashby get another Croft podium here? He is 3-7. He's about 9 seconds behind Cole Austin, so it's not going to be a race battle on the circuit, but it's going to be a race battle on the clock between Cole Austin and Dan Ashby for the podium. And on the last lap, Ashby was a 10th quicker.
Yeah, and very similar lap times they've been doing, I think, for a lot of the race, really. It's just that moment for Ashby, and obviously the very good start for Carl Austin that have been the difference between the two of them.
If Ashby gets there, we will have 6 different podium finishes out of 6 possible positions. So more than half of the grid could go away with a podium here.
That just gets to show how unpredictable motorsport can be sometimes. and how anybody is capable really of being on the podium if all the stars align. I know that yesterday the drivers were talking about how close the racing was. I know that they're expecting more cars on the grid for the next meeting, which is on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone.
It's going to be a rare opportunity, that, isn't it? Supporting British F4 part of the BRDC International Trophy. Ashby was 6 tenths quicker than Austin, so the gap's coming down to the actual gap between them is actually slightly bigger than I thought it was. It's 10.8 seconds, isn't it? So Ashby does need to go quicker than Cole Austin here to get that podium. So in real terms, 8 tenths of a second between Cole Austin and Dan Ashby for the podium.
Dan Clues did his personal best lap of the race on the last lap, but was still 8 tenths slower than Noah Osbaldeston. So that's quite galling, I would think, for Dan to be driving as best he can, but still losing ground to Noah Osbaldeston, who won the one race during the course of last season. So I think it was half a dozen for Dan. Yeah, it was half a dozen wins that Dan had last year in the championship to head to his first Sports 1000 title.
Yeah, I think we're going to have further variety at Silverstone as well, because Vincent Dubois is due to bring the Sabre back out, which we saw on a couple of occasions last year. And also for this year, cars that are more than 10 years old will have an end of season award, the best of those. And Charlie Thomas is due to bring out the older spec Mattel, the MC52, for that weekend.
Okay, look forward to that. Meanwhile, we're watching Daniel Ashby, and he's just put a lap on the 22 car of the relative newcomer, Tony Williamson. So you can see the black cross on the yellow background on the rear of his car. Ashby's car, I'm not sure how well that's handling. It seems to be a little bit skittish almost through the hairpin there. Let's see what kind of lap time he has done that time as he goes over the line. He's done a 1:28.7, so he's sort of a second and a half off his best, but he did have traffic to deal with, and he's 11.2 seconds I think behind Carl Austin, which is the car he needs to finish within 10 seconds of to potentially be on the podium.
Questions coming through on the live stream, Ian, and one is what the engines are in these cars.
So these are 1000cc engines. They have to be from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki or Yamaha from certain years in the early part of the 20th century, but they're standard, they're not modified, the engines, but 1000cc engines from powerful road bikes is what goes into these cars, and they make a fantastic noise, don't they?
That's right, they're proper racing cars. They're very, very quick. It's like the quickest type of car I think you can get for the money. I know Scott Mattel, who's been trying to encourage people out. He reckons there's about 50 of these cars out there, so there's so many people who've got cars at home in the garage. So if you are one of those, either bring it out or perhaps pass it on to somebody else who would like to go racing in one of these cars.
Absolutely.
They've created some great racing over the years. They're really very fast indeed. Sort of around the pace of a GT4 car, aren't they, around here? But on a much smaller budget, of course.
Yeah, and they run on treaded tyres as well, so you've not got slicks. There's a control tyre. You're limited to the amount that you can have in the season. Of course, the car's very lightweight as well. 550 kilos is the minimum weight for the front engine cars, 580 for the mid and rear engine cars.
There's Dan Ashby, who's just done a mega lap, a personal best, a 1:27.067. That was 1.2 seconds quicker than Cole Austin. He is now, in reality, just 2 tenths of a second away from a podium. So another lap like that, and Cole Austin might not be on the podium, but Dan Ashby's sort of question mark is he's got Colin Chapman just ahead of him, who in real terms is not involved in the battle because he's got the penalty.
No, absolutely right. And does Daniel know about all of this? We know about it. We're watching the timing screen. We've seen the news of the penalties, but it might be possible that Dan is blissfully unaware. I don't know if he's been getting any pit signals or anything like that.
That could be the case for Cole Austin, though, couldn't it?
It could certainly be.
It's where both of them need to be pushing on right to the end. They need their teams on the pit wall urging them on to keep going as quickly as they can.
You do see less pit boards these days than you used to in club racing. There's not as many...
it's even less at international or national level.
Exactly. There's not many team members on there. There's a slippery surface flag now being shown at the complex. It was briefly. Not quite sure what that was for. It's gone back in.
Meanwhile, Osbaldeston's just on the best lap of the race. 1:24.998. No one else is below a 26. He leads by 10 seconds now.
Right, just going to watch as Daniel Ashby comes across the line. What's the gap between him and Carl Austin now? It is 0.3 seconds, I think, outside of the 10 seconds.
So, yeah, he's a tenth slower than Austin on that lap, and this sort of confusion, really, of Colin Chapman could just cost Dan Ashby the podium, it might seem. But interesting how Ashby seems to go so much better here at Croft than perhaps he does at other venues. But really fast round here, had that podium here a year ago. And well, it's on potentially here, but really needs to clear Colin Chapman and then get his foot down to see if he can get within 10 seconds. Just to remind you, Cole Austin and Colin Chapman both were out of position at the start, so have a 10 seconds to be added to their race time.
Yeah, and this is the problem, isn't it? I think if we got a clear track, Ashby would have had a good chance here of getting within 10 seconds, but Chapman, obviously, very similar pace to Ashby, a very experienced driver, not going to be easy to get past. Meanwhile, now as Balderston has just gone on to his final lap of the race, he's now leading Dan Clews by more than 12 seconds. There you can see the last lap board hanging from the pit wall. Those of you on the live stream, there is Noah. Had the disappointment of the non-finish yesterday. He's through the chicane, down the back straight towards Tower for the final time, really in a race of his own here.
Ryan, who I think is a mate of Noah Osbaldeston, wants Tom to remind him that he's supposed to do a shoey when he wins this race. So that's Tom's task down in pit lane for our race leader, Noah Osbaldeston, who turns his way. Absolutely dominant drive with that really good move to take the lead, remember, at Tower Corner. So the only blip, really, from his driving is those starts, isn't it? I know he'll be working on those ahead of the next meeting, but pace-wise, it's absolutely phenomenal. Way faster than anybody else this weekend.
Yeah, if he could get those starts nailed, then he'd be dangerous, wouldn't he? But he's still had a really, really strong race here. He should have had the win yesterday as well, but for a mechanical issue about halfway through the race. But he's turning through the hairpin for the final time, coming towards the end of the 14th and final lap of the race, and it's going to be a win for Noah Osbaldeston in round 2 of the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship.
Meanwhile, in the battle of the third on the last lap, Dan Ashby's now ahead on corrected times by 0.4 of a second over Cole Austin. Austin had a slower last lap, but still Ashby is behind Chapman on the road. There he is. He doesn't want to be held up. He's urging Colin Chapman to drive as quickly as he can, because he may still be within 10 seconds of Cole Austin and onto the podium.
Yeah, Cole Austin out of our window is just turning through the hairpin. And I think it looks less than 10 seconds now to me. Cole Austin coming up to the line, and he's going to take the checkered flag.
As he should be, I don't think.
No, he's not. It feels like it's less than 10 seconds out of the hairpin. Comes Dan Ashby. He's up and over the line, 5th on the road, but he is third in the results, because he's done that because it was a slow lap from Austin, wasn't it? And he's eventually ahead of him by 3 seconds, I think.
I think Austin was dawdling, wasn't he, out of the final corner, and that's what's cost him. The top 4, I don't think finished in the top 4 yesterday. Goodness knows who leads the championship going to Silverstone in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. There may have only been 11 drivers here, but 6 of them have finished on the podium in 2 races.
Well, that was quite the race. Still cars yet to come through to take the checkered flag as well. The 88 car of Chris Brayshaw is over the line. So too is 22 Tony Williams. I think, yeah, he's going to be the final finish, because we lost Naeem Hack to the pits, and we lost the Alex Jones BDN after that was off at the first corner with damage.
Both Austin and Chapman are shown on the time machine with a 15-second penalty, which I didn't think...
I think they've both had track limits penalties as well, possibly. Yeah, I think, well, we'll get confirmation of that later
Either
on.
way, Ashby's third. Oh, they've been corrected now to 10 seconds, so it wasn't Ian Hutchinson in 4th, it was Cole Austin. So I think Cole Austin is the championship leader, isn't he, despite that, but it is the podium for Dan Ashby, but the win for Noah Osbaldeston.
Yeah, shall we have a look at the results of that now? That's all been sorted out, if we can, as they're about to head into the pit lane. Certainly it was Noah Osbaldeston that took the win. 14 laps completed in the 20 minutes of racing, and he won by more than 15 seconds in the end over the number 1 car of Dan Clews in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of number 33, Daniel Ashby. 4th was 44, Carl Austin. In 6th place, 5th place I should say, number 69, Ian Hutchinson. 7th was Colin Chapman in number 63. 8th was number 88, Chris Brayshaw. And the last finisher was number 22, Tony Williamson. He was a lap down. Naeem Hack and Alex Jones were retirements from the Sports 1000 Championship race, and Sports 1000 picks up again at Silverstone at the end of next month. 2 more races to come here this afternoon. A sprint race for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy coming up next, and then the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship to round out the day. That's going to be a 2.5-hour race. Very pleased is Noah as he gets out of the car and receives the congratulations of the team and a bottle of water as well, because he'll want a drink of that after a hard 20 minutes of racing. And shortly, you think we'll be able to head down to Tom Butterworth, who is ready to speak to Noah Osbaldeston in the pit lane.
Yes, back down in the pit lane again with a very happy Noah Osbaldeston. Not only was that a great overtake move around Austin into the complex as well, but then full send on Klaus into Tower and got that one done as well.
Yeah, that was just a fantastic race. I think, I really had another awful start, but I think that's a bit of a trend with the season. Same with last year, we had a quite poor starts, but no, this year I'm really happy to get the first sort of weekend out the way. I was a bit sceptical after race 1. We had some issues, but the guys at Mattel have been fantastic about getting the car back out and ready for race 2. It's quite impressive to have such a mishap with the engine to then be able to come back and by far have one of the best cars on the grid. So huge thanks to Scott and the Mattel team. But yeah, just down the inside of Dan, I noticed he braked quite early into Tower, so I thought, with these cars I need to get it done quite early. So yeah, really just sent it and lick a stamp and send it, sort of thing.
Yeah, I said to our cameraman Andy, I said to him that Royal Mail are going to start charging you if you keep sending stuff like that. But I also said as well, when you were going through Clairvaux and Hawthorns as well, if these cars had door handles, you'd have had it on him. It was proper leaning. You were not hanging about. It was full send every corner, every lap. It was really impressive.
Yeah, you've got to be aggressive in these sort of cars because the way the front downforce is built, you've only got front downforce, so there's not a lot of rear downforce. So got to get the move nice and early, nice and clean, and I just saw an opportunity and I was like, well, I'm not hanging around here for much longer. So down the inside, got the job done, and yeah, really happy to pick up the result.
And left everyone behind.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. For English. Oh my God, it's all gone now. Neil Rediford from my coach has prepared me really well for it. We've been doing mountains and mountains of stuff in the simulator, and with George Palozzi as well, who's on his way as an up-and-coming racing driver too. We've been playing hundreds of hours into the simulator, and finally I'm just hugely happy to be able to get the RMO boys a win, because we've been working so hard for this, and so is Scott. I mean, Scott's been plugging away in the winter scenes behind as well, making sure the car was ready after last year. Yeah, he's done a fantastic job. He looks after us so well, and we're by far the best team on the grid, and he really makes it sure that that's known.
Great stuff, thank you, Noah. Congratulations. Absolutely over the moon. Dan, we'll come over to your car for this one as well. So I'm going to guess you might be slightly disappointed with that one, but still a very good result.
To be honest, given what I did yesterday at turn, I'm a lot happier. So yeah, can't complain. Noah's got some cracking pace in that car at the moment, and we've been through testing Friday. We were sort of nothing between our times. He caught me out at Tower, and just kept sneaking away from me. And I think at that point I kind of settled for it.
I don't think he leaves much on the table in terms of lap time every corner by the looks of his driving.
Absolutely, yeah. He's a very talented boy, and he's very, very quick. So very committed.
Excellent.
And, yeah, looking forward to the next battle next time out.
I'm sure you are. It was a good one as well. So yeah, good result there for Dan. Thank you. And Daniel Ashby. We'll come over this way so we can get the car in shot for you. Did you know?
No.
The best way to start.
They pulled me in. They put me in front of the penalty sign. And I was thinking, I don't remember doing anything that bad, and I don't recall my number being shown. But then they took it out of the way and surprised me with a third. So yeah, pretty pleased with that.
Yeah, chuffed a bit.
So what actually happened? What's?
Let's just say others around you were losing their heads.
Right. Okay.
Few penalties. No, just a couple of penalties and stuff. But yeah, you must be over the moon with the podium.
Yeah, especially as I think I was on the second lap. I spun out at the hairpin, lost a couple of places, so it's hard work to get those places back. So yeah, that's good. I'm really pleased with that.
Great stuff, and congratulations. We've already got the Tegiwa Type R Trophies are heading round on their formation lap, and they're going to head on a green flag lap in just a moment. So we will hand back up to Ian and Josh in the commentary box.
The Driver Media Programme, powered by Blindscreen, with over 1.6 million followers. More than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blind Screen backed driver media program turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blind Screen driver media program.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
Cars on the green flag lap for the final Tegiwa Type R Trophy race of the weekend, with the wins this weekend having been shared between Trafford King and Danny Hobson so far. This, the third and final race of the weekend, has a reverse grid. The top 10 from the second race that we had earlier on this afternoon have been reversed, so that means it's number 16, Adam Huntley, that lines up on pole position alongside the number 13 car of Tom McFarlane. Lou Emmons, number 77, is on the inside of row 2 alongside 151, which is Andy Stevens. Warren Flint in 55 and Gordon McMillan in number 2 on the third row of the grid. On to row 4, that's where we'll find Max Martin, number 62, a podium finish yesterday, and Miles Nathaniel James in number 21. Trafford King, yesterday's winner, is alongside today's winner, Danny Hobson, so that's 1 and 25 on the 5th row. The 6th row is number 97, that's Jordan Banks, and 26, Lee Rickard. On to row 7, and that's where we find the car of number 60, which is the car of Jack Reynolds, and 374 should be Kai Lindsay, but I'm not sure he's there after his off earlier on. John Abella in 83 on the 8th row next to number 96 Jackson Carden, and 74 Rich Lindsay. His car came down the pit lane as the cars came to the grid, and 20 Reedy McMillan should be on the 9th row. And that would be 18 cars if they were all there, but I'm not sure, Josh Barrett, that they are, I'm afraid.
Looks like we're more than I expected, to be fair.
Okay.
I think Kai Lindsay's car's all patched up.
Oh, he
I
is there?
noticed. Yeah, Richard Lindsay's in the pits, I
Yes.
noticed, so whether he's starting from the pits or not. And Reedy McMillan's there for the first time this weekend, so they've got that wiring issue hopefully solved. So
I don't think Rich is going to start because he's out of the car by the looks of it. So
I think most of the others are, which perhaps is quite impressive, because it was only a couple of hours ago their race and some of those incidents. It was quite a big hit, wasn't it, for Kai Lindsay?
yes, it was. We saw that on the camera at the Jim Clark S's.
So whether the car's in its as healthy as it could be, because it's a bit patched up, particularly on the front right corner, isn't it? But it don't look too bad, really, does it? So they've done a great job to get that out there. But this race is going to be quite unpredictable, I suspect, particularly the first few laps.
Yes, with the cars on the back on the sort of 5th row, the two winners so far this weekend, and the cars on the front row finishing 9th and 10th in the yellow race. I think it should be an instant-free start, and the reason I say that is because John Elsey has come here to take photographs of it, and I think he's managed to miss most of the action so far this weekend, so it should all be good to go. We've got everyone ready to go. We've got the green flag at the back, and I'm hoping I'm right now about what I said about the start, because we do now get the green flag at the back, waiting for the red lights to go on then ahead of a 15-minute race for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. It's Danny Hobson on pole, it's Adam Huntley on pole, I should say, as the race gets underway. Good start from second on the grid by Tom McFarlane. Is he going to have the lead down to the first corner? It looks like he is. We'll try and pick up what has happened to those that are starting on sort of row 4 and 5, some of the quicker drivers as they come through the field. Well, everyone looks to have made it safely through Clairvaux. Well, there's one that's gone through the gravel and kicked up a bit of dust there. Which one was that?
It was Hobson or not?
I don't think it was it? No, it was the 97 car of Jordan Banks that was briefly through the gravel and then cutting the chicane as well.
Wayne Flint's going for the lead, so great start for Wayne Flint. So he's up the inside into Tower. He started 5th on the grid and he leads the race now. The ex-BMW racer still getting to grips with this front-wheel drive Honda. He certainly got it off the line well there. I think more happy with these fully dry conditions, and he will try and get away before sort of those top drivers in the earlier races come through the order, because they haven't made great leaps for progress, I don't think, from rows sort of 4 and 5.
Up to Sonny in the midfield pack, very busy part of the circuit. Obviously still trying to sort out positions. Andy Stevens losing a position there. That is to Hobson? Anyway, they're coming through the complex now. At the end of the first lap, it's Wayne Flint leading, then number 55, 13. Tom McFarlane is second, 77. Luke Evans in third. Adam Huntley is fourth, 21. In fifth position is Miles Nathaniel James. So he's gone well, and he's up the inside there for fourth position, and he's gone through, elbows out there, so he's got clear of Adam Huntley. And then it's Danny Hobson in sixth, Andy Stevens in seventh, and Gordon McMillan in eighth place. As we go on to the second lap, Wayne Flint leading by 9/10.
Yeah, so Miles Nathaniel James and Danny Hobson were really the best smoothers, weren't they? Up to 4th and 6th. Traffic King still 9th. So that didn't quite go to plan, I don't think. But Wayne Flint's a second ahead. And the gap really depends on when he gets up there, when the others get up into second position. But they're still, well, they're now 4th and 5th, because Hobson's just got past Adam Huntley. I don't think Huntley made that too difficult for him as they went through for the driver from East Sussex losing the spot. But there's Wayne Flint then leading the way, returning this weekend in this car that he debuted a couple of seasons ago. There's John Labella trying to gain places. He's had plenty of bad luck this weekend, non-finisher earlier, but he's got great pace. Oh, and is that him involved there? There's 2 cars that have shot off. Drivers left, one of them was Labella, and so that doesn't get any better his weekend, really, does it? And there's a secondary car that's in the field.
Is in the
there's more cars off down here, Ian. And that's Miles Nathaniel James who's gone off the road at Sunny.
And that's allowing Trafford King to make it. Grant, I was just thinking, he's still only 8th. He's only 8th is Trafford King, but he saw a gap there. He's got past Andy Stevens, and he's up with Adam Huntley now, I think. So it's Flint from Emmons, from Hobson now 3rd, McFarlane 4th, Trafford King up to 5th. So he's made up 3 places, I think, on this lap already. But yeah, a few incidents there, and that's Andy Stevens. Oh, and there's a car spun around. It's Trafford King, the champion and the winner from yesterday's been spun around. There's a bumper that's come off somebody's car as well, and that's on the side of the track. Is that Trafford King's? No, it's not Trafford King's bumper, I don't think, is it?
There was more contact from others who were trying to avoid him, I think. So Luke Emmons has just set the fastest lap and he's going after Flint. So Luke Emmons going great guns. He started 3rd in this race. There's Stevens, he's the one that without a bumper. He's up the curb through Clairvaux. It was Gordon McMillan who was the other driver involved with Labella at the Essex. Somehow Labella didn't lose any places in all that. McFarlane's getting a penalty for an out of position start. He's currently 4th. Well, we thought this might be action-packed. It certainly has been. But yeah, Luke Evans, great driving here from him, the electrician from Portsmouth, who's in his 3rd season. But all kind of actions going on, and it's not over yet.
Yeah, Kyle Lindsay there as well. Obviously, he had those dramas in the earlier race. He's trying to make up some ground here, not far behind the Andy Stevens car that's bumperless. The cars sweep their way through the Jim Clark S's up towards Sunny. And you can see Jackson Carden involved in down there as well. Of course, he was off the circuit in the earlier race that brought out the safety car, and Danny Hobson is getting close to the back of Luke Emmons now for 3rd position.
Well, Luke Emmons didn't really help himself by driving up the grass through the complex there, but Hobson's catching very quickly, as you thought he might do. But the two drivers ahead looking for a very strong result, Wayne Flint and Luke Evans. They won't just get out of the way of Hobson, you wouldn't think, but he has just set the fastest lap of the race. Danny Hobson in the 1:36. Oh, who's going grass tracking this lap? It's Andy Stevens. He did that a lap ago.
He was going to collect his bumper, I think, but he's left it there. Like a computer game, he's going to try and reclaim it. Into the pits has come the number 20 car. So that's Rudy McMillan, isn't it? Who did get the start that time, but sadly it's only lasted a couple of 3 laps his race.
Yes, it's been a horrible couple of 3 days, I'm afraid, for Rudy. I'm sure he'll be back trying again later on in the season. There's Labella continue to make progress. He was way off the track a couple of laps ago. He's just taken 8th position away from Jack Reynolds there. So he continues to make progress. Up front, still the same order, the top 3, Flint, Emmons and Hobson. Miles Nathaniel James is back to 5th. He was off the track a couple of laps ago too. He's just set the fastest lap, 1:36.5, and he's catching Tom McFarlane at a rate. He started the lap 2 seconds behind. It's probably not that now. There they are, through the S's. Max Martin, I think we spoke about Max in this race. He's just quietly got on with things and avoided all the chaos around him, seemingly. And he's now up into 6th position. Just behind there, Jack Reynolds is now under pressure from Jackson Carden, who had that really good result yesterday.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th so far for Max Martin. So we'll be looking to add another solid result this weekend. There is Hobson now ahead of Emmons and up into 2nd place. So probably expected that. He was lapping quite a bit quicker than Emmons. And now he's going to have to try and set up in pursuit of Wayne Flint, but he's a couple of seconds up the road now. The gap was only 1 second at the start of the lap, but it's gone out to almost 2 seconds now, so it's going to take at least a couple of laps, you would think, for Hobson to catch Flint. Meanwhile, Nathaniel James did another fastest lap of the race.
Big moment for Luke Edmonds, trying to go with Hobson, locked it up, but got it into Clairvaux okay, but he will now be close to that battle that you were describing is about to happen between Tom McFarlane and Miles Nathaniel James.
Yeah, 1:36.442 that lap for Miles. And to watch then Luke Emmons, he having had that was there.
Who was that? We heard it was Emmons, wasn't it? You could hear the revs going crazy on his car, and now the car is slowing. And just ahead of him, here comes Nathaniel James for 3rd on the inside of McFarlane, who's wants his podium now, but he has got this penalty overhanging his race, so probably not going to work out that way for him. Which is he's helping though. Really, the top 2 are quite a long way ahead now. Wayne Flint and Danny Hobson. Real shame though for Luke Evans, who was looking like a first podium could have come his way.
3rd and 4th on the road is what we're looking at now then. Tom McFarlane and Miles Nathaniel James, but McFarlane with that 10-second penalty for an out of position start to be added to his race time. So it's not a true battle for position, and Max Martin just behind them as well in 5th position, and now it looks like Nathaniel James is going to have a go into the complex. He's not close enough. There's yellow flags. I can say up and sunny. There's a car that is stopped. That is the Emmons car, is it, that stopped there? McFarlane and Nathaniel James overlapping. Nathaniel James is going to be on the outside line for the hairpin. The sometime Formula Ford 1600 racer. He's actually got another car right behind him though, which is Max Martin. And now Nathaniel James is going to try and get alongside the green car of McFarlane as they head down the start and finish straight. He's nosing ahead, but he's going to be on the outside line for Clairvaux Corner. But I think he's going to be fully ahead by the time they get there, or is he? McFarlane's going to try and brake later, but no, it's going to be Nathaniel James that goes through. McFarlane hooks a wheel through the gravel, and I thought that might allow Max Martin through, but it's not quite worked out for Max just yet.
He's being caught by John Labella very quickly. He just set the fast lap of the race. He started the lap a second and a half behind Martin. He's with him now already. Just wonder if that the success ballast you were telling us about yesterday, if that's hurting Danny Hobson a little bit here. Yeah. He's not really catching Wayne Flint now, so Wayne Flint could be looking for a first victory out of this. Massively late on the brakes is Martin. This could go wrong. Luckily there was no one in front of him. Actually, he's made the move for now on McFarlane. I thought that was going to go horribly wrong. It did not. That's good, and Max Martin might have the position as well. He's on the inside of McFarlane, and he's there before the yellows, so he's into 4th place.
Yeah, and talking of that success ballast, I mean, Trafford King did think that it affected him in the earlier race, so I suspect there is some truth in that. And that's sort of hampering Hobson's pace, and there's the reason he's not able to really catch Wayne Flint in the lead. But for the moment, we'll continue with this battle a bit further back. McFarlane is now at the back of that group. They went off the circuit and towards the barriers, and stopping is like a pull-off, but sort of quite a sudden one, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's another car that is stopped up at the top end of the circuit.
Labella's going to have a go here on Max Martin for 4th, and he's through. Labella's had a busy old race, but he's now in 4th position out of all of this, so he might be on for his best result of the weekend. Lead gap remains at 1.7 seconds, so Wayne Flint continues to lead this from Danny Hobson. Miles Nathaniel James is third. He's got a big gap to catch on those ahead.
Could be another championship where we've got 3 different winners in the course of the weekend as well, couldn't it?
Jackson Carden, I think, may have been the driver we saw pull off.
Yeah, I think it was.
See, Gordon McMillan's lost his rear bumper after that contact he had with Labella at the S's on the opening lap.
And one for the pits as well. Oh, it's the number 20 car again, isn't it? For McMillan, so yeah.
Just trying to sort the car out, aren't they?
Yeah, not having too much luck with it. Anyway, so Max Martin there is just behind John Labella.
And ahead of both of them, Miles Nathaniel James was on the grass out of Tower, so that's not going to help him catch the top 2. It might bring Labella that little bit closer. Oh, Nathaniel James was sideways. Perhaps that's just the line, because Labella did a similar thing.
Pushing hard though, isn't he, Nathaniel James? And as a lot of them are. There's Martin and Labella, so they are 4th and 5th. Labella with the fastest lap of the race, the 1:36.435.
Lead gap's come down a lot on this lap, as you watch in great battles further back. Much smaller gap between Wayne Flint and Danny Hobson now.
Is that Jack Reynolds and Kai Lindsay and Adam Huntley, I think? That kind of territory, isn't it, that's down there. In fact, it's Jordan Banks now ahead of Adam Huntley into the top 10, but you're right, the leaders are much closer together. They've just gone across the timing line, and the gap's down to 1.1 seconds now from 1.7 it was at the start of the lap between Wayne Flint, number 55, and Danny Hobson, number 25. But turning through the hairpin there is the number 26 car of Lee Rickard, and he has got several cars queuing up right behind him.
Yeah, that's right. Jack Reynolds is having a good race here. He's just behind Rickard, the driver from Derby, in his 4th season. Then Kai Lindsay recovering from that incident earlier. Jordan Banks has just worked his way up ahead of Adam Huntley as well. They've got Trafford King catching them, haven't they? So how many positions can Trafford King make up in all of this? He's got good pace despite that big hit he got at the hairpin earlier, but he could work his way through this little battle if he plays his cards right with a couple or 3 laps to go. A bit of damage on the side of Huntley's car by the looks of things, perhaps unsurprising because it's been lively at times around him.
Every car can pass is more points for the championship, which could be crucial at the end of the season. This is all a bit tight, isn't it, going into Tower that time. That was Jack Reynolds and Kai Lindsay getting together there. Also involved Jordan Banks, all behind Lee Rickard in the number 26 car.
Deep breath.
The front of the group, yeah, needed through the Jim Clark S's, but they've all managed to get through there, I think. And as you say, they've got Trafford King now catching them as well, and he'll be probably a little bit quicker than them, but this is going to be a hard group to try and get through. There's only 2 minutes to go in the race anyway now, as the leaders are right together through the hairpin, I can tell you, and they're overlapping for the lead of the race. Danny Hobson is briefly got alongside there as they came out of the hairpin. There you can see it on screen now. It is still Wayne Flint leading. They're going on to the penultimate lap of the race, Josh.
This has been a great weekend with the Type R Trophy, firmly putting itself, I think, as the most competitive Honda Championship in the UK, because it's been tight from the front to the back and with several different drivers involved. Absolutely great stuff. The Type R Trophy, Hobson almost into the back of Flint, who's trying to get his first victory here in the championship. He's got 2 laps to hold Hobson back, and over the last 2 laps, Flint's pace has started to drop away.
Yes, it has. So can, in the last lap and a half of this race, Danny Hobson, with that ballast on board, try and find a way through for the win. He closes under braking for Tower, but he's very sideways. He's kept hold of it just about, but he's lost quite a few lengths to Flint now, and he's only going to have a lap and a sort of third now to try and make that back. He's probably 20 lengths behind.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of time, hasn't he? I just wonder if something was up with the car, because he hasn't sort of picked his pace up as quickly as I thought he might do. Miles Nathaniel James might be being caught here by John Labella. Of course, Labella's got no success ballast. That might be helping him out. The battle behind that's just as crazy as it ever has been. Up towards the S. It looks like Jack Reynolds has got himself to 7th now, ahead of Rickard, who's got Jordan Banks coming past him now. Rickard's losing a lot of positions all of a sudden. He was at the front of this group. He's at least the third of them. King's bravely going around the outside of 1, maybe 2.
That's Trafford King trying to get past Lee Rickard in sort of pucy green-yellow car. He's got Kai Lindsay with the damage in the early race behind him. Meanwhile, the leaders are coming up to start their final lap of the race.
Flint run wide onto the grass, so that means the gap's back down again after that much bigger lead he had.
3/4 of a second is over the line. 60, which is Jack Reynolds, and 97, which is Jordan Banks. They're absolutely side by side in the battle for 7th and 8th position, and they are not quite getting into the side of one another. But Trafford King, he's making up the place on Rickard. In fact, he's made up the place on Banks as well. And again, there's contact between King and another car coming out of the hairpin. That time it was Reynolds, and he's dropped back as a result of that. Meanwhile, the leaders, with about 8 car lengths between them, I can tell you, are heading down to the Tower Bend for the final time. It doesn't look like Hobson is at the moment, Josh, close enough to do anything about it. Does he get through Tower a bit better this time? Yes, he does, but is he too far back to make a move?
He might be, mightn't he? But that was frantic stuff behind, absolutely crazy at times, but they've all survived it for now. But Wayne Flint then, can he come out on top of this 10-lap Tegiwa Type R Trophy race? Here, bits of Honda fly everywhere down the back straight. Jordan Banks is clear of it now, so he's pleased. He's up into 7th place and gone. And I think Trafford King has done sort of similar work now out of all of that.
Meanwhile, the leaders are up at Sunny, just waiting for them to appear back into the complex, which they do.
Bit of smoke from King's car, but I think he's okay.
Meanwhile, the leaders out of the complex for the final time. Here they are. It's Wayne Flint, 55. It's Danny Hobson, who won the early race, has a look up the inside into the hairpin. Can he get an overlap on the exit of the corner and do it on the sprint to the line? He's not going to be far away, but he's not quite going to do it. So it's going to be Wayne Flint making it 3 different winners in the first 3 rounds of the Tegiwa Type R Trophy for 2026. So Flint wins from Hobson. The gap between them, 0.6 of a second, and Martin Nathaniel James, his second podium of the weekend, he takes 3rd.
Yeah, very energetic stuff, and it's not over yet because this great big scrap that we've been watching has continued. Jordan Banks is going to come out on top of it. One's gone way wide, that's Kai Lindsay. Well, you couldn't go grass tracking in this race until the very last corner. But they're all going to come home from that group, despite everything that was going on. Adam Huntley did pit a lap or so ago, but it was Jordan Banks who came out of that battle, which ended up being 6th, of course, because of Tom McFarlane's penalty.
That's right, so yeah, breathless race for the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. I think everyone who's going to finish has done. The whole field, all 13 finishers within 37 seconds of one another, so again pretty tight in a 750 Motor Club Tin Tot Championship. We did lose a few cars along the way. Adam Huntley was a late visitor to the pits. We lost Jackson Carton, Luke Emmons, they pulled off. Richie McMillan was in and out of the pits several times, and of course Big Rich Lindsay didn't unfortunately take the start of that race. So 13 finishers that we had, and we'll go through the results for you in just a second. Fastest lap I can tell you went to John Labella with a 1:36.214, but Wayne Flint it was that took the win at the end of 10 laps of racing in car 55. From in second place, number 25, Danny Hobson, 0.587 seconds behind. In third place, number 21, Martin Nathaniel James. In fourth was number 83, John Labella. Max Martin in number 62, he's had a 3rd, 4th and a 5th during the course of this weekend, a 5th in that race. 6th to number 97, Jordan Banks. 7th was number 1, Trafford King. A good comeback from Biggs, but almost to the back of the field at the hairpin in the early stages of that race. 8th, number 26, Lee Rickard. 9th was number 60, Jack Reynolds. Ali Stevens in the 151 car rounded out the top 10. There were 3 other finishers. 13, Tom McFarlane, once his penalty had been applied. Kai Lindsay in 374, and Gordon McMillan in number 2. So that is the Tegiwa Type R Trophy racing for this weekend. The championship will continue at Pembrey with another triple header over the weekend of the 23rd and 24th of May. We'll be bringing that to you on Alpha Live as well before they go to Donington, Alton, Silverstone and Castle Combe to round out the season. We have one more race to come this afternoon. That is going to be for the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, the 150-minute race, the longest race of the weekend. Still to come, and it should be a thriller as well, judging by qualifying. But we do now have cars in the pit lane, and we're going to hear from our top 3 in the Tegiwa Type R Trophy with Tom Butterworth.
Well, welcome down to the pit lane for the penultimate time this weekend. Wayne Flint has only just pulled in, so we'll give him a couple of minutes just to get himself set. All action once again in the Tegiwa Type R Trophy. Of course, that was a reverse grid as well, which always makes things very, very lively, and we certainly saw that. We shall welcome Wayne to the podium for the first time this weekend.
Oh, that literally is a first. Never had a race win. Not yet anyway, so till then. First one ever done.
And wait.
Well, I knew we had the pace, but in the wet, we didn't have a wet setup, so that slowed us back a little bit. We're still learning. And with the adjustments that we had for the final race, with the info we got, the data, come together. It felt like, anyway, everything felt perfect. Car was good.
Great stuff, right?
Yeah, really pleased.
I mean, it looked, well, I want to say comfortable, but, you know, well, the first couple of laps.
Yeah, a couple of hairy moments. Tyres, obviously, I'm learning with them. They're new, so as soon as they wake up, a couple of laps.
Danny was
in the car. Yeah, you can see
it was closing in right at the end.
Very quick in the corners, but I seem to have better exits and seem to pull away. Yeah, we're really happy with that. Good.
Excellent. Congratulations. First win. First win for Wayne Flynn. So we'll step over and talk to Danny, who I think probably just felt like you ran out of laps, really. I mean, got very, very leery at one point in Tower. I was wondering what goes on under the helmet at that point when the back end's coming around that. Do you do what we do when we're going, whoo?
I just dropped a wheel a couple of places, and it's the first time I've ever driven a car gaining success ballast, and it's like, it does hurt. So you have to just try things in different places, but I was trying everything to get that win. Just a little bit of legs out of the hairpin, and then when I dropped and made a mistake, it cost me again. But yeah, from 10th to 2nd, I'll take that. That was a good race.
So what does go on in the helmet then? Do you, when the car's coming round like that and you're in Tower, and obviously you're travelling at about 80 mile an hour through that bend, and it's coming round, do you just grit your teeth and hold on to it, or are you screaming in the helmet?
No, you just got to deal with it, and just hope that you don't lose too much of a run. And luckily I had a bit of a breather from behind me, so we were okay just to sort of pull it back together. But yeah, you've got to be fast in these. They've got to be on the edge.
Great stuff. All right, well done, Danny. And another podium. So 3 winners from 3 races. But second podium, I think it was for Danny Hobson. Yes, it was second podium for Danny Hobson. Second podium for Miles Nathaniel James as well, who another race with some adventures.
Yeah, I mean, I fluffed that one big time. I had essentially, well, apart from McFarlane, who I'm pretty sure I had the pace on, there was no one between me and Wayne, so I feel like I could have chased after him. But then coming into Sunny Inn, McFarlane took quite a bit less speed into the corner than I was expecting, and obviously I take Barcroft flat out, so I then lock up the brakes and essentially just hit him in the back, and I then go off and everyone goes past, and I'm just like, oh, I've thrown the win away now. I did what I could. I got back to 3rd, and I saw John chasing me, because I know John put a new set of fronts on, so I knew he'd have speed, so I was just kind of giving everything to stay ahead of him. But yeah, it's not the way I wanted to finish. It could have been better, but here's what it is.
Still good championship points, though.
Yeah, it should have been better. I mean, without that disqualification in qualifying, I would have had probably at least 2 wins today. But it's the beginning of the championship. There's loads of time left, so we'll see.
On to Pembury. Great stuff. Thank you, Miles. And yeah, definitely, it's a car that's definitely been in some adventures this weekend. But we will move on. I think the cars are starting to make their way towards the edge of the dummy grid for our 2.5-hour race, which will be the final race of our programme here at 750 Motor Club at Croft, which is going to be the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship.
driver media program powered by Blindscreen with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blindscreen Backs driver media program turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blindscreen driver media program.
So the cars just heading out onto the track for the final race of the weekend, the longest race of the weekend, the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, round 1 of 6 for the 2026 season, and the longest race of the season as well, at 2.5 hours in length. 30 cars we should have on the grid, although actually 1 or 2 may be missing from that. 30 cars certainly qualified, and it was a very tight qualifying session in the end for this race, Josh, with a number of cars improving their time right at the end of the session as the track dried in practice earlier on.
Yeah, that's right. I think there's something like 6 different drivers on pole position within a minute or so, and it all really bodes well, I think, for this race. A race which is going to bring plenty of strategy, because it is unique in the championship that there are 2 pit stops mandatory rather than the 1. So with the 2 driver lineups, which there are many at the front of the grid, someone is going to do 2 stints. Is that going to be back to back, or is that going to be at the start and to the finish? So that means in some of the pairings where there is perhaps a quicker driver, a few have gone for the quicker driver to start, I see, and some have not. So there's plenty of strategy to play here. And with that one addition of Ricky Collard on the grid, the one professional ranked driver being a silver FIA driver, so that means that car will have a 30-second pit stop penalty. Drive-through penalty, if you like, and that will probably come immediately, I would imagine. That's what they did last year, but that is the only car with that added complexion to the strategy. But yeah, very interesting. Of course, some of the strategy relies on how big your fuel tank is and how long of a range you've got, whereas others, they can be a bit more flexible. But yeah, it's going to be very intriguing, this 2.5 hours in what is a very competitive field, and quite a good mix actually of the 3 classes. It's not a massively dominant class of cars here, is there? They're pretty evenly matched amongst the 3 classes, and differently to road sports yesterday, because we had the split grids in road sports, lap traffic's going to be a lot more of a factor than what we saw in yesterday's races. So yeah, lots to play out, lots of unpredictability, I think, over the next 2.5 hours, because of course car reliability will be a great factor too.
And of course the cars lining up in 2 ranks here, because it will be a rolling start for the 150-minute race that we have. Josh, just remind us what the rules are around the pit stops in terms of how long those have to be in the Club Enduro Championship.
Cars will have to be stationary for 3 minutes for those 2 mandatory pit stops, and they can't come in the first 30 minutes of the race or the final 15 minutes. So the first 30 minutes will be sort of a pure race, and then the strategy will start to play after that. And they can't make that pit stop when the safety car is out. However, if you're already in the pits beforehand, you can continue your pit stop. I have seen the bulletin suggest today that the red lights will be on at the end of the pit lane until the following lap is done, sort of to even out, I think, the advantage you might gain. So there shouldn't really be an advantage, I don't think, if the safety car comes out, and of course you can't make that pit stop.
Yeah.
Of course, what you can gain is if you've made a pit stop and you're on the back of the lead lap, you'll be bunched right back up again, won't you? We've seen that in the past, where perhaps an earlier pit stop can be advantageous, but of course it's a bit different at this race because of the 2 pit stop strategy needed.
And a 3-minute pit stop plus the pit in and pit out, that's the equivalent of just over 2 laps, isn't it, for the fastest cars?
Yeah, we've seen about 22 to 25 seconds, haven't we, for pit in to pit out. So yeah, that's just over 2 laps, isn't it? So that's what you're going to lose with a pit stop. So plenty of intrigue, new cars on the grid, returning cars, different drivers. a few changes. You've got the two champions from classes B and C last year have both moved up to Class A, so that adds a sort of a new complexion, doesn't it? And what is probably a slightly mix-up grid, because if you got traffic on your last lap of the session, you're probably further down the grid than you might have been. And of course, with that, a few drivers who weren't the driver who set the time starting the car.
Absolutely.
The first few laps, I think the order might jumble up a little bit.
I'm pretty sure that you're right there, Josh. It will do that. It's going to be absolutely fascinating to watch as the cars now head off on their rolling lap, the green flag lap, for this Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race. There are a few gaps on the grid, unfortunately we'll try and pick those up as we go down the order, but still a very good, healthy number of cars here at Croft for this opening race of the season. And rich variety of machinery as well across the three different classes that we have in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. We'll see if we can bring you the grid for this race then, as the cars work their way around the rolling lap. I can tell you certainly that it's the Alan Henderson car on pole position, the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 of car number 45. And he is going to be beside the number 13 car of Scott Parkin on the front row of the grid. The second row, that's going to be Christopher Nyland in car 83, besides the Easton starting the Cupra. The third row, that's going to be the number 19 car of Wayne Lawson. Besides him is Dylan Brickton, number 6 in the Darkside Audi. Row 4, that's going to be Oliver Harris, number 1 on the fourth row of the grid. Besides him is 55 Paul Simerson in the Porsche, so BMW and Porsche on the fourth row. The fifth row should be the 117 car, that's Martin Gadsby in the car that has actually withdrawn from the grid. We're just going to take a very brief break while we sort a technical issue.
Activating. VSG Crypto ready for deployment.
So the cars continuing on the rolling lap had got as far as the fifth row of the grid. Row 5 should have been Ian Jones and Martin Gadsby in the compact 117, but they're not there. On the outside of row 5, it's number 10, Ricky Collard starting that car. The 6th row, 44, Alok Iyengar and 88, Joe Williams. The 7th row, 46, Alistair Lindsay and 47, Robert Greenwood. The 8th row is 5, Jonathan Packer and 97, Alex Wilkinson Hughes. The 9th row is 297, Jan Whittaker and 66, Johnny Hayes. On the 10th row, it's 14, Stuart Mead and 69, Lucas Fothergill. The 11th row, 171, Senna Osman and 41, Ethan Simmons. On the 12th row, it's 73, Stephen Moore and it's the Mick Wright car, number 36. The 13th row is 37, Scott Ferguson and 169, Matthew Simonite. The 14th row is Ewan Lintz on his own, and on the 15th and final row, it's the car as the race gets underway. We'll bring you the details of the rest of that in a moment. It's a good start from Alan Henderson, though. I think he's got the lead as they go down into the first corner. Yes, he just about has got the lead from Scott Parkin, I think that is, in second place as they head into Clairvaux for the first time. It looks like everyone has made it through. The car at the back of the grid is the Edward Christie BMW in the Class C car, but they're all safely through Clairvaux and Hawthorne for the first time, and Josh Barrett, they're heading to Tower with the Mazda MX-5 in the lead.
That's it, this sort of IMSA-inspired, Daniel Irving built Mazda MX-5 driven by Alan Henderson leads the way then ahead of the much more modern machinery, but it is that car that leads up towards the S's with Scott Parkin, the 3-time Class A champion, chasing, and Chris Nyland, this new to them ROS3 Audi, is there in third position. position. In 4th is Simon Mason. In 5th is Ryan Parkin in the prepared car. 6th is Paul Simonson. Ricky Collard's up to 7th. We will see if he pits at the end of this lap to take that penalty for being a pro driver in the championship. And plenty of battles further back in the car that started on pole in Class B has gone off the road a little bit there. That was Alistair Lindsay, but he's back on again into the hairpins. This is where the Mazda should be pretty good, much lighter car than those around him. Alan Henderson then leads the way from Scott Parkin, but this very competitive grid up front, I suspect, is going to be very entertaining over the next 2.5 hours.
Certainly is, and they're all coming through. No pit stop for anybody yet as the cars go over the line to complete lap number 1. Then it's Alan Henderson leading the way then by 0.6 of a second from Scott Parkin in 2nd place. In 3rd place is the number 83 car, that's Christopher Nyland in the Audi, and then it's Simon Mason in 4th place in the number 23 Cupra. That's the way of it then. Alan Henderson, though, looks like he's starting to build a few car lengths lead over Scott Parkin in 2nd place.
There's also a Mazda leading in Class B because Alex Wilkinson-Hughes has got himself to the front in Class B. Jonathan Hayes continues to lead from pole within Class C. You see down the straight, the Mazda starts to get reeled in again, so it's going to be quicker through the tighter bends. The much lighter MX-5 on power to weight ratio, it sort of all evens out over the course of a lap. So through the S's he comes. Chris Nylon's going really well in this RS3, isn't he? The driver that won the Class B championship last year in a Honda Civic. They've upgraded to this TCR spec Audi, and Simon Mason in the TCR Cupra is going after him. Ryan Parkin looking good in the Audi. They had quite a big accident yesterday. The Darkside Developments team worked all night, I think, to get that car back and fixed. There was quite a lot of parts to change on it, but it's running well there in 5th position. Down into the complex they come, and the leading groups all as one, really. Paul Simonson in 6th position is keeping Ricky Collard at bay at this stage. It gets very, very tight between the top 2, though, coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, up to complete the 2nd lap of the race then. And the field in Class B and C still streaming their way through Sunny as they're going on their lap. We are going to have traffic before very many laps, I think, in this race, such as the sort of a range of cars that we have.
Ricky Collard lost a place down here into Clairvaux. Did the car slow out of the final corner a little bit?
That's Alaki Yengar that's gone through, the ex-F1000 racer. He's gone through ahead of Collard in the number 10 car, the VW Golf TCR. Great to have Ricky out with us this weekend.
The lead in Class B is just 0.15 of a second between Alex Wilkinson-Hughes and yesterday's Road Sports winner Jonathan Packer. So it's a very good battle in Class B, heading down the back straight now, led by the Mazda MX-5 of Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, and battles in Class C as well, heading up towards Clairvaux, including the BMW Z4 of Scott Ferguson. He takes 5th position away from Matthew Simonow, who's one of many drivers who are doing this solo, 2.5 hours by themselves. That's going to be hard work.
It certainly is. Meanwhile, the leaders then in the Class B heading through the Jim Clark S's. That's Wilkinson-Hughes and Jonathan Packer. Packer in the Golf. Watching the cars come through a little bit further back as well. That is the number 14 Stuart Mead Volkswagen Scirocco that he's sharing with Tim Hartland this weekend. That's a little bit further down the order as well. Cars coming through to complete the 3rd lap of the race. It's Alan Henderson leading by 1.2 seconds. Ricky Carlos has not lost any more places. He is still there in 8th position.
Yeah, something doesn't seem quite right, whether it is Ricky at the wheel or that's changed last minute. So we'll see what happens over the coming laps. Perhaps a bit of smoke, but TCR cars tend to do that a little bit as they change gears, so that might not be necessarily a problem. But this new car to the team this weekend, the Volkswagen Golf, he's being chased by Wayne Lawson. Wayne's got a new teammate for this weekend. James Pickford's off racing GT cars, so he has got a super sub in Paul O'Neill, who I don't think's raced a touring car for quite some time now. We've talked about them quite a lot on the telly, but back at the wheel of a TCR car, in fact for the first time in racing conditions, and we'll see him out later on. He was quickest in qualifying at one point this morning. Just behind them is the Class C champion from last year, Oliver Harris, who's got a new BMW, an M2 CS racing car, a factory-built BMW that you might have seen race at the Nürburgring. They've got a class there, and he will be joined by the runner-up from the Ginetta GT Championship from last year. Back again is Jack Collins, who will be pretty rapid in that car later in the race, I suspect.
Yeah, there is Ricky Card there in the number 10 Golf that he shares with Rob Fennick. And just behind them is the Wayne Lawson and Paul O'Neill Audi. Two orange liveryed cars going through to complete the fourth lap of the race, which is still being led by Alan Henderson, number 45. He stretches his lead now to 2.1 seconds over Scott Parkin. Parkin has got 3 cars right behind him, though. The Chris Nyland Audi, the Simon Mason Cupra, and the Dylan Brichter Audi TT as well, the second of the dark side cars.
Change with the lead in Class B. Jonathan Packer has gone through and ahead of Alex Wilson Hughes, so the Volkswagen Golf leads Class B at this stage of the race. Meanwhile, in Class C, Jonathan Hayes has got a significant advantage over Ethan Simmons, and Ewan Lintz, who's moved up the order, he's up to third within Class C in his Honda Civic. Meanwhile, the leading group head their way through the Jim Clark S's, headed by Alan Henderson. He's a couple of seconds clear now of Scott Parkin. Of course, some of what might be going on as well here, Ian, is a bit of tyre conservation, because will the teams change tyres in the pit stop or not? And either way, you're going to be going for a long time on the tyres. Ewan Lintz a bit slow across the line, just said he got up to third. He's lost that position in Class C now to Scott Ferguson, who's been making good progress in the BMW Z4. But Ewan Lintz a little bit slow out of the final corner. Yeah, he's on several positions, hasn't he, in that Honda Civic Type R, the FN2 model that he's sharing with Gavin Johnson and Pip Hammond today.
Yeah, Matthew Simonite right behind him now in the Mazda MX-5, and then Edward Christie in the orange BMW 3 Series that completes the field as we are working the 6th lap of the race.
Change for second at turn 1. That's Chris Nyland that's gone through ahead of Scott Parkin, so the Audi RS3 up into second position. A very good debut in this car from Chris Nyland, very experienced driver, been racing for a decade and a half or so now, but it's very quick in a straight line, that RS3. He powers away down towards Tower Bend. That all happened out of picture, but up into second position overall now, Chris Nyland ahead of the 3-time Class A champion, Scott Parkin.
On screen, Edward Christie has made up a couple of positions there, so he's gone past the OnlyFans car of Matthew Simonite, and the Lintz Hammond Johnson Civic is looking a little bit sick, I'm afraid. I wonder if that might be a pit visitor before too much longer. It's going to be caught by the leader before too much longer, that's for certain. As we watch the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars go through, then 6th place at the moment is the Porsche of Paul Simerson.
Oh, big moment for Paul Simerson down at Sunny. Huge spin for this GT4, I think Sprint Challenge spec car from the past. Paul's going to be able to get back on again. He was due to be sharing with Rich Stanton, who can't be here. I think he was a bit nervous about doing 2.5 hours himself. That's not really going to help his case very much, is it, within the first 10 minutes?
No, absolutely right. So there is the 83 car, the new 2nd place car, which is Chris Nyland, the car shared with Will Puttigill. There you can see the leader getting in amongst the traffic as well. Alan Anderson going past the Edward Christie car. We again saw the Lintz Honda looking a little bit the worse for wear, not quite going at the speed that would have expected it to at this stage of the race. So it's now Scott Parkin down to 3rd position in the number 13 car. Behind him is Simon Mason in the car. Matthew Simonite opting to get absolutely out of the way of the leading cars coming through by driving across the straight line of the chicane.
But Simon Mason's trying to use this to get past Scott Parkin. Instead, I think Dylan Brichter diving down the inside of Mason. These two cars with different drivers in came together yesterday, and I'm not sure if they did again there, because Dylan Brichter a bit slow through the corner as he tried to dive down the inside. So that's all good news for Chris Nyland, isn't it? He's pulled away in about of a second. We thought the traffic could play a role in this race, and it already has done.
Yeah, it's certainly split up to quite a significant effect. That 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th place scrap, which was really quite close, but come the end of this lap, I think we'll see some quite significant gaps between those cars. So that 13 car is Scott Parkin. He's driving solo in this race. Here's Henderson trying to, well, not too hard to get past the number 37 BMW Scott Ferguson in the Z4. He does manage to get past him now at the hairpin, but I'm sure he'll be trying to build the biggest lead he possibly can here. Henderson sharing that car with Daniel Irving. He'll be taking over later on in the race. It's Nyland over the line in 2nd place. Scott Parkin there in 3rd position. 4th position is Simon Mason, and 5th place is Dylan Brichter, and there's now about 4 seconds between 2nd and 5th, whereas before it was much less than that. And I think I thought the Ewan Lindsay car was going to, no, is coming into the pit lane. It's got its indicator on, but the wrong one, indicating right rather than left.
Meanwhile, there's been a change to 6th position because Ricky Collard just got the better of Alok Inyugar through the complex. So Collard starting to gain positions again. There's the M2. You can see Oliver Harris is just behind Wayne Lawson. They're in 8th and 9th. Robert Greenwood completes the top 10 at this stage. Meanwhile, in Class B, recently, Alistair Lindsay has just set the fastest lap within the class. He's just taken 3rd position away from Jan Whittaker. So Lindsay, at that moment on the opening lap, after getting pole, joining this championship from other categories. He's having a good outing here, up into the top 3 in the early stages. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Alan Henderson going really well in this very heavily modified Mazda MX-5. There he is. Great bit of engineering from AK Automotive who have built this car. He leads the way ahead of a fully factory race car from Audi Sport, the RS3 of Chris Nyland, who started to pull away from Scott Parkin at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it certainly has. Parkin not getting away from Simon Mason though. In 4th position, Dylan Brichter 5th, and then 6th is Ricky Collard now, isn't it? Up into 6th position. Over the line they all go. Then there on screen is Scott Parkin in the number 13 car, and in 13th position is the number 5 car of Jonathan Packer. He is leading Class B at the moment.
I think the lead gap in Class C is starting to come down between Jonathan Hayes in their BMW 3 Series and Ethan Simmons in the Honda Civic Type R. The gap just under 5 seconds now between those two. That was larger than that earlier on. Those cars may already have gone a lap down, or shortly will do. Of course, much more powerful cars out front in Class A, which still sees that Mazda pulling away from the field. 4 seconds is Alan Henderson's gap. A rear-wheel drive car ahead of several front-wheel drive cars, actually, isn't it? There's lot of front-wheel drive cars behind. I wonder if that will change the tyre strategy at all over the course of 2.5 hours.
Possibly will do, yes. Just to explain the 3 classes. Class A is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the limit is 240, and Class C, it's 180 brake horsepower per tonne, and each class is a little bit less if you're a turbocharged car as well. It does have a bearing on the class that you go into. So I've had about 13 minutes of this race so far, we just have completed the 9th lap. Alan Henderson leading by 4.25 seconds from Chris Nyland. Scott Parkin another couple of seconds behind him, and then about 1.2 seconds behind him is Simon Mason in 4th spot.
PDC Racing have got the Honda back out after a couple of minutes, so Ewan Lintz back into the race. And we shall see. I think we just saw the car go through shot there. So we'll see if they can get that car back up to speed. And that won't be a mandatory pit stop, of course. The pit window hadn't opened, so it didn't need to be 3 minutes. But that they are now sort of playing catch up. But big lock up from the second place car in Class B, Alex Wilkinson Hughes. I think he still is. He's in battle with GT4 Cayman of Lucas Fothergill, who's perhaps a little bit further down the order than they would have expected at this stage of the race. That being a Class A car, already a best part of a minute behind the leaders.
Yes, that's right. There's the leader in Class B. That's Jonathan Packer, who was successful yesterday in the road sports racing Class B. He's just put a lap on Matthew Simonite there in the 169 Mazda MX-5. So Packer going solo, done quite a lot of this type of racing now with the 750 Motor Club, as we're watching Chris Nyland go past the number 66 BMW.
Class C leader in this new car, I think, for this weekend, isn't it, for Paul Sabiani and Johnny Hayes. They've raced the compact before. They're in this E36 328i, I think, for this season.
Yeah, they've been replacing the engine and the electrics to get it ready for endurance racing during the course of the winter months. Paul Sabiani and his teammate Johnny Hayes.
And they're leading Class C. They finished second in the championship so many times. They were so close 1 year ago, weren't they, to the title, and sort of lost out. Oh, Ewan Lynch is back in the pits, by the way, so that car wasn't as fixed as they may have hoped. There's a second place car in Class C. That's Ethan Simmons. And he continues to catch Johnny Hayes. The gap now 2.5 seconds between the BMW and the Honda. So Class C battle, I think, is starting to brew up here. as Simmons continues to catch. And I think we can go down to the pit lane and hear from Tom Butterworth.
Yeah, just down here with the number 31, the Honda Civic Type R that's being run this weekend with Ewan Linz at the wheel at the moment, Gavin Johnson and Pip Hammond also at the wheel. Pip Hammond, you can see there on camera, they're under the bonnet. They've had an issue with the VTEC on this Honda Civic Type R. So VTEC has well and truly kicked out on this one. And they did say it was the first time that they put the car on track. So they're just trying to work through the kinks more than anything, using it as a bit of a testing session. But hopefully they will be back out soon once they've made some running repairs to this one. And I'll hand you back up to Ian and Josh.
Thanks, Tom. Good to hear from you, but sad to hear of the issues that the PDC Racing crew are having there. Coming up to 2013 minutes left to go in this race. What have you spotted, Josh?
Well, I'm not sure what's going on there, but the cones have been knocked down at the hairpin, haven't they? Ethan Simmons was passing cars on the grass. I think it was a slow Audi, wasn't it, or Stephen Moore, that caused all of that. But the reason that Simmons took to the grass is because he's in a hurry. He wants to catch Johnny Hayes, who's now only 1.7 seconds ahead of him. You can see the two cars in shot there, the yellow BMW, 3 cars back. It's the Honda Civic Type R, who is catching all the time for Ethan Simmons. He's got the pace over Jonathan Hayes at this stage of the race, and the gap coming down between the top 2 in Class C.
Yeah, Ethan Simmons sharing that car with Andrew Cooper, sometime Formula V racer as well.
I think they were expected to be out in a Ginetta, but that had problems on Friday, so good thing Andrew's got another car with the Honda Civic that he'd raced previously. So they've traded that in, and I think Ethan was a very late addition to that car because Neil Primrose was due to be here and driving it. I think Simmons had to get his race licence renewed in the week to make sure that he's was fully legal to go racing, because he wasn't expecting to be out this weekend, but he's giving this a good shot, isn't he, going after the class leader Jonathan Hayes and catching all the time.
Yeah, of course, Simmons raced a Honda last season, didn't he, in this championship? Blue flags waving at the complex because there's of course a lot of traffic, lots of quicker cars coming through, passing slower cars. There is the 19 car of Wayne Lawson, so he's in 8th position at the moment, just ahead of the yellow car that leads Class C, the Johnny Hayes and Paul Sabiani BMW 3 Series. And he's got a car that's faster than him coming past now, which that was Harris, wasn't it? Oliver Harris has gone through past him to put a lap on him now.
Of course, they were battling for that championship last year, weren't they? And they were different cars, both of them actually, but obviously big upgrade for Harris.
So there's now no cars between the 2 Class C leaders.
No, and it's been several laps now. I think the gap was 7 or 8 seconds to start with, but Simmons has closed it down to 1.4 now. Best laps, they're pretty similar, but on the averages recently, the Honda is the quicker car with the youngster Ethan Simmons, more experienced driver ahead of him, Jonathan Hayes. Meanwhile, there's our Class A and overall leader, Alan Henderson, who was out in the Lotus yesterday. He was on the podium in road sports, now going back to the Mazda that he's raced so much over the last few years, the AK Automotive car. And he is 6.5 seconds ahead of Chris Nyland at this stage. There's the PDC car going back out, so Ewan Lintz will try again, see if the VTEC issue has been solved.
Scott Parkin is close to the 2nd place car again than he has been, back up on terms with Chris Nyland. That time through took 6/10 out of Nyland to get the gap down to 6/10 of a second. So they're just into shot now actually at Clervaux Corner, just going past Matthew Simonite in the Mazda MX-5. Oh, and up on the 2 wheels there was Nyland as he was trying to navigate the traffic, and that I think has given even more of an advantage to Scott Parkin there. Nyland flashing his lights at the Ginetta as he comes down the back straight towards Tower Bend. But Scott Parkin in the number 13 Audi TT right with him as they turn their way through Tower Corner.
This Audi RS3 is a car that's been racing at the Nürburgring in the VLN NLS in recent years, formerly racing the Italian TCR Championship. But Motion Motorsport running it now, and Will Pussigle sharing with Chris Nyland in this new car to them. Scott Parkin's well accustomed to this Audi TT that he's raced for several seasons with great success, but with some new drivers and new teams coming into Class A, looks like Scott Parkin's got his work cut out if he's going to keep this run of championship wins going.
That's right. So through into the complex they come. just coming up against that other Scirocco. It's the one that they're about to pass. Stuart Mead, the driver from Aylesbury. Pulling out to pass him is Chris Nyland now. We've got one for the pits as well, which is the car of 36, which is the Keith Fryer and Nick Wright car. He's into the pit lane. There you can see that now on the live stream. That's one of the cars from Class C. So
getting a little too early to make this a mandatory stop, so the team will go to work to see what the issue is. And I think it's a third stop, isn't it, for Ewan Lintz, who's back into the pit lane as those problems persist.
Yeah, that's right. Race continues though for second position overall, second in Class A as well. Out of Tower Bend goes Chris Nyland. He's been racing a variety of different cars over the years in 750 Motor Club action. He's done Type R Trophy, of course, for a time.
Yeah, he was the runner-up in that 3 or 4 years ago now. It was a brake fire, I think, or a quick... Yeah, there's a bit of a brake fire, isn't there, on that Civic down in pit lane. Just going through shot there was the car second within Class B, Alex Wilkinson Hughes. The Mazda MX-5, the supercharged car, trying to chase after the Golf there that leads Jonathan Packer, who is still 4 or 5 seconds ahead, and then Alistair Lindsay in his Club Enduro debut, I think, today. He remains third in Class B. Meanwhile, about a second continues because Chris Nyland can't shake off the attentions of Scott Parkin as they turn their way out of the final corner and complete the 15th lap of this race.
Just an update on the Class C battle. Not a lot of change really between Ethan Simmons in second in the Honda and the car ahead of him being Johnny Hayes in the BMW. Still about 1.2 seconds apart, but lapping in similar lap times for the last couple of laps, it would seem. But yeah, these two, second and third, that we can see on screen now. Number 83, Chris Nyland. Number 13, Scott Parkin. Parkin pulls out like he's going to try and take a different line into Tower. Just reminding Chris Nyland that he's there. Carries a bit more speed into Tower, I would say. There's the 23 car through in fourth place, Simon Mason. And fifth is the car we just briefly saw a shot of. That's the number 6 car. Here's that Class C lead battle though, Josh.
Yeah, still it's Hayes ahead, isn't it? But just inching up to the back of him is that TP3 Civic of Simmons, who's just done the fastest lap of the class on that lap, 136.4, and he's getting closer all the time then to Jonathan Hayes in this 1999 E36 328. That's the RM Motorsport assisted with the build, and the Canet Racing team preparing the machine. They've finished third 3 times. They've finished second in Class C the last 3 years in the championship. But they continue on in the class lead for now.
That's right. A reminder that the cars in this championship, they'll use Motorsport UK List 1A, 1B or 1C tyres with a tyre width limit for the cars in Class C. So they're on racing tyres but not slicks. 25 minutes of the race have gone, or 24 minutes of the race have gone, I correct myself. Still very tight for second and third, but they're gradually losing ground to Alan Henderson. He's got the lead of the race now, up to more than 6 seconds over Nyland and Parkin.
Ricky Collard's not come through at the end of the lap, I don't think. And he's into the pits, but on a delayed lap, significantly delayed lap. There would seem a problem with this new to the team Volkswagen Golf, the Rob Fennick owned car. So this is before the pit stop window. Of course, they could be the 30-second penalty, and yeah, they are going to the penalty area. But why was it such a slow lap for Ricky Collard? He lost over 20 seconds that time up to the pit lane.
Curious, isn't it?
The whole pace has not been what you'd expect as well, really, from that stint.
Not really, no. We're watching there the 55 car, which is Paul Simerson, who's in 8th place now in the Porsche. He had that big off up at Sunny in the early stages of the race. There is the 6th place car, 44, Alok Yengar in the Cupra. Let's say the F1000 racer in the past, drive from Pune in India. And the next car behind him, as far as the classification is concerned, is Wayne Lawson in the number 19 Audi. There is the car in the penalty box, and it feels like it's been there for more than 30 seconds. It's just inching away now.
It came into pit lane about a minute ago.
And it's served to stop and now is going straight into the team's clutches. So they obviously decided it was going to come into the pits anyway for some work to be done, because there is a problem with it. Hence a slow lap, and while they've done that, they've served the penalty as well.
Are they allowed to do that?
I don't know, but it's not an actual pit stop though, is it? So maybe they are.
I don't know. Anyway, if they've got problems, it might not matter anyway.
Might
be a shame.
Could be academic.
Shame for the team. So Alan Henderson leads by 5 seconds now. Paul Simerson still going after that big spin he had up at Sunny, isn't he? He's there in 9th position. The ex-Ferrari Challenge racer who's concentrating on the 750 Motor Club this year in this Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship and in road sports as well. It's a Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport, a 4-litre engine. A car that was produced by Porsche UK. I think it raced in the Sprint Challenge previously, and is run by Simon Green Motorsport for this season. Down in the pit lane is Tom Butterworth. Perhaps he's getting to the bottom of the story of Ricky Collard's Golf.
Yeah, so it looks like the 10 Volkswagen Golf, the Fenwick and Ricky Collard entry, certainly for the most part, is going to have quite a lengthy pit stop here. We wondered whether this was very off schedule. Obviously, they came in and had a look at and took the penalty. But it seems to be an issue with the front left suspension on this car. Potentially one of the arms is broken, or shock absorber. I'm just going to see if I can sneak a quick peek in here and have a quick look. Yeah, there's definitely something missing from there, and it's dropped right down. So Ricky Collard has actually exited the car. Not sure whether he's just rehydrating or what. See if I can catch an eye of him. Oh, in fact, he's already helmet off here, so this could be curtains already for the number 10. We'll keep an eye on it here, and we'll bring you pictures as well. If there's anything more to update, I will let you know. Back.
Thanks, Tom. Race continues then, coming up to the half-hour mark in the race. Looks like it might be an early bath though for Ricky Collard, unfortunately, with already the helmet off. The car having been in the pit lane. It's certainly going to be in there for a while by the looks of it, before anybody's able to get back out on the track. Our leader has just lapped the Class B leader over my right shoulder out through the complex. So that's Alan Henderson lapping Jonathan Packer, who's about 5 seconds clear, I think, of Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the Class B lead. So the lead gaps are in descending order of significance, aren't they? Class A has got the biggest lead, followed by Class B, and Class C I think is still the smallest lead. I think I'm right in saying that, between Johnny Hayes and Ethan Simmons, because they were only 0.6 of a second last time they crossed the line.
And it might be closer than that now as
Yes.
they turn through Tower Bend. They're lapping some of their Class C competition by the looks of things, but it's great to see Class C very competitive, isn't it, at this point of the race. Through the Essence they go. Of course, this is the class that you can race really on the smallest budget in the sort of the least developed cars. And it's super competitive at the front. Simmons really sideways through Barcroft. We've seen Civics really do that all weekend, haven't we, in the Type R Trophy? And this car runs a very similar specification. They're in second position in the class. Pit window will open in about a minute's time, won't it? So the next time round, should they wish to do so, it might be a bit early, pit stops can sort of happen. It's sort of a standard length race to go, isn't it? That 30 minutes at the start, longer than what majority of rounds will be over the course of the season. The car that was lapped was the Daniel Gibson driven Ginetta G40 that's running 4th in class actually, with a few problems, hasn't there, for some of the other cars in the class. Been a bit of a race of attrition for others within Class C, but for the lead of the race, as close as ever between Hayes and Simmons. 9/10 of a second was the margin at the line. They're very shortly going to be lapped by the overall leader again, because there is Alan Henderson.
Yeah, and behind Henderson, they're still very close for second overall as well, between Nyland and Parkin. It says 3/4 of a second on the timer screen. It looked like it was a bit less than that as they came out of the hairpin that time, but there is Henderson on the screen now in the AK Motorsport car, number 45, in the lead of the race. Just the next two cars he's going to pass are the two for the Class C leader. They'll be lapped shortly, and while that is happening, as the pit lane window is opening, we'll head down to Tom Butterworth in the pit lane.
managed to catch a very, very quick word with Ricky Collard in the actual pit box in the garage itself, and it does look like this is going to be, at the very least, a lengthy delay. They are trying to fix the car in the pit lane at the moment, so it looks like they are going to try and go back out. Meanwhile, the number 31 Civic Type R that was in the pits earlier, the Linz, Johnson and Hammond entry, they are now back out on track, as is the other Civic Type R as well, which has also been in with some issues as well. But they're all back on. So with the exception of the Class A Golf here, that's still in the pit. Everybody else is back out on track and running well.
Thanks, Tom. So we are now into the pit open phase of the race. I don't think anyone's taken advantage of that yet, though, Josh.
No, I didn't even think they would do. Although you should be able to do it on one more pit stop from here, really, shouldn't you? Because that's what would happen in a traditional race. But maybe if tyre changes are going to be a factor as well, you don't want to pit too early. So it's not a big surprise, I don't think, that we haven't got any early pit callers. I think there will be a variety of strategies that will happen over the course of the remaining 2 hours. So we will keep an eye on those. Meanwhile, the Class C battle is as close as ever. There is still now just a quarter of a second between Hayes and Simmons. There's Dylan Brickter starting to lose a bit of touch with the top four now. He's there in 5th position. He's got the Alistair Lindsay Audi to lap the car that is 3rd position within Class B, and Brickter should be able to do that in a straight line. But it's great to see the car out there, really, because there was such a large accident yesterday after contact. Big effort from the team to get the car out. It was sort of questionable, I think, for a while, but the team have done it, and it's running in a strong position. There in 5th position for Dylan Brickter, the twin car of Scott Parkin. There he is in 3rd position. He is currently lapping the Class C lead battle, which isn't quite as close as it was.
No, it's not. I guess the traffic can work both ways, can't it? It can disrupt both the cars that are going past and the cars that are being passed as well, and I think that might be what's happened there. There's our Class B. He's not too far away from all of this either. That's Jonathan Packer in the number 5 car, now with a lead of around about 8 or 9 seconds over Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, who's second in that class in the Mazda.
So it's all roughly right. After half an hour, there's a lap between Class A and B, and then a further lap basically between B and C. So how the power to weight gaps work, that means everyone at the front is really running on a similar sort of pace to one another, aren't they? They've all come together at this point. Hayes on that lap just did his personal best, so despite being lapped, he's able to go quickly, and the fastest lap within the class of the race, 1:35.722, to extend his lead out to over a second.
That's right. So give you a quick rundown on the order then for those of you at the circuit who don't have the benefit of the timing tower. Number 45 is the race leader. That's Alan Henderson in the Mazda. Second is number 83, Chris Nyland in the Audi. Third is number 13, Scott Parkin in another Audi. Fourth is number 23, Simon Mason in the Cupra. Fifth is number 6, that's Dylan Brickter in the Audi. Sixth, 44, Alok Iyengar in the Seat. Seventh is number 1, Oliver Harris in the BMW. Eighth is another Audi, that's Wayne Lawson. Ninth is number 55, Paul Simonson in the Porsche. And rounding out the top 10 is the number 47, Seat of Robert Greenwood. Class B, that's headed by Jonathan Packer. Number 5, he's in 12th overall in the Golf. From in second place within that class, number 97, Alex Wilkinson-Hughes in the Mazda. Third in that class is the Audi of number 46, Alistair Lindsay. Number 66 is in the lead of Class C. That's Johnny Hayes in the BMW from the Honda of Ethan Simmons, number 41. And third within that class is the Scott Ferguson BMW, number 37.
Good battle ongoing for 7th position, which has changed recently. Oliver Harris has got through into that position. Meanwhile, the first pit visitor within the window is a very significant one, because it's the Class C leader into the pit lane for Jonathan Hayes. So he's at the far end of the pit lane. And he's not the only one coming in, because Dylan Brickter from 5th position is into pit lane in the Ryan Parkin Audi TT. So we'll see if these change drivers, because of course they may be doing a double to start off, or they may change drivers and then get back in later.
Yeah, that's right. Different options present themselves, and therefore after this stage of the race it's not always immediately clear to who is for certain who is in all of the cars. When you have this system of 3 sections of the race split by 2 pit stops. Here's the view at the Jim Clark S's. It's Jonathan Packer coming through in the number 5 car. It's just got Ethan Simmons behind him now, who will have assumed the lead of Class C, with the BMW having come into the pits, and it will lose, as we said, probably about 2 laps as a result of that. So the order will be very jumbled now. These pit stops have started, and we'll try and figure out who's in the effective lead of each class at any given point in time. There's the 297 car going through. That's Jan Whittaker, the ex-Clio racer, in the Porsche Cayman for the driver from the East Midlands, from Retford. On the inset there you can see Stuart Mead's Scirocco into the pits as well. Yeah, this Cayman made its debut in Club Enduro at the end of last season, the TMC Race Engineering prepared car. As we complete another lap up front with the second place car into the pits. Is that on the graphic? Although that's not showing up on the timing screen here. Oh, that's because that hasn't stopped refreshing. So I think the second place car is in the pits. It is, yeah, it is. On my screen, it's certainly shown as being in. So that's Chris Nyland in. So whether he's going to stay in the car or hand over to Will Potterkill remains to be seen. He's only done 37 minutes of the race so far, so it may be that he'll have a bit more time in the car, but so each team will have a different strategy. What we've not really thought about yet is the possibility of a safety car at some point. Some teams may be just mindful of that and trying to work their way around the safety cars, even though, as Josh mentioned earlier on, you cannot take your stop once the safety car is out. There is the particular Nyland car in pit lane. Yeah, it always looks like, is that Chris Nyland waiting to get back in? Yeah, patiently, because it's a 3-minute stationary stop, of course, so there's no particular rush if there's not too much work to be done on the car. Drivers can take their time a little bit. Yes, there's that Jan Whittaker Cayman again in the number 297. Good to see that car out this weekend in Club Enduro, sharing it with another fellow Clio racer, Mark Enoch. Over the line there goes Jonathan Packer. That is to complete his 24th lap in the race, in the lead of Class B. We can head down to the pit lane now though. Tom Butterworth is going to give us another update.
So just keeping an eye on pit stops here as they take place, scheduled and unscheduled, as the Collard and Fenwick entry looks like they may be going back out fairly soon. They've just put fuel in the car. Darkside Developments have made their first pit stop, so that's Ryan Park in that one. They changed tyres as well on that one. And it looks like Fenwick is going back out in the number 10 Golf after their lengthy delay. Also the 83 entry, which is the Potterkill and Nyland Audi RS3 TCR. They've just made their first scheduled stop, and all went very smoothly. It looks like here they're just waiting for the mandatory time to tick down. Engine is already back on and just ticking over nice and smoothly. And looks like they will be heading out in just a moment.
Thank you very much, Tom. Tom Butterworth there in the pit lane. So we're working into the 40th minutes of this race, and there's the 46 car we're looking at the moment, which is Alistair Lindsay's Audi TT, and he's just been passed by another Audi, which is that of Wayne Lawson, the more powerful car from the class ahead of it. So that's the orange car that will be shown with Paul O'Neill, who, if you're watching at the pre-show at the start of the day's racing, you'll have heard from Paul and Wayne talking about that car. There is the number 1 car that's going through. That's the reigning champion, Oliver Harris, making a move there on Alex Wilkinson Hughes in one of the front-running Class B cars. And then who was behind that? Didn't get a good look. But either way, I think that was Wilkinson Hughes that's straight-lined the chicane. Yes, it was. He's back on the circuit now though, Josh.
Fractionally slower stop than perhaps it needed to be for the erstwhile Class C leader, Jonathan Hay, 3 minutes 40. So might have lost 10 or 15 seconds there. We'll see what the competition does a bit later on. What you don't want in a 2.5-hour race is your laptop to stop connecting to the internet, and that's what's currently happened over here. So we'll see if we can solve that. but could have happened in a different race. Oh, now this is a little bit smoky, isn't it? That's Alistair Lindsay's Audi TT that had problems yesterday, if you remember, couldn't start the road sports race. It may not be going for much longer in this club enduro race.
No, saw Jan Whittaker's car in pit lane being refuelled as well there. But yeah, keep an eye on that Alistair Lindsay car, which looked a little bit sick. Now, has it been putting anything noxious down on the circuit is the question. Is that going to cause problems for other drivers out there with a slippery surface, maybe? Up the inside of Alex Wilkinson Hughes goes the number 19 car of Wayne Lawson. He's going past the pit lane, and I think we can head down to the pit lane once again.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring you some pictures of what's going on here with the 297 Class B entry, this Porsche Cayman that's Jan Whittaker and Mark Aynot driven. Fuel tank right in the front of this one, and so because it is, and they've got very, very hot brakes, which we've already seen a couple of times in the pit lane already, once the drivers come in and the brakes stop rotating, they do tend to catch fire. So they've put this cloth over the front wheel here. I just thought that was interesting to bring you that. Obviously they thought of that. That's a safety feature, clearly. Very rudimentary safety feature, but a safety feature nonetheless. And I just thought it was interesting. I've never seen that before in all my years in and around motorsport. Just thought it might be something that the people at home might enjoy. And back to you guys.
Well, there's the number 10 car, which is back out on track. We think it might be Rob Fennick that's now out in that. It was in the pit lane for quite some time, though. Scott Parkin from second place has headed into the pit lane. So that means that it's going to be Simon Mason that will move up into second position and allow an even bigger lead for Alan Hansen. There you can see on the inset now Scott Parkin's car. Of course, he's driving solo, so we know he's going to be in the car throughout the 2.5 hour duration of this Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship race. And there's the Nylon and Puttergill Audi that was one of the earliest of the front runners to stop, Josh.
Yeah, but pretty good pit stop, just under 3.5 minutes. I think that's where you want to be. The good news from this end of the commentary box is what we saw earlier: stopping, restarting, fixes everything. So we're all good, hopefully, for the rest of the race now. Jonathan Packer's just set a PB, so he's still going quickly. He hasn't pitted yet, has he? The Class B leader. He leads now by the best part of 20 seconds. Just did a 1:32.394, a personal best lap last time around, and unsurprisingly Alistair Lindsay's down pit lane after that smoky moment we saw through the S's, so that might be a longer pit stop. Of course, they can turn this into a mandatory pit stop now, unlike some of those who had problems earlier on in the race. So Scott Parkin's in the pits at the moment, so interesting to see if he comes out ahead or not of the car he's been doing battle with, the one we're watching at the moment, with Chris Nylon and William Puttergill Audi RS3 that's turning its way around the complex at the moment. Dropped all the way down to 14th overall. That's sort of how long the pit stop is, / how tight the pack still is at this stage.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to go, isn't it, whether Parkin does get out ahead of the Nylon and Puttergill car. Jonathan Packer's still out there in the Class B lead as the Ginetta just rejoins the circuit behind him. That's Daniel Gibson and John Dundee in the number 3 car, Class C machine, pale blue machine. There's Packer though, making his way through the chicane. He's still got an ever-growing lead. I think it's about 18 seconds now over Alex Wilkinson Hughes in second place in that class. So he's looking, you'd think, favourite to win Class B today, but there's still a long way to go. An hour and 3/4 of this race left to go. Car 46 in the pit lane has a problem. That is the Alistair Lindsay car, isn't it, which was smoking. Let's head down to Tom Butterworth now. He's got an update about that car.
Yeah, we're just bringing you some pictures of the number 46 Class B Alistair Lindsay piloted Audi TT. Now, Alistair Lindsay running the entire race by himself. Not sure if they mentioned that on commentary already, because can't really hear it down here in the pit lane, unfortunately. But yeah, he's just stepped out of the car, and I wasn't going to shove a mic in front of his face, but he's told us that the car's overheating at the moment, which is probably what this noise is that you can hear in the background. This high-pitched noise. They've got a leaf blower in the front of it, trying to get some cooler air into the radiator of that. It's also got a bit of grass as well in the radiator grill. They're working away underneath it, and hopefully they will be going back out. But of course, Alistair doing the full race on his own. So we will hand you back upstairs once again.
So that's Alistair Lindsay in trouble in the pit lane, Josh.
Yeah, Scott Parkin's pit stop was about a second quicker than the Audis, but interestingly, the Parkin's come out a long way ahead. So I'm not sure quite why the Nylon and Pushkill cars seem to have lost quite a lot of time despite not having a slow pit stop. We'll see what the gap is at the end of this lap, and it feels like Scott Parkin's made quite a bit of time there.
Yeah, absolutely right. So if we mentioned that the 23 car is in from second, that's Simon Mason, the car shared with Chris Byallen, and number 23 South Cooper CCR.
Now, the screen I've got here, Ian, is suggesting cars that are changing drivers and ones that are not. So,
right,
shall we believe it? It suggests that Dan Gibson has handed car number 3 over to John Dundee, whereas Chris Nyland has remained in car number 83.
Okay, well, let's go with that.
And thank you to TSL if that's all accurate news.
Yes, if it is, fantastic. If not, no thanks to you whatsoever. But we'll go with that on the basis it's better than anything else that we've got. So also in the pits at the moment is the 69 Porsche Cayman GT4 of Lucas Fothergill. Handing over, he will be handing over because that is a car that's triple driven with his father Marcus and with Jonathan Ellsworth as well.
So Scott Parkin is 15 seconds ahead of Chris Nylon, we think, at the wheel still, which is lapping 5 seconds off of where it was, the Nylon and Puttergill car, and is losing significant time to Scott Parkin, and presumably therefore being caught by what would appear to still be Dylan Brichter aboard the other car, or that's 19 seconds behind. But certainly, as things go, a change in reality for second place, with Chris Nyland's car losing out to Scott Parkin.
Yeah. Obviously they're much further down the order actually than that on the timing screen, but there's a lot of cars ahead of them that have yet to make their first mandatory pit stop, and it could be quite a while before some cars do, because there's
coming up to 1/3 distance, aren't we?
Yeah.
So if you're splitting it in three equal parts, this is sort of the time to pit, isn't it?
Yeah, but if you're not,
there's no need to do that.
No, there's no need to do that. So you could, if your fuel tank allows, go very deep into the race before you make your first stop and almost make them back to back. Some people may well do.
I think Alok Iyengar has come in as well, hasn't he? So quite a few of the front runners are pitting for their first pit stop. Class B leaders still haven't pitted, have they? Jonathan Pax now 18 seconds ahead of Alex Wilkinson-Hughes. And in Class C, Ethan Simmons is continuing on with Scott Ferguson now promoted to second after that pit stop for the BMW earlier. See Lucas Fothergill's out now of the Cayman, number 69. Lucas, who is from North Yorkshire at Harrogate. He started racing only last year, but he's also racing in the Iberian Supercars Championship this season. They're in this 2022 Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport that he shares with his father Marcus. And a late addition to that squad for this weekend is John Ellsworth in that Zentech Motorsport prepared machine. There they go, back into the race. I think the Simon Mason pit stop has been completed. Car he shares with Chris Byallen, and that was a fairly decent stop too. So we'll see where they come out in comparison to others as well.
Watched on screen there the car that had been leading in Class C before it made its pit stop, the Hazen Subiani BMW, that was going past the Edward Christie E36 M3.
Is this the Mason Byallen car just behind the Puttergill Nyland car?
It might well be. Didn't quite get a full shot of it, but that could well be the case.
So from this screen, Marcus Fothergill has taken over 69.
Okay. We'll go with that.
Well, yeah, it's 23, isn't it? So what appears to still be Simon Mason at the wheel, he is, after that pit stop, right on terms with the Chris Nylon Audi that's not got the pace that he had in the first part of this motor race.
Okay. So we've had 50 minutes, so we're basically a third of the way through this race now. Still 100 minutes to go.
In the background, about a third overall is starting to brew up because Wayne Lawson is being caught by the recovering Paul Simerson. The Audi RS3 just ahead of the Porsche Cayman. They've got a couple of Class B cars to lap.
Yeah, only 9/10 of a second between them. The car behind them in the order is into the pits now, isn't it? That's the Robert Greenwood, Robert Rand Seat Cupra, number 47, isn't it? That's was from 5th position, so that's gone into the pits.
Yeah, I think Robert Rand in his first weekend of racing got that podium yesterday in road sports with a strategy that worked out for them.
Yep, and then it's Joe Williams that's next up, and then it's Jonathan Packer, the Class B leader, now up to 7th because he's not yet made his stop, and he's 20 seconds clear of Alex Wilkinson-Hughes in the Mazda.
Alok Inyagard's handed over to Ben Williams, I believe, in 44. So that's made its way out of pit lane now, the Cupra. Meanwhile, Scott Parkin is still the leading pit stopping car, isn't he? He's in 9th overall, lapping quickly. He's just done a 1 minute 29 on that last lap. He is lapping in the high 128s on average, which is still a bit slower than Alan Henderson. He's sort of in the mid-28s at this stage. So Alan Henderson is keeping that pace up. There he is, the race leader. He's keeping a high pace up in that Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, certainly is. He's putting in some consistent lap times, building a lead.
Jonathan Hayes is back in the pits, the erstwhile Class C leader.
And a change of position there. That's a change for 3rd because Paul Simerson's got himself ahead of Wayne Lawson there on the way down to Clervaux Corner.
And the Hayes and Subiani car's going back out, but before the 3 minutes, so this won't be a mandatory stop. You can see that in the inset. An unscheduled pit stop for one of the main contenders within that Class C battle, so a short pit stop this will be, but not the second mandatory stop.
And obviously they thought that it was too early to turn it into the mandatory stop as well. They think they're going to need to stop again before the pit window closes.
So that pit stop, I can tell you, was exactly a minute, so that's what they've lost in reality. Another driver change down there in pit lane. Ewan Lintz has handed 31 over to Gavin Johnson after their first scheduled stop, as the Class C leader has made his way down pit lane. That's Ethan Simmons.
It's a team that made of it entirely of sort of past classic stock catch racers, Gavin Johnson, Pip Hammond and Ewan Lintz.
I think Ewan Lintz is out of brands next week.
Yeah, so current and former.
That's it. And surely Pip will be out in the Nova at some point.
Possibly, yes.
Cadwell has to be on the car.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday, of course, in that car in the road sports race with Alex Hall, getting a podium out of it.
Into the pits comes the second place car of Oliver Harris, the reigning champion, but in a new car this weekend, the M2 CS. And that will promote Paul Simerson up to 2nd, but he's the best part of a lap down now, so Alan Henderson's lead is over 1.25 minutes.
And he comes into the pits.
So into the pits comes our race leader, so we'll see where he comes out in comparison to Scott Parkin.
He's right underneath our commentary position as well. He's the first car in the pit lane, so his teammate Daniel Irving is there with the helmet on. And Alan Henderson gets out of the car, which he has to do before any fuel can go in. So Henderson is there ready to assist with the fueling. There's 4 of them, including the 2 drivers, running that car by the looks of things. One team member has got the blower on to try and keep everything cool at the front of the car. Fuel is going in. It's nearly emptied that container now. I can see from the window.
Meanwhile, on the screens here, we've got a very good battle continuing between Chris Nyland and Simon Mason, who are in sort of podium contention still, the Audi and the Cupra. They're just turning their way through the complex. They are, at this point, the 2nd and 3rd place cars who have pitted, but are battling for 10th overall. Up the inside, look, Simon Mason here. Can't quite get the better of Chris Nyland's Audi at this stage.
Second container of fuel is going in. You can just about, well, you can no longer see that on the inset, but that's going into the Alan Henderson car.
What we can see is the Jack Collins, what was the erstwhile 2nd place car of Oliver Harris. Jack Collins getting aboard the BMW M2 CS, and Jack, who's going to be racing in British GT this year. He was the runner-up in the Ginetta GT Championship last year. Should be pretty rapid in that BMW M2.
as it's Irving that's getting into the car now. Daniel Irving into the number 45 car. So Alan Henderson is getting out, but he might get back in, of course, for the final stint. That's a possibility.
Change has happened, doesn't it? Simon Mason is through ahead of the Audi of Chris Nyland for what is ninth position at this stage, but could be a very significant position as things work their way out. Another driver change that's happened is Scott Ferguson has handed over to Neil Luke in the number 37 BMW Z4, I can tell.
Which was second in Class C, probably at the time it went in, because Ethan Simmons is still out there. Oh no, they're in now as well, aren't they? Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper. Whether we're going to get the driver change there, but they're in the pit lane as well from the lead of Class C.
Looks like Wayne Lawson has got himself back ahead of Paul Simerson for what will now be the race lead. So Wayne Lawson has taken the lead of the race on the road away from what would have been Paul Simerson, and they are very close indeed, just a quarter of a second between them at the start of this lap.
In fact, we can see Wayne Lawson on screen now, and it's Simerson ahead. So it's a ding-dong battle between these two. Either of them going to come in this time? No, they're not. So they're coming up to the line. This is to complete lap number 37 of the race, and there's just about exactly a second between them in the lead. And Alan Henderson still showing third on the time screen, but of course his car in the pit lane now in the hands of Daniel Irving. He's the best lap of the race, a 1:27.360 so far in this race. It's just about to go back out, I think. Yeah, it's been pushed out, and there, as you can see on screen, Daniel Irving now going out into the race in the number 45 car. So we'll see where he picks up and indeed what his pit stop time was.
Got parking's only at the complex, so I think the Mazda's still going to be with the advantage. So a good pit stop there from the AK Automotive team, and we will tell you that pit stop in a moment. We're going to head down into the pit lane.
Yeah, just to give you an update on the race leaders came in as we saw. Fairly standard pit stop there, didn't seem to be any dramas, and likewise also for Oliver Harris and Jack Collins, that went about as smooth as could be expected. The MX-5 did have a little bit of an issue. Once they pushed back, probably lost about 2 or 3 seconds. It wouldn't seem to get underway again for a brief moment, but they are back out onto track now and up to full speed it seems. Just a quick update on the race leaders.
Thanks, Tom, for that further update.
As Tom said, it was slightly delayed. 3 minutes 34 though means they haven't lost much time. They continue to lead the race, and this screen says that Daniel Irving got in the car, so it seems to be all updating with great accuracy.
TSL are probably listening to us, Josh. That might be the problem. Anyway, that's good that that has worked. So just coming up to the 1 hour mark in this race, 58 minutes of it have gone. There's the erstwhile Class C leader, Johnny Hayes and Paul Subgoni. Who's in that car now, did we think? Of course, it's had that extra pit stop.
We believe it's still
Johnny Hayes. Okay, in the 66 car. Yeah, which is still showing as third in Class C, despite its various woes, which has resulted in that extra unscheduled stop, which isn't one of the mandatory ones that it will need to take during the course of this race.
Slightly longer stop for Ethan Simmons. That was 3 minutes 53, so probably about 20 seconds longer than it needed to be, but that might not be surprising in Class C because they don't have quite so expensive fuel and equipment, and they tend to take a little bit longer with that. Seemingly it's still Ethan Simmons at the wheel of that one, and they've come out second in the class, 50 seconds ahead of Jonathan Hayes after that unscheduled stop. The leaders who haven't yet pitted are pretty close on the road, aren't they, with Paul Simerson and Wayne Lawson turning their way through the hairpin. Simerson still, of course, solo driven. I imagine how Wayne Lawson's driving here is that Paul O'Neill will get in at the next stop and then probably bring it home.
Yeah.
So down the straight they come. So they are two of the cars that haven't pitted. Joe Williams is another, isn't he? They're in third. Interestingly, in Class B, neither Jonathan Packer or Alex Wilkinson Hughes have pitted, have they? So the top two in Class B, as they have been all race long, yet to pit.
That's right.
It looks like the gap between Irving and Parkin is 13 seconds for sort of the race lead in reality. So that was roughly, I think, what it was before the pit stops. So we'll see what Daniel Irving's pace is. He did all right yesterday in road sports, didn't he? But we'll see if Scott Parkin's able to bring that gap down.
Yeah, absolutely. No, there wasn't a lot to choose between them yesterday. I think we're now with just the sort of front 5 cars and Matthew Simonite who have yet to make their stop. And as I say that, Joe Williams comes in to make his stop in the number 88 Seat Cooper TCR, the driver from Leominster, the 37-year-old mechanic who was up to 3rd position, with other drivers having made their stops ahead of him. Ex-Bruce Winfield car that he races that he's had since late 2004.
One of the Class C cars had a grassy moment, just caught the end of it there. That was Neil Luke in the 4th place Z4 within the class, about to be lapped by the Class B leader, which is that Gulf of Jonathan Packer, who leads Class B by 24 seconds now over Alex Wilkinson Hughes. Meanwhile, the battle for the lead overall, Paul Simerson now getting away from Wayne Lawson. There's 3.5 seconds between the 2 Class A cars. One Class A car that's going very quickly at the moment is Marcus Fothergill, who's taken over from his son. He's just done a personal best lap for that car, 1 minute 31.9, which is one of the quickest cars on the circuit at the moment, perhaps unsurprisingly, because Marcus is a massively experienced driver, a former Brit car champion. And if you go further back in history books, he raced in the British GT Championship for 3 years, about a quarter of a century ago now, in GT2 Porsches. He's also raced in the Daytona 24 Hours 26 years ago, that was now. But great to have Marcus part of the championship this year, and he is consistently lapping very quickly in that Cayman that's currently in 14th position.
That Wayne Lawson Audi that we've got on screen now, I'm just wondering if there's an issue with that car, because it's losing time quite quickly to Paul Simerson, so I wonder if everything's not quite tickety-boo with that one. It might well be for the pits at the end of this lap, I would suggest, if there is a problem with it. But Simerson has made several seconds on that car. It was 3.6 seconds at the start of the lap, and I think that might have more than doubled now, actually, as the Audi comes through. No, it's staying out there.
A car that's just done an unscheduled pit stop here, and his car number 3, John Dundee's done a pit stop about 1.5 minutes. So that's one that will show 2 pit stops on your screens, but that second stop not a mandatory pit stop, so we'll have to come in again.
Yep, that's right. Have to be stationary for 3 minutes for your stop to count in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. Usually it's just 1 mandatory stop, but it's 2 this weekend because it's a long race, 2.5 hours. Most of the races this season are 2 hours, with the exception of the one at Alton Park, which is a 100-minute race, as it often is the case. There's the 6th car. Is that Dylan Brichter or that's Ryan Parkin now? That's
we believe
that
it's
one.
still Dylan Brichter.
Okay.
Who has been catching Christopher Nyland, who's been passed by Simon Mason, is losing time to him. So Nyland being closed in by Dylan Brichter all the time.
And catching on the road the Wayne Lawson car as well, which I think is probably going to be heading into the pits quite soon. I thought it might do at the end of the previous lap, but I've now received some intelligence that it is certainly due to make a stop fairly shortly. But the number 6 car there, Dylan Brichter, the Audi TT, making its way towards the complex. There is the Lawson and O'Neill car, number 19, with the Motion Motorsport livery on the side of it, heading down towards the hairpin. And out of the hairpin it comes, and it's not going to die for the pit lane either this time. So, yeah, not sure what the definition of soon is in the context of these pit stops. Wayne Lawson clearly enjoying himself as we go into the second hour of the race.
Good pit stop for the Joe Williams car, 3 minutes 26, pit in to pit out. So that car has got back onto the circuit in good time, the Cupra. And he will redo battle out on the circuit. There's another driver who is solo throughout the duration. We continue to watch the dark side Audi of Dylan Brichter. A 2016 car this, with the 2-litre TDI engine. Big chunk of cars, isn't there, here through the S's, which includes the RS3 of, we believe, Chris Nyland at the wheel.
Yes.
He has Paul Simerson not far behind, the leader on the road at this stage, who has just behind him Jonathan Hayes, who's back into 3rd within Class C, but with Matthew Simonite leading the category yet to pit.
Yes, so that that will change around, won't it, when he does so? Because he's actually only 34 seconds ahead of Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper, who have pitted. My reading of the screen is correct. There's Simerson, the race leader on the road, of course, yet to make his stop, going solo, of course, so he didn't need to worry about splitting the driving weekly. Right, soon has happened, because Wayne Lawson is now heading into the pit lane, and we'll see whether down there he hands over to Paul O'Neill or not, or whether Wayne is going to stay in the car for a bit longer.
Another driver change that has happened. Slightly long pit stop for car number 73, the Audi. Stephen Moore has handed over to Joel Hansen. But down the pit lane, I think Tom is with the erstwhile leaders.
Yeah, so we're just going to try and walk you through a pit stop here that's taking place between Wayne Lawson and Paul O'Neill. Paul O'Neill about to jump into the car. He's already fully suited up, kitted, ready to go, as you would expect at this point. Helping Wayne out, because of course Wayne uses hand controls on his car, and he's going to jump straight into the wheelchair that the guys have got prepared for him, as you can see here. Great team effort. They're going to jump out. We've also got some fresh rubber to go on the front tyres. I spoke to Wayne earlier on in the day, and he said that they're going to run the same rear tyres for the entire race, and they will change the front tyres, which are actually changing now during this pit stop. We are almost halfway through this race already, unbelievably. Fresh fuel going in. I think there'll be a couple of jugs of fresh fuel as well. Of course, we've got the mechanic here as well, ready to go with the fire extinguisher. Safety first. There's the first jug completed. Second jug being grabbed now and being run out. Pretty heavy, those things as well. Not the easiest bits of kit to handle in and out of the garage. Got mechanic here ready with the tyre guns as well, and Paul O'Neill standing by ready to jump in. He's just stood next to Wayne. I think they've had a very quick debrief on how the car's handling and going now. I'm going to stand out the way because the air jack is going to go in. Going to make a big noise as that goes in, and the car will jack up. Tyres are already being taken off, as you can see there. So they're done. Huge amounts of brake dust falling out of the tyres as well as they come off. Like a shower of carbon spreading all over the pit lane. Fresh tyres already going on. There'll be an oil check potentially as well. Just checking for any damage and debris inside. Oh, not sure what's happened there, but a load of spray has just come out of that. As they took the, as they went to put the bonnet down, something sprayed out of that. Very unsure what that was. It looked like maybe a radiator cover had come off or some. It smells like coolant. Oh, so not such a routine pit stop anymore. It definitely smells soapy, and it's leaking all over the pit lane floor as well down here. I'm not sure whether Andy can grab it on the shot, but there's a bit of a mess under this car, unfortunately. Now it looks like this could be a much more lengthy pit stop than was originally planned. I'm going to throw it back up to the commentary box, and we'll give you any updates as and when we have them for whether this car's going to go back out.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Well, that's live coverage of dramas in the pit lane for Wayne Lawson and Paul O'Neill's Audi there. Another story for you to follow up, Tom, is the Alex Wilkinson Hughes car. The Mazda MX-5 that was second in Class B for time. That was very slow into the pit lane a few moments ago, so not sure what the issue with that is. Meanwhile, Paul Simpson's still out there, isn't he, in the lead of the race, Josh?
Yeah, battle developing for what is currently 8th overall, because Jack Collins has been setting personal best laps and has been caught catching the dark side Audi. So Jack Collins going very well indeed in that new to the team BMW M2. And we know it's him because we saw him get in the car. The screen doesn't say that, so that's the first blip I think we might have in the system. Just looking out of the window to see if that change might have happened. But that car's about to get a penalty. As you see on your screen there, car number 1. He's going quickly. It's been going perhaps a bit too quickly, exceeding track limits for the driver of Jack Collins, who is right on the tail at the hairpin, coming through the final corner now. If you look at the top of shot, you can see the Audi TT is under pressure from the BMW M2 for what is currently 8th position, which might be Dylan Brichter at the wheel of the Audi. We know it's Jack Collins in the BMW. We saw him get in. He looks to the inside, he's flashing his lights, but this is all for position, so there's no way the Audi's going to jump out of the way. Hopping over the curbs, the Beamer hasn't gone through yet. Of course, they move up into the battle for 7th and 8th positions now with the drama for the Paul O'Neill car.
Jonathan Hayes' BMW that was leading Class C earlier has come into the pits again. Now this might be for its second mandatory stop, but I think it's its third stop altogether, isn't it? So hopefully from their point of view this is the one. Up the inside goes the number 1 car, and it looks like we have got that position changed then for what is 8th on the timing screen, and the 7th in fact it will be, won't it? And it's going to be Collins that has gone through now ahead of Dylan Brichter, as we think it is, in the Audi. And just behind them is the number 10 car that's back out into the race of Carl Martin Fennick, which had problems in the pit lane earlier in the race.
Yeah, Jack Collins driving very quickly in that BMW, but with that penalty that will overhang the rest of the race really now for the reigning champions. He has got 12 seconds to catch the Nyland Putterkill car. Brichter's pretty aggressive here through traffic up the grass, which wasn't all part of the plan really, but he now will slice up the inside of the Audi driven by Giles Hansen. Through the hairpin they go, but now all starting to pull away is Joel Collins in that car. He's already 1.6 seconds ahead of the Audi TT.
Yeah, the 10 car that's involved with them is 11 laps behind after those early dramas. The thing about what we could see on the inset there was the coolant spill in the pit lane from the Wayne Lawson Paul O'Neill car, which I'm presuming is not back in the race.
No, neither is Wilkinson Hughes. That car still remains in pit lane, although still second in Class B as it stands. But the only thing I did wonder if it had run out of fuel, because it was limping in slowly. Anyway, we might get more news on that later. Tom Butterworth is back in pit lane.
Yeah, so it wasn't the coolant actually. What happened was as the bonnet came up and the driver was exiting the car, somehow the fire extinguisher is discharged. So it's all over the leg of Paul O'Neill as he was obviously jumping into the car. So it's inside the car, it's all in the bonnet as well. Covered the entire, inside of the car, as a fire extinguisher should do when it goes off. I wonder why it smelled soapy, and that would be why. So that was the interior of the fire extinguisher has been discharged. And unfortunately, because of that, that is race done for the 19 Class A Audi TT run by Motion Motorsport. They are now out of this race. Just thought I'd bring you that update. Real shame for those guys, because I think we were looking forward to seeing what Paul could do behind the wheel after so long. Hand back up to the guys in the box.
Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it, Josh, to have the extinguisher go off during the pit stop. That's the definition of not a smooth pit stop.
No, that's right, and a real shame. Currently in the pits is our current leader, Paul Simerson. The battle for what will become the lead. Daniel Irving is slowly being caught by Scott Parkin. The gap's down to 8 seconds. Parkin was about half a second quicker on that lap. I think the gap started about 13 seconds, didn't it? So it's not a big catch from Scott Parkin, but he is slowly but surely closing in on Daniel Irving. On the average lap share, it is about half a second. So Irving's averaging at 1:30.0. Scott Parkin is averaging 1:29.5. So that gap is coming down.
Meanwhile, with Simerson in the pits, that means that it's Jonathan Packer in the Class B Golf that's going to have the overall lead. I don't think that's the first time he's done that in Club Enduro. I'm sure he's done that before, being in the lead overall in a Class B car. But Simerson is in, and that means it's just Packer and Matthew Simonite, I think, that are yet to make their pit stops, with pretty much half of the race gone. So we're coming up to the 1 hour 15 minutes to go mark in this race.
on the other side, Paul Saviani's just taken over from Johnny Hayes, and they've completed all their pit stops. So as we expected, some quite different strategies going on. So Paul Saviani's going to rejoin in something like 5th position, I think, within Class C, but there's lots to unwind there. Matthew Simonite is just 6 seconds ahead of Ethan Simmons, so Simmons is shortly going to take the lead of Class C, I should think. This, I think, is now Pip Hammond aboard the PDC Honda, because I believe Gavin Johnson brought that car in, and so that's another car that's done all of its pit stops, I think.
It's been a relatively short stint for Gavin Johnson then in that case.
I think that's what's happened. I remember before I saw that pop up on the screen.
No, may be right. It's not going particularly quickly, that car, down the start and finish straight, but it has been having intermittent problems, it has seemed, all the way through the race with the VTEC.
Packer leads by half a second in the race over Daniel Irving, so he might not actually show us the leader on our screens. But he's leading on the road, but he might not ever be on the timing screen by the end of the lap.
No, he's not. He's not. I'm watching them now as they're heading up towards Sunny, and it was Irving that was ahead of Jonathan Packer. So briefly he was in front, I think, but Irving in the Mazda MX-5 has reassumed the lead as we're watching the Jack Collins car come through. It's running in 7th position at the moment.
Matthew Simonite into the pit lane.
So that does just leave Packer. I wonder if he's going to come in this time as well to make it nice and neat. He's heading through the hairpin now. There is the race leader coming through the shot now. It's Daniel Irving, and Packer does stay out for at least one more lap in this race. As we are at the halfway mark, I will give you a rundown on the order, although we need to note that Packer's not yet stopped, so it is 45. Daniel Irving that's leading. 2nd place is number 5, that is Jonathan Packer. 3rd is number 13, Scott Parkin, who will become 2nd, about 7.5 seconds behind the leader Irving when Packer makes stop. Paul Simerson is in the pit, so he's going to drop down the order, but he's currently 4th in the number 55 car. 5th is number 23, that's Simon Mason and Chris Byallen. 6th is number 83, Chris Nyland and Will Putskill. 7th is number 1, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins. 8th is number 6, Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin. 9th is 44, Alec Yenko and Ben Williams. And 10th is 47, Roberts, Greenwood and Rand. Class B, as we say, is led by Jonathan Packer, but 2nd in that class is the Mead and Heartland Scirocco now from the Whittaker and Enoch Porsche. Class C is led by Matthew Simonite, who's just come into the pit, so it'll be Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper that take over the Class C lead, with Scott Ferguson, Neil Luke up to 2nd in that class, and the remaining car in the top 3 is going to be Hayes and Subiani, I think.
Back into the pits has come the PDC Honda, so you said it was slow, and now it's back in the pit lane. Paul Simerson's about to rejoin the race, you can see on the inset there. There's our Class B leader, Jonathan Packer, who's about to lose 2nd in the race to Scott Parkin, who turns his way through the hairpin now. And Parkin's in for a 2nd time, so Scott Parkin from 3rd position. He was catching Daniel Irving for the lead. He is in to make his 2nd and final pit stop. Presumably they think the car can do an hour and 12 minutes, or an hour and 9 minutes it'll be when it goes back out, on a tank of fuel. So the strategy continues to unwind as this race continues. But there is Jonathan Packer. It's been a dominant drive so far for him in Class B. He finished 3rd within Class C in the championship 4 years ago for the Carpenter from Surrey, the former Caterham racer, former Jedi racer, race winner in Europe in Lotus Cup as well. Here he comes down towards Tower Bend in that Volkswagen Golf GTI, and accelerates up towards the Jim Clark S's. He's currently leading the class by about 3 laps, but of course he hasn't pitted yet.
No, absolutely one. You lose just over 2 laps in the pits, so but he's still got a very healthy lead in that class.
Slow pit stop for Paul Simerson, 5 minutes. So they lost about 1.5 minutes in all of that. So you said Simerson will go down the order, probably a bit further than he was expecting. He might drop outside the top 10. He has dropped outside the top 10, hasn't he, in the game? And
I think you said he was a bit worried about doing the whole race solo. Maybe he just needed a bit of a rest.
Possibly so.
There is the fuelling going on the Scott Parkin number 13 car on the inset. So it's not going to be too much longer before he's back out into the race. Of course, he's going to be the first of the front runners to have made both of his stops, and be interested to see where that leaves him. It does mean that he's going to have a run of over an hour to the checkered flag with no more fuel. But that's not unusual on a stint of more than an hour. Of course, in Club Enduro Tour races often will have pit stops with more than an hour and 10 minutes to go. So it should be well within the car's capabilities.
Oliver Harris is continuing to catch the Chris Nyland William Puttergill Audi. He's 9 seconds behind now. Or Jack Collins, of course, at the wheel now of that BMW M2. So it's been a good stint from Jack here, which perhaps you might expect, because he was very successful in British GT last year. He's going to race a similar BMW really in the British GT Championship this year. He's racing an M4 with Brandon Templeton in the British GT Championship, which starts in a couple of weeks' time. So as the reigning Club Enduro champion, that's a nice progression, isn't it, into the top GT Championship in the country. But here today at Croft, Tom Bottleworth is in the pit lane, and he has more news.
Yeah, it was just wanted to kind of bring you how calm the pit stop has been so far. Genuinely quite laughable. The fuel went in was completed with 2 minutes to go, and there was a mechanic stood at the side of the car who was actually kind of telling everybody, just calm down, it's fine, we're all good. They've changed the front tyres over, retorquing them now, and you can actually see the squash in the front tyres as to how low the tyre pressures are being run. But fresh new fronts on that, kept the same rears on, all retorqued up and ready to go. Big smoke out the back of that as well, but they even had time to polish it up. Lovely on here at Darkside Developments. Back up to the boys in the box.
Thank you, Tom.
So that was a 7 second slower pit stop on the first one for Parkin. So that's that tyre change just cost them a little bit of time, but can you make them 7 seconds up on new front tyres? Probably so. So worth doing. So that was 3 minutes 34 for Scott Parkin, and now he will push on those new tyres, but a heavy fuel tank, of course, with all that diesel that was going in to the Audi, and another solo driver, remember. But he's done this a few times now, hasn't he?
Yeah. And of course, assuming there's no safety car, and there's still another 40 odd laps to go in this race. They've done 52 laps now, the race leaders. So maybe 45 laps probably still to go in this race, something like that, with an hour and 8 minutes still to go. So yeah, 7 seconds over that number of laps is not a huge amount, is it? There's the Hazen Subiani. It's now the Paul Subiani BMW, isn't it? The 59-year-old hotelier from Shrewsbury. Started racing 8 years ago, and now in that new BMW for this year. We've got a 10-second track limit penalty now for the Harrison Collins car to add to the 5 seconds that it already had. So it's being driven quickly, but maybe a little bit too exuberantly at some of the corners, Josh.
Indeed so. He's not the only one to do this weekend. Lance Stroll, who was making his GT3 debut, had 110 seconds of track limit penalties, I read earlier on, which wasn't as bad one with his co-drivers, who picked up 6 30-second penalties. So that's not how you win races. But that is partly a bit tight, isn't it, for the other dark side car. But yeah, it's not great, is it, for Jack Collins? He's got lots of pace in that car. He's on a 1 minute 28.9. That was just over a second quicker than Oliver Harris managed in the car. He's averaging a 29.8, which is almost identical to our race leader Daniel Irving, but those track limit penalties sort of cost you all the time that you're gaining by going quickly.
Well, probably then a bit more, really, with now 15 seconds that they've mounted up to.
Haven't really seen much of that this weekend, have we?
Not a huge amount, but I think it's not one of those circuits where track limits is traditionally quite a bigger deal as it is at some tracks around the country.
Of course, the tyre stacks are in this weekend, aren't they? Which they weren't, for example, at the British Touring Car Championship last year, which meant track limits was a different storyline than what we've had this weekend.
That's right.
So how's Sabiani getting on there? He's up to third, isn't he, in Class C? So he, in this stint, he's done a 1:36.3. What's the best lap of the car? A little bit quicker than that. They're pretty similar, aren't they? Only about 6/10 difference between Hayes and Saviani's best. So it's a good equal lineup, really, isn't it? In that squad, in their BMW. Got a couple of cars that's about to lap them. That should be nicely done. 4 seconds is the gap now between Nyland and Collins for what is fourth, down to 3 seconds, another second caught. So that's soon going to be a battle on the road, isn't it, for what is third within Class A.
Yes, but sadly not a battle for position in the classification with those penalties. Into the pits has come the number 10 car of Rob Fennick and Ricky Carlard. Is that its first official stop? No, yes, I think it is, yeah. It made a stop, of course, before the pit window, which was lengthy and cost them about 10 laps. The leader's back in again. So this is Daniel Irving into the pits, or the former leader.
That was a slow in lap, Ian. That was 10 seconds slower than it should have been, the in lap. There may be a problem with the Mazda.
Yeah, and the team don't look like they're ready for him. They're popping the bonnet off. Alan Henderson's not got his helmet on. He's wiggling the left rear wheel of that car. They've got the bonnet up as well.
The traditional problem with this car has been drive shaft, hasn't it? So whether that's the problem again.
Alan Henderson's got his head touching the tarmac, trying to have a look underneath to see what's going on, but this is not boding well for the race leader.
I think the person under the bonnet is his Road Sports teammate, isn't it? Dan Jude, I think. So it's a very small team running this MX-5, but whether this car, it's done so well in this race, hasn't it? It's led from the beginning, it's led 55 laps of this race, but this just seemed to be a much more significant issue than it might otherwise have been. Meanwhile, on the screen, you're not seeing this because you're seeing the pit stop for Rob Fennick, but the much bigger drama down there in pit lane is our end of the pits, because the race-leading car might here be going into retirement unless it's an easier fix than it otherwise would be.
Yeah, well, the losing time here, of course. As well.
Jonathan Packer is going to lead, isn't he?
He is. I think you're probably right with all of that. Meanwhile, that's the Fennick and Collard, who's going to be getting into...
Fennick's taken his helmet off, but
car.
Ricky Collard's not got any helmet on. So.
Right, so maybe that's a retirement as well, possibly. That car was getting pretty quickly, actually. There was a number of laps behind.
Now, on your screen, you're seeing the Chris Nyland car nearly now being caught by Jack Collins. He's flashing his lights in the BMW M2. He's got a TCR Cupra to lap. But the battle, which probably is going to become for second in this race, isn't it, between the Audi and the BMW, the Chris Nyland, William Puttigill car, then being caught by the Oliver Harris and Jack Collins machine.
And Jonathan Packer does now lead the race on the timing screen as well. So, Class B leader, he's still not yet made his first stop, let alone his second. And he does now lead the race overall as well. He's leading by 19 seconds from the team that has made one stop, which is Simon Mason and Chris Byallen in the Seat. So they've already made one of their stops. And then third is Nyland and Puttigill. They are about 13 seconds behind Mason and Byallen.
Yeah, that's right, just getting through the traffic. So the Audi's RS3's done a good job here. The Cantor Holland liveried machine puts a bit of daylight between himself and Jack Collins.
Into the pits comes the number 6 car as well of Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brick, so that's the second of the dark side cars making its second stop. So we think that's Dylan still in that car, don't we? So probably going to be Ryan that's taking over at this pit stop.
Yeah, meanwhile the Mazda pit stop, not too much is happening, is there?
No, and yeah, helmet off as well now for Daniel Irving, as well as Alan Henderson, and I think that signifies the end of the race for the car that led for the first hour and 25 minutes of the 2.5 hour race for the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. Great shame that car is out of it. We'll see if Tom's able to pop up to that end of the pit lane and figure out exactly what went on with them.
It was a great effort. It's at most. Oh, and Packer's slowing.
Oh, has he left it too late? He's crawling round. Has he run out of fuel, do we think? He's just running on fumes to get it back to the pit lane?
Shaking the car around, isn't he? Why would you do this?
I don't know. When you've got such a comfortable lead in your class, why not make the pit stop a little bit earlier than that. I'm presuming that is what is the issue, but he's struggling even to get into the pit lane at the moment, and this is costing him time. Now he did have some time in hand.
3-lap lead over Stuart Mead, but is he going to even make it down to pit lane?
He needs some help. He needs some help to be pushed, I think, down the pit lane, but there's no one there to... now he's picking up speed. So maybe it's not a fuel issue.
They've got a reserve that they can go to. But fuel issue would probably be the better scenario. If there's a car issue, it's a bigger problem, isn't it?
And he's pulled in right next to the car that's just retired from the race as well. So Jonathan Packer, second race leader, to pull in right beneath us in somewhat dramatic circumstances. They are getting some more fuel into the car in this case, Josh.
Yeah, so it does feel like she found something in the reserve tank that they could just get the car home in. There's no panic, but then I suppose you would put fuel in first anyway, wouldn't you, and then see what the problems is. You can see on your screens in the background the erstwhile race leader, Daniel Irving and Alan Henderson, pushing the Mazda MX-5 into the garage. The Class B leader, well, they were the leader really when they had this problem, the car slowing on the circuit. Jonathan Packer, solo driver, standing into the right-hand side of the car. There's no panic at this stage from the team. But they're putting the fuel in first, and Jonathan Packer seems like getting back in the car here. So perhaps it was all a fuel issue. It really makes you wonder why they didn't pit earlier. Seems rather unnecessary, really, doesn't it, to go so long.
And a problem for number 44. That's the car of Alok Iyengar and Ben Williams. That's got some damage, I think, by the looks of it.
And in behind them is an Island particle car to make their second and final mandatory stop. So it's all going on down in pit lane.
Yeah, the Iyengar car stopped again right beneath us. All the action happening at our end of the pit lane at the moment. Alok Iyengar, Ben Williams. Not sure, who do we think's in that car at the moment?
Is that
44?
Yeah, Ben Williams is what we've got on here.
Yeah, so he's in the pits with a bit of drama. So I don't know if there's some contact there. It was been reported as smoking heavily, but we could see that as it came into the pit lane.
Yeah, the front right corner's collapsed, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There's no signs of a contact, is there?
No.
So it might just be a failure.
Looks that way.
Stuart Mead, who's second in Class B, has just set a personal best lap time, sort of urged on perhaps by the Jonathan Packer issues. 1:33.058 for Stuart Mead, a good lap in that Sirocco.
I can see the team getting ready to push Jonathan Packer back out into the race, so I think the main drama will be that he's lost time on the in lap there.
That's right.
We'll see exactly if we can figure out how long his stop was, but of course he was going slow even before we got into the pit lane, wasn't he?
Then he sort of sped up, didn't he, at the pit
in?
So I can tell you how slow the last lap. Yeah, the last lap he lost about 45 seconds. So that's the time he lost, really.
So we can add that to the sort of excess time in the pit stop to work out how much he's lost, but it could be a minute or something like that, as the House and Osman BMW, which I don't think we've mentioned all race, comes into the pit lane. It often seems to be the case that we don't mention that team, which is probably a sign that they're doing something right and just keeping quiet and out of everyone's way.
The oldest car on the grid.
Yeah, absolutely. Where are they running? They're running in 18th position overall and 5th in Class B, and they're now making their second stop.
That car seemed to fluctuate between Classes B and C a little bit as well, doesn't it? So they're back into B, running perhaps a slightly higher power band this weekend.
Leader at the moment is the number 23 car, isn't it, of Simon Mason and Chris Byallen in the Seat Cupra.
There might be a drama, there is a drama going on the other end of the pit lane, because the Dylan Britt to Ryan parking car has been in the pit for 5 minutes.
It has, yes, I can see it there now. And it's not parked at 45 degrees either.
It's on our screens, there's a mechanic in the bonnet, or underneath where the bonnet would be. I think they've taken it off as Packer goes back out.
Okay, so let's see how long that stop was. Josh is just
3:31, so as quick as everyone else's. So I think that all the time was lost was before they got to the pit in. So 45 seconds or so, and Packer still leads Class B. Yes, he does. So he's kept the class lead, but an unnecessary drama they didn't really need to have if that was all to do with fuel.
That's right. I can see that Ben Williams is certainly not in the number 44 car down here. That's the car which has had a collapsed suspension or something by the looks of it. That race may well be over for that team with less than an hour of the race left to go.
The Simon Mason Chris Byallen car leads the race now on the road by about 11 seconds over Jack Collins. News down in the pit lane from Trevor Gregory that the car the Ryan Parkin car just wouldn't restart. They tried bumping it, that's why it's no longer at 45-degree angle, but they had no choice. So thanks, Trevor, for the news. Bad luck for Ryan Parkin and co. So this is sort of the part of the race, isn't it, where the reliability of the cars is starting to become a factor. It's sort of old school endurance racing, this, where reliability is a big factor. And we've seen some of the factory cars sort of they haven't been having failures, as well as some of the sort of the home build specials. And this dark side car that you can see on your screen now has just not been able to fire back up, and they are losing time consistently. Meanwhile, we believe that Chris Nyland has handed over to William Puttergill. Good pit stop. How about this for consistency? The first pit stop was a 3:28.5. The second pit stop 3:28.7.
Pretty impressive stuff. So 55 minutes of the race to go. It's number 23 leading, Simon Mason and Chris Byallen. Second is number 1. Yes, they are into the pits as I say that. So that will promote Oliver Harris and Jack Collins into the lead, I think, in the number 1 car. Third will be 47, that's the Roberts, Greenwood and Rand. Fourth is 55, Paul Simerson. Fifth, number 88, Joe Williams. Sixth, number 13, Scott Parkin, having made 2 stops. He's the leading 2-stopper that's back out again. And then it's the Fothergills and Ellsworth in 7th, Nyland and Puttergill in 8th, Packett in 9th, leading Class B still, and 10th Yengart and Williams, but they're in the pits and by the looks of it out of the race.
Just waiting. I can tell you the gap in Class B is a minute now, so after that drama from Jonathan Packer, he's a minute ahead of Stuart Mead, who's lapping very quickly in the car he shares with Tim Hartland, that Volkswagen Sirocco, the ex-Nürburgring 24 Hours machine. There you can see the leading car that's pitting, that's got fuel going into it, so assuming that Simon Mason did do those first 2 stints, Chris Byallen will jump aboard that machine now. So there's the Nyland and Puttergill Audi. That has come out over a minute behind Scott Parkin. So Scott Parkin, the leading car on 2 pit stops, and he's in the strongest place in this race, really, I think. So Scott Parkin and the Dark Side crew sort of showing their experience in this type of racing and why they are a 3-time Class A champions. And if they're sort of continuing through this pit stop phase, different cars will sort of jump up the order. Another one that's just like yesterday in Road Sports, just quietly got on with things, is the Roberts, isn't it? Greenwood and Rand making their debuts out the 3rd now in the race on the road. They will fall down a bit from there.
Yeah,
but they've been having a good weekend for a debut in that Cupra.
Yeah, and just gone across the line once again to complete another lap. As onto the top of the timing screens now is the Harrison Collins car. That is the only car that I think has got a time penalty so far in this race, though. The race leaders on track. 2 track limits penalties totaling 15 seconds for the number 1. Oliver Harris and Jack Collins, who are quite a long way clear of, well, it'll be basically a lap clear, won't it, for second place, I think, with Greenwood and Rand in second at the moment. But of course we've got the mixture of cars having had 1 and 2 stops at the moment. Wondered if Jonathan Packer might almost double stack and do 2 stops in quite quick succession, having not stopped at all, but he's stayed out for at least, I think, 3 laps now.
Yeah, the pit window remains open for just over half an hour from now, doesn't it? So still time. There he is, the Class B leader in 9th overall, leading by about a minute over Stuart Mead, and then Jan Whittaker and Mark Enoch's Porsche Cayman sits 3rd within Class B.
Scott Parkin's looking in a good position here then, isn't he, for the race win with the demise of the MX-5. He's heading towards Tower Corner now, turning his way through. We've got 51 minutes of the race left to go, so still a fair chunk of time left in the race for things to fall apart for him. All other drivers back out into the race, having made the 2nd stop now. For the number 23 car goes Chris Byallen.
And that is net 2nd, I think, behind Scott Parkin, ahead of William Puttergill.
How big's the gap going to be there, do we reckon? Too early to say, maybe.
Yeah, we'll have to wait until the end of the lap. I think it's a decent gap, isn't it? Because Parkin's out of sight round the back, so I think he's quite a bit ahead.
Just coming through the complex now, yeah. Scott Parkin. coming through to complete another lap past Matthew Simonite, who has he still just done the one stop, Matthew Simonite? Or has he now made both of them? No, he's still just done one, hasn't he, in the Mazda MX-5?
He's currently 4th in class. That pit stop, by the way, for Chris Byalon was decent, 3.5 minutes, slightly quicker than their first stop. So again, the Class A cars that haven't had problems have been pretty consistent with their pit stops. Paul Sabiani's just done a personal best, a 1:35.5, so he's pushing on. Is that the fastest lap in Class C? Interestingly, Simmons has done his personal best that time too. That was 4/10 slower.
I was just going to say, yeah, he's done well there.
He seems to not be giving Andrew Cooper very many laps in that car, is he? But there's a race win on the cards, so perhaps that's part of the plan.
Absolutely, and they'll be pleased to get that if they possibly can. Over the line goes the Will Puttergill and Chris Nyland car. It is now Puttergill in that car, and they're showing on the timing screen in 7th position at the moment, having made 2 stops. Let's head down to Tom Butterworth once again. He's got more news from the pit lane.
It was just to give you a brief update on what was happening with the Robert Fennick and Ricky Collard car. That has obviously retired now, as we saw earlier on, but that has retired because Rob was in it and he said the engine just wasn't pulling through properly. Like, it seemed down on power. It wasn't pulling through the rev range as it should. So it's a retirement more to save the beast, I think, is probably the best way of putting it, before it went bang properly. So they've retired that, and I was speaking to the 45 guys, the MX-5 that was leading the race earlier on as well. Unfortunately, that one has now fully retired as well. They think that was an issue with the diff. Possibly the diff housing has started to move around and release itself from its fixed position, and that has caused that one into retirement. So a real race of attrition here. As the guys have been saying upstairs, it's the longest race of the season. So yeah, really is causing some issues for guys, and it's going to be whoever lasts the longest, I think. So any further updates, and we'll let you know. It looks like there's a few more pit stops still to take place. But yeah, any further updates, we'll let you know as and when they happen, guys. Back up to Ian and Josh.
Thank you very much, Tom. So diff housing, the issue for the race leading car, as it was for more than half of the scheduled race distance. Alan Henderson and Daniel Irving, who do have the best lap of the race, a 1:27.360, but that's pretty scant consolation, really. Not a lap record, that's with Joel Oswick, a 1:26.73, set a couple of years ago this month.
The Chris Byalon cars just set a personal best, 1:28.2. They're about 50 seconds behind Scott Parkins, so Parkins over a lap ahead. And looking strong up front, lapping consistently in the 1:28. Byalon's car 12 seconds ahead of William Puttergill, so that is fairly close for a possible podium position.
The 37 is in for its final stop, so I think it was Neil Luke that had taken that car over. Well, the BMW Z4, so it'll be Daniel Douglas, I think, getting into it, drive from Henfield for the final stint. How are they faring? They are 14th overall, they're second in Class C, although they will fall behind Paul Sabiani and Johnny Hayes, won't they, in their BMW as a result of that stop.
Yeah, you'd think so.
And also the 41 car is in. That's from the lead of Class C. So that's going to be Ethan Simmons now to hand over to Andrew Cooper.
Yes, so that would be significant where that comes out in comparison to Sabiani. Of course, they had that delay of about a minute, so the Honda should be ahead if it's a good pit stop. And then we'll see if Andrew Cooper's got the pace to hang on. Well, that'd be a trying weekend for that team up until this point.
There's Jonathan Packer, who saw him going over the line, still in the lead of Class B, but he's got to make another pit stop, of course, during the course of the race.
So is his main rivals, really, haven't they? They're now on the similar strategy. There's about a minute back to Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland's Volkswagen Scirocco.
The Whittaker Enot, third place in Class B Porsche, that's just been passed by Will Pottergill in the number 83 Canter Holland Asset Management Audi. Car that is running in 7th place on the timing screen at the moment.
Not that far behind there by Alan Mason Cupra, 13 seconds between the two of them, so that's pretty tight at this point. Just behind them on the road was the car third in Class B, the Anne Whittaker and Mark Enot Cayman. They're the best part of a lap back from the Scirocco. There's another Cayman, that was Paul Simerson. He's in third overall, catching the Robert Greenwood Cupra, who's 7 seconds up the road. These are cars that haven't made their second pit stop yet.
Yes, Simerson in that Porsche, turning his way through Tower Corner up towards the flick-flack at the Jim Clark S's. And on up to Sonny, the right-hander. 44 minutes of the race left to go into the final third. I wonder if there's any more dramas coming in the form of any more retirements that we might see. It's affected the Class A cars particularly badly, the reliability, it seems. Quite a few of those now have retired from the race.
You said we haven't mentioned the Jody House car very much. Well, let's do that, because House has been going quicker and quicker in that E30, doing personal best lap after personal best lap. It started about 5 minutes ago. He did a 1:37.1, then he did a 37.0, 36.8, and he's just done a 1 minute 36.0, 8 tenths quicker than any previous lap in that car. So Jody House in the E30 M3, 5th in Class B, has made its 2 pit stops, I think. Yeah, so that's going to come up the order yet. And Jody House, another experienced endurance driver who's aboard that car, the former class podium finish at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. He is going very quickly indeed in that car, the oldest car on the grid, and might make up more positions as others make their final pit stop.
Car that's second in Class B is in, that's Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland's Volkswagen Scirocco, as also is the Daniel Gibson John Dundee Ginetta G40. That's for its second scheduled stop. I think it did have an extra stop in the middle of the race, didn't it, as well? But Mead and Hartland, second in Class B, is a more significant stop.
The Ethan Simmons Andrew Cooper car ought to be going by now, and I don't think it is.
It is just being pushed back now, and it's rejoining the race, just as you say that. But
BMW's coming up to the final corner, so I think this is the race on the road for Class C. I think this will put them on the same lap, and Paul Saviani isn't going to be very far behind because of this slower pit stop for Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper.
Yeah, so Simmons and Cooper, as it now is, they're just turning into Clervaux, so it's probably half the length of the start and finish straight between them, which is less than it otherwise might be if you've got the stat on the pit time.
Over 4 minutes, 4 minutes and 5 seconds. They probably lost about 35 seconds. The earlier pit stop, they lost about 20 seconds, so that kind of adds up to 50 seconds, doesn't it? And we know the other car lost a minute with the extra pit stop, so that probably is about the 10 seconds that's between them.
Yeah, more or less, I would say. That's about right. And they've been pretty evenly matched when they were before the pit stop started, so it's no surprise to see them this close as a result of that, with them both having lost similar times in pit stops.
Yeah, they're just behind on the road. Jody House, who's done another quicker lap in the E30, a 1 minute 35.371. But yeah, they're both in the same shop now, aren't they, the Class C leaders? So they've had very different strategies, but they've merged together now with Andrew Cooper being chased down by Paul Saviani, and that is the closest class battle we have for a victory over the last 40 minutes.
There is the House BMW, the E30. It's looking absolutely magnificent, isn't it? It's just ahead of Andrew Cooper in that Honda Civic Type R. There's the car that's second in that class, the yellow BMW that's just being overtaken by Paul Simerson in the number 55 car.
He's about to catch the second car for second overall because Rob Greenwood's just ahead of him, so just ahead of the BMW. He's about to have a second overall on the road. Yet to pit, but that position probably is going to change pretty soon.
As into the pits comes Stephen Moore and Charles Hanson in the number 73 Audi TT.
Class C lead gap is 5 seconds, Cooper to Subiani. That's the chase gap for Paul Subiani, the driver from Shropshire, to try and achieve.
Yeah, so the 171 car making its way through. Senna Oswald and Jody House, and the two drivers from Kent.
And Simerson's got second, hasn't he, from the Cupra, as we thought would happen. So how quickly can the BMW catch the Honda? I wonder if it can catch at all.
Yeah.
Oh, Packer's slow again. Jonathan Packer, the Class B leader, is slow again, I think.
Now, is this a recurrence of the issue that he had previously?
So he didn't
on
look
to the pits.
Didn't look up the speed, did it? But it's going quicker than it did earlier when it crawled back.
We'll have a look at the lap time as he comes through. What was his last lap time? It was a 1:32. That's actually one of his quickest laps, only 0.3 off his personal best on the last time through.
Now, did it look slow because he had a TCR car around him? Now I'm wondering.
Maybe. It can sometimes be deceptive, can't it? We'll have a look at his lap time next time through.
He's coming in, so that adds up.
And he is limping in, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, not as much as he was in the first for the first stop, but
oh yeah, it's 20 seconds off that lap than it should have been, so it was a slow lap. So we weren't being deceived. The Class B leader in dramas in the pit lane, fuel going in, or about to go in, but surely that's not the problem this time.
No,
maybe it wasn't the problem before.
No, and obviously they've got to wait for the driver to get out before they can put the fuel in as well.
2.8 seconds a gap in Class C, so Paul Subiani was a couple of seconds quicker than Andrew Cooper. So it's the Honda Civic Type R car 41. Andrew Cooper just at the back of your shot, who is about to be caught for the class lead with less than 40 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can pick these two up. There is Cooper and there is Subiani making their way down towards the Tower Bend. Here is Cooper. So yeah, pretty much halved, didn't it? The gap, very nearly halved on the previous lap. So if Subiani can do that again, we'll have the Class C leaders together. Drama in Class B as well. We'll keep an eye on what's going on with Jonathan Packer down there in the pit lane as well. He's had a very comfortable race out on his own in the front of the class, but some dramas affecting him as the race has gone on. Yeah, possibly in terms of reliability. We'll see if we can find out what might be happening with that car in a moment. We're continuing to watch Andrew Cooper in the Class C leading Honda Civic Type R at the moment, heading down into the complex with 38 minutes of the race to go. I'm not sure that Subiani's made the ground up on this lap that he did on the previous one.
Might be Andrew Cooper just settling into things, isn't it, in these first laps of the day.
Yeah, possibly so. We've got them up to the line again, having a look at the timing screen as they go through, and the gap between them, that time is 2.3. So it did come down because, to be honest, just in the best lap of the race for that car, a 1:35.390.
Yeah, so Cooper did a pretty good lap in himself, didn't he? But it's not as good as the BMW behind. An intriguing battle in Class C continuing to develop. Jonathan Packer in the pits for 2 minutes, so no dramas yet, and there's no particular work going on down there in pit lane, so it's a bit odd, isn't it, what's going on with that Golf? And it is allowing the Sirocco to catch all the time in the hands of Tim Hartland.
Certainly giving us something to talk about, isn't it, as far as the Class B lead battle is concerned. There's Cooper heading into the Jim Clark S. I think that Subiani is continuing to close that gap, though, as they go through the chicane this time, or the S's, and on up to Sunny, where they've got a slower car ahead of them in the form of the Gibson and Dundee Ginetta, which is in the same class but is running a bit further down. It's been lapped, it's being lapped again by Andrew Cooper, and now by Paul Subiani as well, who's coming into the complex. The car ahead of them is the House BMW M3 E30, or BMW E30 I should say. Into the pits comes the number 47 car from third position. That's the Robert Rand Seat Cooper TCR.
Leaders pretty much nose to tail, and Andrew Cooper's a bit slow out of the hairpin. They're side by side now up across the line in the Class C lead, round the outside. Not quite sure what went wrong there for Andrew Cooper, but the car didn't have the straight line speed it should have had. And Paul Saviani then in the BMW takes the lead of Class C. They cross the line 19 thousandths of a second apart after 65 laps of racing, and a fastest lap of the class from Saviani that time, 1 minute 34.7, and is all okay with the Honda because Andrew Cooper's car was significantly slower in a straight line at the line. He seems to be back up to speed now.
Well, that was Saviani going 6 tenths faster than he had on the previous lap, which was also a personal best, so he's finding some really impressive pace in that BMW now. A 134.791, and yeah, fastest lap of the day for that class. Simmons had done a 135.9, so it's 1.2 seconds faster than that now. We can go down to Tom Butterworth in the pit. He's got more news for us.
Yeah, just get on the Class B leader, Jonathan Packer. It was indeed run out of fuel earlier on in the race. All scheduled pit stop that time around, and everything normal, and they were out in good time as well, so no major dramas that time around. But yes, indeed, earlier on it was the fact that we ran out of fuel. Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks, Tom. 34.5 minutes of the race left to go. We're watching the 297 car come through. That is the Jan Whittaker and Mark Enoch Porsche Cayman, and there on the screen briefly was the Class C lead battle, where Andrew Cooper's not really let the new leader Paul Saviani get away. They've got Scott Parkin coming through as well. He's the de facto leader of the race. He's not actually the leader of the race because there's still 2 cars ahead of him that need to make their second stops, but Scott Parkin it is who's got this race under control at the moment and is currently separating the 2 Class C leaders, Josh.
Yeah, now Saviani got through. He went 2 seconds slower than he did on the previous lap, so it sort of fluctuates a bit, I think, in the pace in those cars, doesn't it? So you say Andrew Cooper, as he gets back into the groove, might be able to do something about the driver ahead. I think Andrew's had a win in this car before, has he? So he will be keen to try and achieve that. They've just been lapped by Scott Parkin, as I think you said. His lead over Chris by Allen, by the way, is 53 seconds. I think it's going out very fractionally. As, after 27 minutes in the pits, Brian Parkin has got back into the race.
Oh, that's good news. That is good news. No, I don't think Andrew Cooper's had a win in anything, has he? As yet, so if he can get a class win here, he'd be pleased with that. But bit of work to do if that is going to be the case. He's got to get back ahead of that yellow BMW.
It's been a really good battle in Class C, this, hasn't it? It's been race long. As you see, the car that had that broken suspension seemingly earlier is going to be wheeled into the garage and down to the race. The Cupra.
Should be interesting to get a shot of the race leading, or the potentially race leading car for Scott Parkin again. You know, I'm hearing reports of a loose bonnet, but we'll see if we can spot anything that looks untoward on the stream in a moment.
A little bit of a slower lap than perhaps it should have been. How about this from Andrew Cooper? He's right on the tail again of Paul Saviani for Class C. So he's urged on by this opportunity. He's not the first person this weekend, is he? To try and grab a first win in motor racing. Through Tower Bend they go then, and Andrew Cooper brought the gap back down to 7/10 of a second. It might be slightly closer than that now. Down towards the S's. They come, and proving you can go endurance racing on a budget and have a great battle out there and be battling for a race victory in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship, the UK's leading club level endurance category. and it is a great dice we have here for Class C between the BMW driven by Paul Saviani, shares with Jonathan Hayes, Andrew Cooper aboard the Honda Civic Type R that Ethan Simmons started, and this could well go on for the next half an hour.
It could do. Of course, Hayes and Saviani, they have had class wins before. They had a couple of class wins last year in a different car, as Cooper's up the inside of the BMW into the hairpin. Oh, gets into the side of the BMW, does he there? We'll look for damage on that car as it comes past. No, I can't see any. It looks like they avoided contact, but it is Cooper that's gone back through into the Class C lead, and that might not be the last swap that we have.
I don't think it will be. And back to the inside comes the Beamer. Oh, that got a bit tight, didn't it? But Andrew Cooper, who has raced in the Type R Trophy, hasn't he? We know the guys there aren't afraid of getting their elbows out. So he was keen to do similar, and he's back ahead of Paul Saviani. But the BMW is going to try and fight back in a straight line. Actually, the Honda's pretty good, isn't it? Good through on the aero without any rear wing like the BMW's got. But that car might be good on the brakes. He dives down the inside. It's Paul Saviani. It's like a Formula Ford race, this has turned out on this particular lap at the very least. Jonathan Packer, the Class B leader, must be wondering, well, we want to get past this quite safely. Hopefully I've got enough fuel aboard.
Yeah, oh, you'd hope so. After the earlier dramas, they go through the Jim Clark S's. And yes, I mean, Packer, is he going to disrupt this battle? Is he going to split them up? He's still behind the two of them. He's not ventured to move just yet. When's he going to pick to do that? As I say, he's pretty mindful of the fact that these two are battling, and he doesn't want to get involved in their scrap. Down towards the complex they go once again. Here they come. Packer has now got himself between the two cars. Let's hope not for too long. A bit of a mistake there though, almost getting into the back of the car. Andrew Cooper's got back in front briefly, and Packer resumes his position. That might end up costing Andrew Cooper a little bit of time if he's not careful though. Over the line they come, and the Class C leaders separated by the Class B leader.
Yeah, I don't think really that was Andrew Cooper's fault, was it? Because it was Packer that seemed to make the mistake. And he's been very cautious, isn't he, Packer, about getting past these cars. And this time it's Saviani that's been held up, and Andrew Cooper's back underneath the rear wing of the BMW 3 Series as they turn their way through Hawthorne Bend and up towards the chicane. So this is absolutely on again between these two. We've seen both of them are pretty keen at outbreaking each other. It was a lap ago down here where Paul Saviani dived down the inside of Andrew Cooper. Can Cooper replicate that move in the Honda? It doesn't look like he's going for it. So, though very late on the brake, the car twitches as he turns into Tower Bend. Paul Saviani sliding around, but he is still ahead of Andrew Cooper as they head down towards the Jim Clark Esses for another lap.
Yeah, great race between these two. Packer's now cleared them and got away. He is the thick end of a lap clear of the second place car in that class, which is the Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland car. But for the moment, stick with the Class C leaders. The yellow BMW of Paul Saviani, the grey and purple Honda of Andrew Cooper. 9/10 between them at the start of the lap, and it might well be something similar as they get towards the end of this lap. There goes Packer, and here comes the Class C lead scrap into the right-hand element of the complex. You see Joe Williams in the pit lane for, I think, his second scheduled stop there, the driver from Hereford. And the two Class C leaders nose to tail as they go through the hairpin. They come out line astern. Can Cooper do anything about it? Well, he's going to struggle here because they've got the Randon Greenwood Cooper coming to the left of the... Oh, and he's had to jink to the right-hand side of the circuit. It was Hayes and Saviani. Saviani just moved across to the left-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, and going to try and get alongside the BMW there, but Saviani, I think, knows that wouldn't really help his race terribly much, so he wants to stay ahead through Hawthorne. It's not just about managing the traffic as a faster competitor, it's a different challenge, but an important challenge as a lower class car as well, about making sure those faster cars pass where you want them to rather where that they perhaps want to, and that might have just helped Paul Saviani by a tenth or two, which at this point of the race is quite important.
It certainly is. So those cars are working, in their case, their 71st laps. And the race leaders have completed 79 laps and are actually in the pits.
Yeah, Jack Collins on the lap before his in-lap set his best lap of the race, a 1:28.9. So that car could well come out in second after the pit stop, I think. Is that going to be... Yeah, it looks like Jack's going to get back in the car potentially again. He's helping with the pit stop at the moment, I think. But he's been very rapid in that BMW M2. that he shares with Oliver Harris, and let's see who gets into the car. And perhaps Oliver Harris is going to get back in, is he, for the final? He is, so that's the car that we had a few question marks who was in when. It looks like Oliver Harris is going to get in for the end stint. That's on the inset. The Class C lead battle is on the main picture.
It certainly is, with 26.5 minutes of the race left to go. Up and over the line comes Paul Subiani, number 66, and number 41, Andrew Cooper, to complete another lap. Down towards Clervaux Corner they go. Gap lengthening, if anything, down the straight. As they turn into Clervaux Corner, Cooper, the lawyer from Bury St Edmunds, chasing after the Shropshire Hotelier, who lists Alton Park, his local track, as his favourite. Cooper, who started racing in Formula V, says done Type R Trophy as well, now starting to dabble with some of the longer distance races, including Club Enduro here. Not in the car he was slated to be in this weekend because there was problems for the Bonetta on Friday.
So we're hearing that it's actually Ethan Simmons that's in the car at the moment, so Andrew Cooper must on the middle third. So I think there's been a little bit of confusion who's in cars when, so it's Ethan Simmons, we believe, in the Honda, who's doing battle with what could be Paul Subiani.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got 25 minutes of the race left to go. There is the number 1 car. I think that's about to head back out into the race. But just looking to see where Scott Parkin is, because he should shortly be sort of taking the lead of the race.
I think he's done that already, I think.
It's not come through, so it's not officially on the timing screen, done it yet, but he will have done that, but it's when he actually appears on the top of the timing screens.
Will be interesting to see if the Mason by Alan Cupra is ahead of the BM2, which I think it might well be, so looks like the Chris by Alan Simon Mason car will go through to take second place, won't it? Yeah, up across the line now. And podium could be on because Oliver Harris is moving down there across the line. Comes the Chris Nyland William Puttergill car. So it's going to be pretty tight for third, isn't it? Up towards Clervaux, the BMW still getting up to speed. I think the Audi's just going to sneak through. So battle could be on for third position there, but it is the Audi RS3 up into third, and of course that penalty overhangs the BMW M2
Simmons
pairing.
and Subiani are side by side down the back straight into Tower Corner. It's Simmons in the 41 car, who was shared a drive last season with Sam Dennis, didn't he, in Club Enduro. Now only fails to get back ahead of Subiani through Tower, but that was all very close down the back stretch for the Class C lead battle. Through the right-hander at Barcroft, fast flat out right-hander, and then into the double apex right-hander at Sunny, and a bit more speed carried out of the corner by the 41 car of Ethan Simmons then.
There wasn't much separating them there, was there? So headed down to the complex, just a few millimetres. The rear bumper of the BMW, the front of the Honda that tries to draw up alongside through the complex, but can't go through yet. Up towards the hairpin. This is quite some dice, isn't it? After over 2 hours of racing, and just nothing can separate these two cars. They've both had their problems already, haven't they? The Honda had the longer pit stops, the BMW had the extra unscheduled stop. We didn't get to the bottom of what that was, but it was a short stop, which was handy, and that is merged and back together. Actually, in the background, Ryan Parkin's Audi's back in the pits, isn't it? So that's not so good news for that squad. But the Class C leaders through Hawthorne Bend here. They're going to have a couple of TCR Cupras about to lap them, including the second place car of Simon Mason and Chris by Allen, who is being caught by the Will Puttergill Chris Nyland car. Just 11 seconds between them now.
Yeah, Scott Parkin now does hit the top of the timing screens though. He's leading after 80 laps by 54 seconds, nearly 55 seconds from Chris Bayal in second place. So it's 13 from 23. 83 the Nyland and Puttergill car is in third place. Fourth is the number 1 car of Harrison Collins. Fifth is 47 Greenwood and Rand in the Seat. Sixth is Joe Williams in the number 88 car. Seventh Paul Simerson in the 55 Porsche. Eighth, but with a penalty, 5-second penalty for track limits, is the Fothergill and Ellsworth Porsche. Ninth is the 5 car, the Class B leader Jonathan Packett, ahead of Mead and Hartland by still around about a lap, I think that is. Yes, there's Mead and Hartland just go across the line once again. Class C still being disputed here, Josh.
It is, that's it. I think it will do throughout. Through into the complex, Honda's a bit tighter. tripods through the corners. The inside unloaded rear wheel lifts off the ground in traditional front-wheel drive fashion. Up towards the hairpin they go. Slightly different lines being utilised by the two drivers. The Paul Sabiani and Johnny Hayes BMW 3 Series continues to lead over the Type R EP3. The Andrew Cooper-owned car, driven by Ethan Simmons. One of their class rivals, Matt Simonite, completes his final stop of the race and comes out of pit lane just behind them, a few laps back. It's still the BMW ahead by the smallest of margins.
I think that's everyone now probably has done their 2 stops, I think, which is good news because the pit window closes in 6 minutes' time. I think we've got 20 cars still competing here.
Paul Simpson's going very quickly. He's just on a personal best in his Cayman, a 1:28.5. He's 18 seconds behind Joe Williams, but going a lot quicker on that previous lap.
Edward Christie's also just done a personal best lap as well in his BMW 3 Series, a 1:39.5 for him.
As has Pip Hammond, he's on a 1:37.8. They've got that FN2 running better again.
It's good to see.
Running 6th within the class.
One into the pits here is the Fothergill and Ellsworth car. Now, this isn't a scheduled stop, is it? Because they've
that's a car that did just
those.
get a track limit penalty, but that shouldn't cause the car to come into the pits. A car that's running in 8th place.
Well, it's kind of stopped, not at 45 degrees like it's... Why am I here? Have I been called in? Maybe there's been a misinterpretation of the black and white flag and the penalty board that would have been shown.
Ethan Simmons locks up into the hairpin, almost goes into the back of the BMW again. That was while the Chris Nyland and William Puttergill 3rd place car was lapping them. Ethan thought that might be his opportunity. He was all locked up. He just avoided the back of the BMW. They've come to blows there once already in this race, with the BMW 3 Series still in front.
Okay, well, the Fothergill and Ellsworth car is still in pit lane. But the Class C lead battle rages on. It did get a little bit close there up at the hairpin on that lap. 20 minutes of the race to go, Josh.
Paul Simmonson's just on another personal best. He's 2.5 seconds quicker than Joe Williams ahead of him, and the gap's down to 15 seconds. Now we're just getting notification that William Putskill's not in the RS3 at the moment. He did the middle stint. Chris Nyland is currently at the wheel of that one, and only 6.7 seconds ahead of Oliver Harris.
Okay. Yes, it's a little bit of a mystery who is in the car at any point in time in these 2 mandatory pit stop races. You can stand a slightly better chance when there's only 1 pit stop.
And we've got TSL are doing this at the moment, so they're getting information from downstairs. The same thing's happened with By Allen and Mason. So By Allen did the middle stint. Simon Mason has got back in, who started the car, so he's in the 2nd place car. We were talking about Pip Hammond's pace. The car's back into the pits again.
It is for the 7th time, I think that is now. It might be going for double figures here. Oh, and that's the 2nd place in Class B car that's been off at Clairvaux. That's the 14th car of Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, the Scirocco, which was about a lap behind the Class B leader, but nevertheless, they'd rather have avoided that trip through the gravel trap. Beautiful evening now here at Croft, low sun causing a few visibility issues in the combots.
Paul Simonson is significantly faster than anybody else at this stage of the race. He's done 3 laps now in the 1:28, and he was the one that was worried about his fatigue as the race went on. So on our screens, I think Jonathan Packer's just put a lap, hasn't he, on the Tim Hartland Scirocco.
Yeah, probably not helped by it going off at Clairvaux.
Now, how far could it have been ahead without its fuelling dramas?
Yeah, it would have been quite considerably ahead, wouldn't it? Been a couple of laps ahead nearly.
But of course, if like the MX-5 of Alex Wilson-Hughes can have its issues, that could have been a different story, those problems that car has had in this race.
Yeah.
You can't really afford to be doing things like that when it's not really a necessary drama to have.
No. Of course, it's the first of 6 rounds of the championship this season, and it's the best 5 scores in the championship that count. So teams drop their worst round.
Sorry to interrupt Ian. Oh no, it's a different car. Apologies, I'm interrupting for no reason. Carry on.
I don't know what it's saying now. There's a penalty board out for somebody. That is for Simonson now, I think. So yeah, he's getting a penalty, and I think there might be another one coming.
The car second in Class B's in after the off for Tim Hartland and Stuart Mead. So there's another Class B car in dramas here. it's not the only car coming into the pit lane, because the 73 Audi is also coming in of Stephen Moore and Giles Hansen.
It's all happening. What I was saying is it's 5 rounds from 6 to count in the championship. Points scored within the individual classes. Confirmation of the Simpson track limit penalty, and we saw him on screen there. So, yeah, it's looking good for Packer here, because he's looking fairly dominant in Class B this weekend. Class A and C both looking more competitive, dare I say, than Class B at this early stage of the season.
Yeah, some of that might be reliability-based cars that have had dramas.
Watching Scott Parkin in the lead here. No sign of a loose bonnet. Maybe a little bit, just it goes over the curbs. It sort of dislodges, but I think it's okay.
Of course, the other Class B car that had dramas was Aston Lindsay, so they're sort of the second and third fastest cars in the first stint are both cars that have had problems, so I think it would have been closer without that. But been a very good weekend if Jonathan Packer continues on, because he won that road sports race yesterday and could well make it the double. I don't think anyone else is going to achieve that feat, are they?
No. Unlikely.
Tim Hartland was only 51 seconds ahead of the Jan Whittaker Mark Enoch car, I think. So the Cayman, number 297, might be up into second place. The Scirocco's back out there after a short stop, but it might well have switched the battle for second round. Oh, and into the complex here, Ethan Simmons again is right on the tail of the Sabiani and Hayes BMW up to the final corner. This has been going on for 20 minutes now.
Yeah, something like that. Drive-through penalty board. That is going to be for the number 1 car of Harrison Collins. That's another track limits infringement. So we've gone from 5 to 10 to drive-through penalty now for that car.
I don't think that's going to lose them a position, is it? But they were sort of involved in a possible podium battle. That's now going to not happen. But they are a long way ahead of the next car, so they shouldn't lose any positions.
And pit window has closed now. A notification of that, because we've had 2.25 hours of this race into the final 15-minute sprint to the checkered flag. Oh, and Parkin closing upon Simmons at a rate of knots there.
Bonnet is going up and down a bit more, isn't it?
Need to keep an eye on that. Confirmation of the drive-through penalty on screen now for the number 1 car. Yes, a bit of a vibration possibly, causing some air to get underneath that. And let's hope that that's not going to be something that the scrutineers get too worried about and call that car back into the pits. The gap is still only about 55 seconds first to second. It's been about the same for quite a while, really, that gap.
Yeah, I wonder if Scott's... Well, they're both lapping quite quickly, really, aren't they?
Yeah.
So perhaps Chris Byron in that middle section didn't quite have the pace of Simon Mason. These are two drivers that have got the pace of each other, though, isn't it? The Hayes and Sabiani BMW and the Andrew Cooper and Nathan Simmons Honda that gets in the mirrors of the car ahead.
Up on 3 wheels around the hairpin goes Simmons. Nose to tail this battle for Class C.
Sorry, that B second place did change. Jan Whittaker's 12 seconds ahead of Tim Hartland, so we'll see if Hartland can close back in. And Oliver Harris comes out in the middle of the Class C battle. Of course, this is the battle that he was involved in last year when he won the championship. But Ethan Simmons can't waste any time. He has to get down the inside at Hawthorne Bend. And I'm sure the M2 then will power back past down the straight.
Yeah, the fact that the Class C battle has been the best battle of the race is really testament to the fact that, yeah, this is proper endurance racing on a pretty competitive budget. Nice looking, nice well turned out cars, both of them, the BMW and the Honda Civic Type R. But probably being done at a much reduced budget compared to those cars in Class A, and just as much fun, certainly even more fun for us watching the race. 12.5 minutes left to go.
Simmons was full sideways through Barcroft there, wasn't he? Like we saw in the Type R Trophy races earlier.
Pushing on because he wants to get back in touch with Sabiani, doesn't he? To have another go and try and find a way through before the end of the race. Into the complex once again. The number 1 BMW has cleared both of them now. Turns out of the complex into the hairpin, onto the brakes, turns through the left-hander. Back onto the start and finish straight
I can
once more.
tell you about average lap times in this stint. You thought that Simon Mason wasn't really losing to Scott Parkin. Parkin in this stint's done a 1:29.3 average.
Yeah.
Mason's done a 1:29.5.
Okay.
And Nyland's done a 1:29.4.
Okay, very similar with all three of them then.
Yeah.
Not a lot to choose between any of them though, and if they'd been together on track that would have made for quite a good race, but they are separated by a fairly significant amount of Croft in between them at the moment.
Chris Nyland's got the gap down to Simon Mason to 9 seconds, but as he's on average only catching a tenth a lap, that's a little bit too much, but it was 12-13 seconds, so he's just slowly eking towards the car ahead. Now what's happened to Ethan Simmons here?
Has dropped back a fair distance from Paul Subioni, who's just in behind the Edward Christie BMW, which is still going well, the orange one, just in front of Subioni there. So I wonder if Simmons just has run out of steam here. It's only 6/10 behind at the start of the lap. Now it's perhaps about 3 seconds between them, something like that.
Battle for 6th is very shortly going to be on, because Joe Williams is only 2 seconds ahead of Paul Simerson, who's catching a rate of a couple of seconds a lap. So Paul Simerson, who's had quite long pit stops in that Cayman, so whether that's a fatigue thing or whether they are struggling to get quick stops at the moment, that might be something to they'll be working on. But Paul Simerson should be able to get back into the top 6 very shortly. But has a penalty, doesn't he? So
he
he'll
does.
have to get past and then pull away.
5-second penalty for track limits. Yeah, there he is in the 55 car. Class A with the sticker on the back to indicate that, to help drivers know who they are coming up to pass.
Or as a Class A car, maybe who you've just been passed by.
Yes.
There's Joe Williams just ahead. So these are 2 solo drivers, aren't they? Joe, the driver from Herefordshire, the ex-Autograss man in the Williams race team with Vanning Motorsport, prepared Cupra. And then Paul Simerson in the Simon Green Motorsport, prepared Porsche. They are not very far behind Jonathan Packer, the Class B leader, to put a lap on the Volkswagen Golf. So again, he's about 2 seconds quicker on this lap, Simerson. He's not going to challenge at the hairpin. I think the Cupra makes the Genetta G40 look very small. And they both lap that car up across the line.
Yeah, so they are going on to another lap. The leader, Scott Parkin, is working lap 90. They are on lap 88, I think. So a couple of laps off the lead of the race. Packer just in front of both of those. He's in 9th position overall.
There's a battle of 5th in Class B. Edward Christie is 0.17 of a second ahead of Giles Hansen. And Hansen has been catching at a real rate, so that should change as well.
I think it may already have changed, actually. Just having a look. Yes, it has. The Hansen car just coming past us now is ahead.
But more importantly, the Class C leaders changed all of a sudden. So Ethan Simmons has got himself ahead of the BMW up towards turn 1. The BMW's looking up the inside, the Hayes and Sabiani car. There they are on your screen now. Well caught by our camera crew here from Alpha Live. But slow lap, presumably, in from the BMW.
Slow for both of them, actually. And I don't think they were lapped by anyone on that lap. So maybe they just managed to fall over one another somehow. But there was a bit of a gap going between them going into the start of the lap. The race not over yet between them, though, is it? Because although it's Simmons ahead, Subiani is going to have a look up the inside into Town Corner with 8 minutes of the race left to go. But doesn't go through there. They probably are going to be lapped again before too much longer. And they might actually be caught by the car that's sort of laps behind them, which is the Hansen car that's going quite well now.
Daniel Douglas is sitting 3rd in Class C, just wondering what might happen at the front of this battle.
Bit of a wobble there, I thought, from Simmons there, but he's maintained the gap to Subiani. That was through Barcroft.
Paul Simerson's got past Joe Williams, by the way, for 6th, as we expected. But yeah, all eyes, as it has been for a while, to this Class C battle, which turned its way into the complex. Now, we've had this question mark over Scott Parkin's car, haven't we? He's getting slower and slower, maybe just because we're getting towards the end of the race, he doesn't need to go quickly, but he's dropped to 1 minute 32 now. But he's got this big gap, so if all is okay, it doesn't matter. But is it all okay? Because that bonnet on the left-hand side is certainly raised, which is of concern really to not just the officials but perhaps to Scott Parkin as well.
1.3 seconds between the Class C leaders now. There they go, through Hawthorne and onto the chicane. Ethan Simmons in number 41. Paul Subiani in the number 66 BMW, the yellow car that makes its way out of the chicane onto the back straight towards Tower, and that gap actually is more than 1.3 seconds as I look out of the commentary box window. You can see them on the screen as well, but that gap I reckon is a couple of seconds now, so I wonder if now Subiani is just having one or two problems. He is going to be caught and passed by the number 73 car, which is the Stephen Moore and Giles Hansen Audi TT.
Scott Parkin's about to go across the line, so 4 further laps. You can see the car on your screen now with that raised bonnet on the left-hand side of the car. It's certainly not fixed as it should be, and Scott Parkin's a bit quicker that lap. In the 1:30, his lead down to 47 seconds, but just bringing it home, I think, is Scott Parkin at this stage with 4 laps of the race to go, we think.
Yeah, I'd say it's going to be 4, isn't it, now? Looking at the clock. I'm a bit worried about Paul Subiani now, because the gap has really gone out a lot on this lap between those two. It was 1.3 seconds, and now it's not a matter of tenths that we're counting, it is seconds. It must be getting up towards 10 seconds, that gap. Yeah, that BMW has got a problem, hasn't it?
He is felt 3 laps ahead, I think, of Daniel Douglas, so they just need to bring it home now.
Yeah, 7.3 seconds ahead, so yes, it is a question of getting to the checkered flag, really.
That's why he put his arm up to his team, so indicating there is that issue.
So that's a shame, because it means that we're going to be denied the battle all the way to the checkered flag for the Class C win. We think we are going to be denied that.
Again, we knew reliability would come into this, didn't we? In a longer race than usual.
Yes, absolutely right. And had it gone the 2 hours, it'd be interesting exactly what the gap between them was at 2 hours. It would have been not very much, I'm sure, at that point.
No, who knows who was leading at that point? But that is not how long the race is.
No, it's not.
It doesn't really matter very much.
One to peruse on TSL later, maybe. 4 minutes and 23 seconds to go. Scott Parkin crosses the line again. Another longer lap time, a 1:31.5 for him, as he laps the 14 Scirocco.
It all might be because there's no need to go any quicker than that at this stage.
No, I mean...
Whereas Simon Mason and Chris Nyland really are involved in a battle. There's only 9 seconds between them, so they can't afford to go any slower.
Yes, absolutely. So they're still pushing on. Lapping in the 129s and 128s, those two. And Semerson again on camera.
Tim Hartland's also nursing the Scirocco home. He's in the 140s now, so he's not been able to come back at Jan Whittaker for second in Class B, but a podium still on the cards. Others are doing personal best. Giles Hansen's just done a 1:36.2. Jonathan Ellsworth a few laps ago did a 1:30.2. Jody House has continued to go quicker, 1:34.6. So while some cars are limping home, sort of Le Mans style from a few decades ago, where you see several cars just wanting to bring it home, other cars out there are pushing on and going as fast as they have all race, partially because they're on low fuel tanks now.
Yep, that's certainly going to help, isn't it, with some of the improvements in lap times, as the fuel load has reduced in the closing stages of the race into the last 3 laps as we now are.
Paul Simonson's far enough ahead of Joe Williams now that he would be classified 6th if it ends as it is.
Scott Parkin over the line again, another lap in the mid 131s. He started his penultimate lap of the race now. Probably suggest he's probably going to be quite pleased to get to the checker flag. It'll have been a tiring 2.5 hour race for him, going solo, but he's going to do so victoriously by the looks of it. Also tiring for Paul Simonson, Joe Williams, and they've also been solo drivers. It looks like they're going to finish in 6th and 7th.
Ethan Simmons now 19 seconds in the lead of Class C, so the result's not going to quite reflect the battle that we've enjoyed. Scott Parkin, 1.5 laps to go in this dark side car. Scott Parkin's won quite a lot of these races now, hasn't he, in this Audi that the team have developed over the years. the 2017 model car that produces around 340 brake horsepower. The ex-Volkswagen Racing Cup machine that has been converted into this diesel racer by the experts in Yorkshire. Darkside Developments, based in Barnsley. And up towards the complex he comes for the penultimate time.
I think the car had 3 wins last year, didn't it? In the championship. Turning his way through the complex with the low sun now behind our commentary position, which is just to the left of where Scott Parkin is now.
On the previous lap, Chris Nyland caught Simon Mason by 3 seconds.
Okay.
And there's only 6 seconds between them now.
Keep right to that last lap then. The board has gone out to Scott Parkin. So he knows now it is going to be the final lap of the race. He can hopefully enjoy this. Try and keep an eye on what's going on with those cars further behind. 6 seconds between Mason and Nyland. But it's Scott Parkin turning his way out of the chicane down to the back straight and into the Tower Bend. Meanwhile, what of that battle for second, Josh?
This looks like a better lap for Simon Mason. It looked around 6 seconds still over Chris Nyland. But that's a gap that hadn't come down very quickly at all, and then all of a sudden one lap, a big chunk. So that would have been a concern for the team, for the car ahead. But yeah, good lap from Simon Mason there. Still not quite as quick as Chris Nyland, but the gap still remains around 6 seconds.
And we just saw Scott Parkin going past the Paul Subiani car, which is at half wrap power at the moment, with its late dramas in the battle for the Class C lead, which seems to have handed that to Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper.
Andrew Cooper can, by the looks of things, add his name to new winners this weekend.
Meanwhile, Scott Parkin is heading into the complex for the final time in this race. The clock has counted down to 0 after 2.5 hours of racing in this opening event of the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship season. But it's been, as it's turned out, a comfortable win, dominant performance by Scott Parkin in the opening Tegiwa Club Enduro round of 2026. He wins overall, he wins in Class A. Congratulations to him. We'll keep an eye on whether there is any if the battle for second place has got any closer as well. Josh is looking out of the commentary box window, trying to see what's going on through the sunshine.
This is Simon Mason here now. You can see on your screen Chris Nyland in third, so that's remained as it was.
Yep, so it looks like they're going to be second and third already through. The Harrison Collins car in fourth position. Over the line, going to take second place, then goes Simon Mason, share the car with Chris Spyallen. Chris Nyland and Will Putskill, they are across the line as well to take third position. And here's our Class C with a bit slower to the line, but Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper take the Class C victory as well, which means we're just waiting for, as far as class winners are concerned, for Jonathan Packer to come through in the Class B Volkswagen Golf. He's just into the complex now, I can see. And he has had the, I think, biggest winning margin of all of our class winners. He's through the complex into the hairpin for the final time. He did give us a bit of a scare, and perhaps his team as well, when he crawled into the pits for his first mandatory stop, but he goes across the line to win in Class B. So Scott Parkin, Jonathan Packer and Simmons and Cooper are our 3 class winners in today's Club Enduro race, Josh.
And a race that did not feature a safety car, so well done to everybody that made that possible. 2.5 hours of racing right the way through. That doesn't happen very often, does it? 96 laps of the Croft circuit, and 2 of the 3 classes on the same lap. 3 leaders overall on the lead lap. So great stuff, highly entertaining. Great battles amongst the race as well. And a really enjoyable start to the 2026 season.
Yeah, let's have a look at the result then. At the end of 96 laps of racing, Scott Parkin took the win in the Audi TT. Number 13 by 38.3 seconds from number 23, Simon Mason and Chris Bowman. Audi from Seat. It was an Audi in third as well. The Nyland and Putskill number 83 car. Fourth, number 1, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins. They were a lap down. Fifth to number 47, Roberts Greenwood and Rand in the Seat. It was the BMW for Harris and Collins. Sixth, number 55, the Porsche of Paul Simerson. He was 2 laps down. 7th, number 88, Joe Williams. 8th, number 69, Lucas and Marcus Fothergill and Jonathan Ellsworth in the Porsche Cayman GT4. 9th in the Class B winner was number 5, Jonathan Packett in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. 10th, number 297, Jan Whittaker and Mark Enoch in the Porsche Cayman. 11th was 14, Mead and Hartland, finishing the podium in Class B. Class C winner, Ethan Simmons and Andrew Cooper in the Honda Civic Type R, number 41, 12th overall. 13th overall, number 66, Hayes and Supiani in the BMW 328. And Osman and House, 14th overall, ahead of Ferguson, Luke and Douglas, the trio in the BMW Z4, completing the Class C podium ahead of Moore and Hansen, Christie, Sebenite, Gibson and Dundee, and I think the last car that made it to the end, the Lintz, Johnson and Hammond Honda Civic Type R. So that brings to an end the Tegiwa Club Enduro race. It brings to an end this race meeting at Croft this weekend. Many, many thanks to all of the marshals who've put in such sterling work here at Croft during the course of the weekend. We couldn't have done this without you. You've had some pretty mixed weather to deal with. A reminder that the 750 Motor Club are back in action next weekend at Brands Hatch. It's a 2-day race meeting, and we'll be bringing you the Sunday action on the Alpha live stream. But from Josh Barrett and myself, Ian Seaman, we will say goodbye, and we'll hand you down to Tom Butterworth in the pit lane to speak to our successful drivers in the Tegiwa Club Enduro Championship. Good night.
Well, welcome back to the pit lane for the final time this weekend, and I've grabbed your race winner, Simon Parkin.
Simon? Who's Simon? I'm Scott.
Scott.
It's all right, I'll get up.
You're right down Scott. I wrote down Simon for some reason.
Well, I don't know.
What a wally.
It's
not like we haven't spoken already this weekend, is it?
Is the missing brother then, Simon?
I think I brought you good luck. I think that's what it is, but I've got your name wrong.
Right, I do know a few fast Simons, so we're all right. But yeah, another good result for the team. Not so good for Ryan again, which is a bit frustrating. It looks like a fuse blew in the pit stop, so they couldn't get the car restarted. When they figured that out, we got back out, and then something not quite right with a shifter. But monumental effort from the guys to get it sorted after the massive crash yesterday. Basically, full front corner, new suspension on the front, both corners. Yeah, a lot of work, a lot of damage. So mega that the car even went out and won on pole for a little bit during the mixed conditions qualifying, and then ended up P6 and ended up sort of decent lap times, doing pretty well. So happy with that. So if we can get both cars consistent, then I think we should have both cars on the podium, hopefully.
It seemed like a bit of a race of attrition as well. It was going to be one of those, to finish first you've got to finish.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what we said about this weekend. We said we just need to finish. So like towards the end there, I backed off 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap. Few funny noises that you don't want to be pushing too hard. Would have been nice to go for the fastest lap. I think the car had it in it, but I'd rather just bring it home.
Great stuff. All right. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. That's my middle name as well. He doesn't know that, but that's my middle name. Jonathan, how are you?
Yeah, good. A little bit hot and sweaty, but
I can
all good.
imagine. Did the whole race all by yourself?
Yeah, it's a little bit, a bit of cardio. Been going to the gym.
And what happened with the fuel issue?
So I'm not going to get all technical, but basically I've got 3 fuel pumps in the tank, 2 little scavenger ones in the corner that pump into the main pump in the middle, and the fuse is blue.
Ah, right, okay.
So it's fuel starvation in the tank, so we had to run. We couldn't dip below 30 litres, we'd get surge. I found that out first time I ran out of petrol.
Yeah, well, we were wondering what was going on, and I had to go and speak to the team and say, what was it? did they run out of fuel? Because Ian and Josh were speculating that yes, he'd run out of fuel, but it wasn't that you'd run out, it was that it wasn't flowing properly.
Yeah. So basically, normally I can run it down to 15 litres, but I discovered that below 30 and it basically cuts out. However, apart from that, it all pretty much went to plan. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looked fairly comfortable at the front and looked like you very much belonged there.
Yes, last time I raced here, which was yesterday, I won. When I raced here the year before last, I also won then.
We're making a habit of this conversation, aren't we?
And then the year before that I raced here and I had a 20-second lead, and then I got taken out sadly by a back marker that didn't see me. So I ended up in the cornfield, about half a mile. Yeah.
Somewhere near Middlesbrough.
Yeah, basically. Got lots of corn if you want some.
Great stuff. Well, congratulations on the Class B victory. I'm going to try and find either Mr. Simmons or Mr. Cooper. Which one are we going for?
Don't mind.
Right, well, congratulations on Class C victory. What a fight that was towards the end. What was that, last half hour?
Yeah, that was, tough. Great challenges. I think I've spent one lap down the straight on the grass, but no, to be honest, to win this weekend after, not having my race license 3 days ago and not thinking I was racing this year, to go and do that is, special. So.
Yeah, issues with the Ginetta as well. Friday, was it?
Yeah, so unfortunately we had some engine issues on Friday, which meant we had to withdraw the Ginetta, but the team drove back and collected this, and here we are today with the win. So
yeah, class victory as well, amazing turnaround. So yeah, well done guys on that one, and what more can you say really? Just a huge battle that you had with Paul Sabani, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, what a great battle that was. To be fighting as hard as we were is something that every form of motorsport should have. So yeah, this is why it's the best level of club racing there is, a 750 Motor Club.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it looked like, because you got the two different strengths in the car, you got the short wheelbase front wheel drive, he got a longer wheelbase BMW, rear wheel drive. He was quicker down the straights, you were quicker through the corners, and it's just like one of those, like, really frustrating. If you were the guy behind, you were going to be really frustrated. If you were the guy in front, you were going to be panicking as well. It was, it just looked a joy to watch.
Yeah, no, yeah, obviously great.
All of us were jealous that we couldn't be in the cars.
No, yeah, great battle. Yeah, he obviously had a lot of strengths with it being rear-wheel drive. I think my car was stronger through the sort of second and third sector, through the technical stuff, so I had to really sort of maximise that whilst we were racing. But no, what a great race.
Yeah, great stuff, and congratulations as well. And that brings to an end our... Oh, hang on. Actually, well, we will just grab a quick word. How was your stint?
My stint, I did my job. Ethan did a fantastic first stint, and you were obviously right up with the leaders. So my stint was just try and be solid. So I did my bit and then gave it back to him, and I knew he did.
Join the dots.
Yeah, just join the dots. I was just the man in the middle, kept it warm whilst he had a break.
Great stuff, great stuff. Right, well, we will move on then, and we will bring to a close our weekend here at Croft, and we'll try and get a nice shot of the end of the pit lane, I think, as well, to say goodbye. And I did promise Nicky, Big Boss Nicky, I'd flash the badge. Thank you very much for being with us all weekend. I look forward to seeing you at the next round.